It all begins high above the battlefield, where an angel hangs in the open air with her enormous wings spread from side to side. Golden radiance pours from her body, lighting up the sky as dragon-like creatures circle through the clouds, and more of them wait below on the shattered ground. An armored boot comes down hard beside the body of a fallen creature, grinding into the dirt without hesitation. The man looks down coldly and mutters, "Persistent bastards." Then he continues in a calm, merciless tone. "Like I was saying, no matter how much you struggle, it's pointless." With one hand held near a glowing interface, the young man stands before the burning red sky, while a towering golem waits silently behind him. His voice rings with absolute confidence as he declares that he will soon conquer the 100th floor. This is God Jainu, the #1 ranked player in Battle of Summoners. Battle of Summoners, or BOS for short, is practically a dead game now. It has no real popularity left, the difficulty is brutal, and almost everyone still playing is a hardened veteran who refused to leave. Even so, the comments explode the moment God Jainu appears. People marvel that he is ranked first, question how the rankings even make sense, point out that he is free to play, and bring up his endless record clears. Some even accuse him of cheating. But Jainu has already proven everything with his results, setting transcendent records and becoming a living legend inside the game. Messages begin popping up from Beek Shin, who asks, "God Jainu bro, you busy?" A second message quickly follows. "Are you still working on the 99th floor?" Jainu replies that he cleared the 99th floor ages ago and asks what the problem is. "What's up? Are you having trouble with something?" His reputation is so overwhelming that even most high-ranking players treat him with open respect. A finger lightly taps across a phone screen packed with an enormous amount of in-game currency. Without taking his attention away from what he is doing, Jainu gives a short reply. "Sorry, but I'm a little busy right now." Under the bright daylight, he holds his phone with both hands and lets out a faint, almost relieved smile. "Once I clear this," he says quietly, "I'm quitting games for good." The truth is, his real life has already been wrecked. He stands in a dim hallway with his phone clutched tightly in his hand. His face tense as his parents silently watch from the doorway behind him. For 10 years, he has been completely consumed by games. He never went to college, never found a proper job, and never built anything stable for himself. His parents have never openly blamed him, but he knows they must be dying inside every time they look at him. Dark energy swirls through the background as his determination hardens. He is going to quit this dead game, pull his life back together, and finally act like a normal person. At 24 years old, he knows he cannot keep living this way. Clearing the tower is not just about winning anymore. It is the first step toward getting himself back on his feet. God Jainu stares ahead with his body tensed, and then a glowing purple arrow suddenly cuts through the air just past his face. He snaps his head toward the attack, one eye widening as he realizes the danger has already reached him. Still, he steadies himself immediately. He is going to give God Jainu's journey the ending it deserves. Two armored angelic figures pull back their bows at the same time, glowing purple arrows forming between their fingers as they aim straight ahead. Jainu refuses to back down. God Jainu lifts his arm toward the empty space in front of him and shouts, "Summon window!" In response, a glowing interface flashes into existence before his eyes. He leans closer to the floating display, scanning through rows of creature icons as several summoning panels hover around him in the air. Meanwhile, messages continue appearing in the chat. Beek Shin guesses, "I guess he's busy." Rachel responds right away, reminding him, "You know he usually doesn't check the chat window." Then she adds, "Just give him a little time." A huge magic circle bursts into light, water spiraling around its edges as something massive begins to take shape inside it. Jainu raises his voice and calls out, "White whale, ultimate skill." The next instant, the gigantic white whale is summoned in a surge of water and glowing energy. Rachel sends another message almost casually at first. "By the way." Then she adds, "If he reaches the 100th floor right now, wouldn't that make it exactly 10 years? One of the winged armored enemies releases her drawn bowstring, sending a brilliant purple arrow screaming forward. A storm of purple arrows races toward God Jainu, but he stands his ground inside a whirlpool of swirling water. Behind him, the massive white whale looms like a living wall, ready to support its summoner. God Jainu drives his arm forward, and a massive shield of water surges outward in front of him. The incoming purple arrows slam into it one after another, each impact bursting into violent flashes of light and water. His teeth clench hard as sweat gathers across his face. Water continues churning around his body while he strains to hold against the relentless barrage. The chat erupts with excitement. Zenas writes, "Pure madness. I'm getting goosebumps." Sugoi follows with, "I can't quit this game before I see what happens on the 100th floor." A blinding explosion tears across the ground below, purple energy spreading in every direction, while the winged armored enemies remain suspended above the blast. The two armored angels lower their heads and peer down toward the smoke-filled ground beneath them as dust and debris rise into the air. Before they can react, both winged figures are pierced straight through the torso. Blood bursts outward as the crushing force tears between them and sends the impact rippling across the battlefield. God Jainu remains standing with one arm stretched out in front of him. Water twists around his body in spiraling currents, while the enormous white whale hovers above him like a guardian. He simply stares ahead, calm and focused, as glowing droplets of water float slowly around his face. Sugoi immediately reacts in the chat. "Wow, God Jainu never disappoints." But Bikshin suddenly changes the subject and asks, "Did you guys see the announcement?" God Jainu turns his head over his shoulder, a small bead of sweat forming along the side of his face. A gigantic dragon pushes forward through the smoke with its jaws stretched wide. Fire gathers deep inside its mouth as it takes aim at God Jainu. At the same time, Bikshin continues talking about the strange announcement, the one claiming that a new world will open once the 100th floor is cleared. The dragon unleashes a massive fireball toward God Jainu, and blazing flames roar through the air as they rush straight at him. Jainu's eyes widen as the burning attack reflects in his pupils. A bead of sweat slides down his face while the wall of fire closes in. Waves explode upward around him, and from the churning water, an enormous water dragon rises into the sky. Jainu raises his hand and shouts, "Blue Dragon!" The blue dragon throws open its massive jaws and fires a concentrated torrent of water forward, blasting directly toward the incoming flames. Bikshin keeps questioning the announcement in the chat. Does that mean the entire framework of the game is going to change? What does that even mean? Rachel tries to brush it off, saying it is probably just a joke and that the developers never expected anyone to clear the 100th floor. But as she speaks, fire and water crash together in midair, twisting into a violent fiery vortex filled with sparks and crackling lightning. God Jainu stands in the middle of flying water and drifting embers, his expression tight as he watches the clash unfold in front of him. Bikshin sends another uneasy message. What if the world really changes? What if reality turns into a world of summoners? Then the collision finally erupts into a massive explosion. Blazing light floods the area as debris and shockwaves blast outward in every direction. The glow of his phone reflects across the protagonist's face as he stares at the screen in disbelief. A brilliant message is displayed before him. The 100th floor of the Tower of Trials has been cleared. He suddenly throws both arms high into the air, still gripping his phone, his mouth opening wide with uncontrollable excitement. "I beat it!" Leaning back with his phone raised over his head, he bursts into laughter and shouts, "I finally cleared it!" Nearby people turn to stare at him, confused by the outburst. One asks, "What's with him?" Another mutters, "He must be crazy." He presses the phone against his cheek, tears streaming freely down his face while a huge smile spreads across it. The news is now undeniable. God Jainu has cleared the 100th floor, and after reaching the impossible goal, he plans to quit the game. Still staring at the clear message on his phone, he pauses for a moment. Then a proud grin returns to his face. "Though before I quit," he says, "I should brag to the veterans first." A man in the foreground stares ahead with a nervous expression. Behind him, the protagonist keeps tapping at his phone, while another man standing nearby watches him carefully and asks, "What's going on?" The protagonist slowly looks upward with his phone still in hand as an eerie blue glow begins shining down over his body from above. Everyone on the street turns their attention to the sky. Hanging high overhead is a huge glowing blue panel announcing that the 100th floor of the Tower of Trials has been cleared. The enormous blue panel continues filling the sky, and a new message appears across it. The beta testing period has ended. Someone nearby stares upward and blurts out, "What's that?" The protagonist tilts his head back, his face growing tense as he looks toward the giant panel overhead. "Why is the game screen in the sky?" he asks in disbelief. Red scrolls begin drifting down from above, floating through the air around the street. Pedestrians stop where they are and look around in confusion, while he stands frozen in the center of it all, still holding his phone. A boy raises one of the red scrolls right in front of his face, studying the strange paper with open curiosity. Beside him, A girl holds another scroll and stares down at it as well. Confused, the boy asks, "What is this?" Still holding the crimson scroll in his hand, the boy watches as a glowing instruction suddenly appears before his eyes. The message gives him a simple command: tear open the summoning scroll. The boy's lips curl into a faint smile as he looks over the scroll, apparently thinking it is harmless. "Is this some kind of event?" he asks. The girl next to him keeps watching the paper, then says with excitement, "Let's tear it." With both hands wrapped around the red scroll, the boy pulls in opposite directions and starts ripping the paper open. The moment he sees what the boy is about to do, Jinwoo thrusts one hand toward him in panic and shouts, "No, don't do it." But it is already too late. The student finishes tearing the red scroll completely in half, splitting the paper apart in his hands. A violent burst of fire erupts straight from the torn scroll. The boy jerks backward in pain, his face twisting as the flames explode in front of him. A huge blue display suddenly fills the entire view, glowing with an announcement that sends a chill through the air. A new world is now being created. Jinwoo can only stare forward, his eyes wide and his face stiff with disbelief as the message sinks in. Across the collapsing city, a gigantic stone golem rises between broken buildings, its red eyes glowing through the dust. A winged monster hovers overhead, while more creatures pour forward below like an unstoppable swarm. Jinwoo stands completely frozen in place, staring at the destruction with his eyes stretched wide. In a shaken voice he mutters, "This can't be." His head snaps sharply over his shoulder, and the shock on his face only deepens as he looks toward the chaos behind him. Nearby, a woman trembles from head to toe. Her mouth falls open, her eyes are filled with terror, and then she lets out a piercing scream. The street is left in ruins, covered in shattered debris and wreckage. Near a truck, Jinwoo lies on the ground while frightened bystanders rush toward him. Voices ring out through the street. "Over here! Someone got hit by a truck!" Another person cries, "Please help!" Jinwoo lies face down across the crosswalk without moving, blood slowly spreading beside his head. People gather around him in horror, and someone desperately shouts, "Call 911!" Lying on his side with his eyes barely open, Jinwoo struggles to stay conscious. His expression is weak and bitter as he mutters, "Damn it! This cursed game." His phone lies cracked on the pavement nearby, its screen smeared with blood. Even then, the same glowing message remains visible across it. A new world is being created. Jinwoo lies unconscious in a hospital bed, connected to medical equipment while his parents remain beside him. On the television, a news report discusses the beginning of a new season for the International Player League, adding that South Korea has once again recorded bottom-tier results. His fingers twitch faintly against the bedsheet. Meanwhile, the report continues, saying that the country must secure more high-ranked summons, while experts debate the importance of obtaining additional summoning scrolls. Jinwoo's mother stands nearby holding a knife and a freshly peeled apple. The instant she notices his hand moving, her entire body freezes and her eyes widen in shock. The knife slips from her fingers and crashes loudly onto the floor. She cries out, "Honey!" Then another voice urgently calls from nearby, "Quickly, get a doctor." Jinwoo lies in the hospital bed with bandages wrapped around his head and cheek. His eyelids slowly lift open, and someone immediately announces with relief, "Jinwoo is awake." Outside the hospital, bright daylight spills across the sky as soft clouds drift peacefully overhead. Jinwoo sits upright in his hospital bed, facing his worried parents as they stand beside him. Their expressions are heavy with concern while they carefully explain everything that happened during the time he was unconscious. As he listens, Jinwoo's eye suddenly widens. The news is impossible to accept at first. 3 entire years have passed since the day of his accident. Inside the hospital room, a small stone golem with glowing eyes raises one arm. Jinwoo stares at it and realizes this is no dream. It is his father's summon. Jinwoo lowers his gaze, still stunned by what he is seeing. His father explains that the little golem helps load and unload packages for deliveries, calling it surprisingly useful. A blonde woman stands before a crowd of microphones during a televised broadcast. The report says that rankers across the world are searching for God Jainu. She is introduced as Rachel, World Rank 1, and she declares that the 5 emperors are waiting for him. Jinwoo lies back on the hospital bed and stares toward the monitor with a tense look in his eyes. The whole world is searching for God Jainu, and then the truth becomes clear to him. They are searching for him. The broadcast continues showing Rachel at the podium, speaking to the world. Jin-woo keeps watching the screen and quietly confirms it to himself. That name is definitely his. Jin-woo stands with a glowing blue shard held tightly in his hand. Behind him, several figures sit and stand across jagged stone formations. He recognizes the woman immediately. It is definitely Rachel from One Heaven Five Emperors. A blue interface fills his vision with a direct question. Would he like to begin the tutorial? Sitting on the hospital bed, Jin-woo looks at the floating interface offering him the chance to start the tutorial. He lets out a disbelieving laugh. The world of Battle of Summoners really became reality. Jin-woo faces his parents from the hospital bed as his mother clutches her chest and his father stands tensely beside her. She tells him to rest first before beginning the tutorial. But Jin-woo shakes his head. No, Mom. He says he needs to adapt as quickly as possible, and since his body feels fine, they should not worry too much. A faint smirk appears on Jin-woo's face, though a bead of sweat still rests on his cheek. He has nothing right now, and he does not fully understand this changed world yet. Even so, he remains certain of one thing. This will be a piece of cake. Jin-woo grips the blanket as he rests in the hospital bed, looking ahead with a confident smile. When it comes to this game, he knows he can rise to the top of the world every single time. After being discharged from the hospital, Jin-woo finally returns home. He sits at the desk in his room, using his computer as he begins settling back into his old surroundings. Jin-woo studies his computer screen, where articles about Ga Jainu and Rachel are displayed one after another. He begins searching for information about how the world changed after BOS became reality. An arena comes into view, where two opponents stand facing each other with their summons, ready at their sides under bright colored lights. Player battles, raids, dungeons, and even the Tower of Trials have all become part of this new reality. A long-haired woman stands before a massive armored opponent covered in raging flames. 3 years have gone by, and people across the world have already adapted to living alongside their summons. Jin-woo pushes himself up from his chair beside the desk, a blue interface floating directly in front of him. Even after seeing how much the world has changed, he remains unimpressed. Still, he says, they won't be as skilled as me anyway. He raises his hand toward the floating interface with a confident smile. In that case, he says, shall we get started? The blue interface flashes brightly in front of him, confirming that the tutorial is now beginning. A close view follows Jin-woo's foot as it steps onto the ground. He looks around the area and says, as expected, there's no one here. Jin-woo stands alone in an empty outdoor park surrounded by benches and trees. He chose a deserted place for a reason. Since he has no idea what kind of summon might appear, he cannot risk doing this around other people. Holding 2 low-grade summoning scrolls in his hand, Jin-woo smiles as excitement starts to build inside him. Now it finally feels real. He lifts the 2 red summoning scrolls in front of him and quietly makes his wish. Please let something useful appear. A glowing scroll floats above a magic circle as Jin-woo prepares to summon. Even Baek Jin-woo, known as Il-chun, would be in serious trouble if he pulled a useless summon. BOS has always been infamous for its terrible pull rates. The odds for a low-grade summoning scroll appear in front of him. F-rank summons make up 94% of the results, E-rank summons only 5%, and D-rank summons a miserable 1%. The chances of getting anything worthwhile are almost non-existent. Jin-woo grips the red scroll tightly with both hands, sweat forming across his face as he braces himself. Then he closes his eyes for a moment and pleads, God, please give me a useful one. His eyes tighten with nervous hope as he clutches the scroll and lowers his voice. I'd be grateful for even an E-rank, he says, practically begging the universe to give him anything useful. Taking a breath, Jin-woo grips both ends of the red summoning scroll and tears it apart with both hands. He raises his gaze toward the floating interface, his face tense as the low-grade summoning scroll activates in front of him. Jin-woo holds the 2 torn halves apart as a faint blue glow begins forming in the gap between them. He blinks at the light and asks, did it work? Then he wonders aloud, how are summons supposed to come out? Without warning, brilliant blue lightning erupts from the torn scroll. Jin-woo flinches hard as electric energy crackles around his fingers and lashes outward from both pieces in his hands. He recoils with both hands thrown up, staring in shock as the blue energy whips violently around his body. What the? He shouts. The ripped pieces of the red scroll fall onto the ground, surrounded by swirling golden light. A message appears, announcing that player Baek Jin-woo has obtained something. A tiny winged fairy slowly materializes inside the glow, her small body shining as she takes shape in the air. Jinwoo has obtained a wind fairy summon, an X-rank summon. Jinwoo's eye widens at the rank displayed before him. X-rank? He repeats in disbelief. Was there even a rank like that? The little fairy floats among the glowing flowers, rubbing one eye as though she has just woken from a long sleep. Then she tilts her head curiously, trying to understand where she is. Suddenly, the fairy jerks upright in surprise, both hands flying into the air. What? She cries. Hovering in front of Jinwoo in the quiet park, the fairy starts speaking with excited disbelief. Was I really summoned? Jinwoo stares back at her, completely stunned. A summon is talking to him. Jinwoo leans forward slightly, confusion written all over his face as a bead of sweat forms on his cheek. Wait a minute, he says. He fixes the tiny fairy with a tense stare and asks, Are you Ramba? The fairy hovers beside him and quickly replies, I'm a wind fairy. The fairy leans closer, her eyes widening as sweat appears on her face. The only person who ever called me that, she says slowly, was God Jainu. Her face instantly turns red, and her mouth falls open in shock. Are you, God Jainu? She asks. The fairy suddenly flies straight into Jinwoo's face, crying as she grabs onto him. I missed you, she shouts. Jinwoo jerks backward with one hand raised, only managing to answer, right? Ramba clings tightly to Jinwoo's cheek and shakes him with all her strength while he stares forward in stunned silence. At last, he remembers her. She used to be the E-rank wind fairy summon. Ramba appears surrounded by a bright green aura, holding her staff as her hidden potential comes to mind. When she is equipped with the right runes and built properly, she can produce incredible results, especially with her massive boost to attack speed. A green emblem floats inside a glowing magic circle as Jinwoo remembers how long they had been together. After using her for so long, he had given the wind fairy the nickname Ramba. Ramba remains stuck to his cheek while Jinwoo stands stiffly, his expression growing tense. This summon was removed during the game's first year because of a bug patch. Standing in the forest with Ramba sitting on his shoulder, Jinwoo raises a hand toward the blue interface floating before him. He remembers that her use had been restricted because she caused serious balance problems. He had spent an entire year raising her, only for the game to remove her without any compensation. The memory still irritates him. What exactly happened to her? The display reveals her details. A level 1 X-rank wind fairy, marked as isolated. Her skill increases a single target's attack speed by 3% every time she swings her staff. Jinwoo stares at the word, isolated, his eyes widening as the unfamiliar label catches his full attention. Ramba hovers among the glowing flowers with tears pouring down her cheeks. Crying uncontrollably, she explains that she was suddenly dragged into a strange place and trapped there with no way to escape. Then she looks at him desperately. Please don't ever leave me again, God Jainu. Jinwoo raises his hand in front of her, gently stopping her as she presses against his palm. Wait a minute, Ramba, he says. Turning toward her with surprise on his face and sweat along his cheek, Jinwoo asks, Who trapped you? Ramba freezes in midair, suddenly sweating nervously. With one finger pressed to her lips and an awkward smile on her face, she stammers, well, what was I saying again? She drifts beside Jinwoo while clutching her head, her face twisting in pain. My head suddenly hurts so much, she cries, leaving him staring at her in confusion. Among the flowers, Ramba weakly presses one hand against her head, her gaze unfocused and dazed. She says the pain is too severe for her to remember anything clearly and suggests that someone must have placed a restriction on her memories. Jinwoo faces the exhausted fairy as she hovers low in the air with her posture drooping. Instead of pushing her further, he tells her, Just tell me whatever you can remember. Ramba floats forward with one hand covering her mouth, looking apologetic. She says she is sorry and admits there is not much she can tell him. All she knows is that they had been isolated, and no matter how much effort players put into summoning them, they originally could not leave. Leaves drift softly through the forest as Jinwoo questions her words. What do you mean, we? He asks. Were there other isolated summons? Ramba explains that they were not kept in the same room, so she does not know who the others were, but she is certain there were more. Jinwoo stands with one hand resting against his chin, thinking through everything she said. There were probably around 10 of them, he mutters, repeating the number as it sinks in. He lowers his head slightly, his expression turning rigid with disbelief. This is crazy, he mutters. No way. A glowing silhouette of a fairy appears inside a golden frame, bright eyes shining through the light. Jinwoo remembers the 10 summons that disappeared after being classified as bugs while he had been using them. More golden-framed silhouettes overlap in the air as the possibility takes shape in his mind. What if every one of those vanished summons had been classified as X-rank and isolated? Then another thought follows. Tearing a summoning scroll gives them a chance to answer, like they can hear the call of a low-grade summoning scroll again. Jinwoo stands beside the torn red scroll fragments scattered on the ground and reaches a conclusion. It only reacts to the summoning scrolls I tear, he says. Holding another red scroll firmly in one hand, Jinwoo's expression hardens with certainty. There is no doubt now. He may be the only person capable of pulling X-rank summons. He grips both sides of a new scroll and tears it apart, blue energy splitting between his hands once again. This is another low-grade summoning scroll, and he wonders whether every scroll he tears will produce an X-rank summon. Instead, a large blue gorilla appears amid crackling energy, roaring with both fists raised high. Jinwoo has obtained a hairy gorilla, an F-rank summon. Jinwoo looks toward the crouching gorilla with a sweat drop on his face while Ramba hovers nearby. I guess that's not it, he says. Since this one is only F-rank, the chance of getting an X-rank must be random. He touches his chin and thinks carefully. To maximize his chances, he needs to tear open as many summoning scrolls as possible. And if he manages to gather every one of those X-rank summons, he may become even stronger than he was during his days as Il-chun. Ramba hovers beside the gorilla's shoulder with both fists clenched and a bright expression on her face. Jinwoo calls out, "Ramba." She immediately answers, "Yeah, God Jainu?" Jinwoo faces her directly as she floats in front of him. "Stop calling me God Jainu," he tells her. "Just call me Jinwoo." Ramba blinks in surprise and asks, "Why?" He looks ahead with a calm but serious expression. Because of the 5 emperors, the name God Jainu has already spread throughout the entire world. Red warning-like images crowd around him as Jinwoo considers the danger. No matter how much superior information and experience he has, he does not know whether the 3-year gap will put him at a disadvantage. And if people discover that God Jainu now controls X-rank summons, his face turns fully serious as he finishes the thought. He could easily become a target of envy, jealousy, and unwanted attention. Birds suddenly burst upward past the tall trees, scattering into the sky as though something alarming has happened somewhere nearby. Jinwoo stiffens as he faces the gorilla, with Ramba hovering in the space between them. A strange feeling suddenly crawls over him, and he mutters, "What the hell is this feeling?" The gorilla suddenly throws its head back and opens its mouth wide, letting out a deafening roar that shakes the air. Ramba recoils in midair beside it, screaming as the booming sound echoes through the trees. A glowing blue portal opens beside Jinwoo, swirling with pale light. He leans forward with a tense look as a bright message appears in front of him, declaring that the next step is now beginning. Jinwoo stands before the spinning blue portal with both fists clenched at his sides, while his summons wait behind him. A basic dungeon for beginners has been created. Staring at it in disbelief, he blurts out, "What? Right now?" His hand tightens into a hard fist as he stares toward the entrance. "Wow, damn it," he mutters. "Do I really have to go in?" He has cleared countless dungeons in the past, but this time feels completely different. The blue portal keeps spinning faster, bright energy swirling deep inside its center. Jinwoo knows that no matter how familiar dungeons were in the game, reality is not something he can treat the same way. Jinwoo lowers his head, his jaw drawn tight and a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He tells himself to stay calm, but beneath that forced composure, he has to admit it. He is honestly scared. Slowly, he raises his head again, determination returning to his eyes. He will not be fighting directly, and this is only supposed to be a tutorial dungeon. The glowing prompt identifies him as player Baek Jinwoo. Ramba hovers beside Jinwoo as he starts walking toward the glowing portal, with the gorilla following just behind him. The prompt urges him to enter. Jinwoo steels himself and decides that he needs to adapt to this new reality sooner or later. Inside the dungeon, Jinwoo comes to a stop and stands perfectly still, his face calm but fully focused on the darkness ahead. He finds himself alone in a dim corridor carved from rough stone, with shadows pressing in from every side. Looking around cautiously, he asks himself, "Did I really enter the dungeon?" The place feels far creepier than he expected. A glowing prompt appears before him, confirming that player Baek Jinwoo has entered the beginner dungeon. Jinwoo gulps as he stares at the floating words in front of him. His fingers tense slightly. This is it. It begins now. 2 summon cards rise within a glowing space, revealing an ice golem on one card and a gargoyle on the other. A new prompt explains that he must form a team with summons before fighting inside a dungeon. As the 2 creatures on the cards clash in front of him, the rule becomes painfully clear. 5 empty card slots appear in the air, showing that a team can contain up to 5 summons. Then another option appears, asking whether he wants to assign the X-rank Wind Fairy and the F-rank Hairy Gorilla to his team. Jinwoo studies the interface calmly. Under normal circumstances, he would fill every slot and bring 5 summons to maximize his chances of clearing the dungeon safely. He remembers sitting alone at a desk in a dark room, with nothing but the glow of a screen lighting his face. Going in with only 2 summons might look reckless, but with the right strategy, it is not completely impossible. His eyes narrow under the dim light as his confidence settles in. He has already tested this kind of approach thousands, no tens of thousands of times. Jinwoo extends one finger and presses the option marked yes. The plan is already laid out perfectly in his head. Ramba appears first, floating with both hands held together in front of her. Then the gorilla lands beside her with a roar, leaping forward as both summons fully materialize. Jinwoo stands upright in the cave while Ramba hovers at his side. He looks into the darkness ahead and says, "Let's see. The monsters in a tutorial dungeon should be." His eye suddenly widens as a low, animalistic growl rolls through the cave. A bead of sweat forms along his cheek. A gray wolf steps onto the rocky ground with its teeth exposed and a deep growl rumbling from its throat. It is identified as a starving gray wolf, and the objective appears immediately: defeat the wolf and escape the cave. Jinwoo stares at the beast with a serious expression, sweat still visible on his face. "An F-rank gray wolf," he says quietly. His shoes press firmly against the cave floor as golden energy starts gathering around his feet. The golden glow rises around his entire body, forming a protective barrier over him. A shield has been generated for the player. Jinwoo stands inside the glowing shield and looks over at the blue prompt floating nearby. The player protection system has been implemented perfectly, but this is reality now. A red warning flashes in front of him, making the danger painfully clear. If he is attacked without the protective shield, he will die. Jinwoo stares ahead with tension written across his face, a drop of sweat clinging to his cheek. "If I fail," he says, "this won't just end with a game over." The gray wolf advances with glowing red eyes, its teeth bared as a threatening growl rolls through the cave. Jinwoo thrusts his arm forward and shouts, "Harry, go attack!" The gorilla immediately charges ahead with a fierce roar. But the gorilla suddenly stops in the middle of its charge, its body jolting with surprise. Jinwoo keeps his arm extended while the wolf stands facing them from across the cave. Jinwoo's expression tightens as he watches the delay. "Too slow," he says through clenched teeth. He curls his hand into a fist and calls out, "I expected this much." "Ramba!" With a bright smile, Ramba surges forward and spins her staff through streams of glowing green wind. "Okie dokie." Ramba twists through the air, lifting her staff high above her head as wind energy whirls around her tiny body. "Here goes," she shouts. As Ramba boosts the summon's attack speed, green wind energy wraps around the gorilla's body. The gorilla squints and tilts its head slightly, reacting to the sudden change. Its glowing eyes open wide, fangs exposed as green energy swirls around its face and surges through its body. The gorilla lunges forward again with one arm stretched out, roaring with its mouth wide open. Behind it, Ramba swings her staff to keep the green wind energy flowing. Jinwoo smirks and clenches his fist in satisfaction. This is good. Just as expected from Ramba. The gray wolf suddenly springs forward with its claws extended and teeth bared, snarling as it launches itself toward the gorilla. Jinwoo's face tightens as he watches the beast come flying at them. "Was that thing always this big in the game?" he mutters. Green wind energy trails around the gorilla as it swings its arm downward, while Ramba keeps moving her staff behind it. Jinwoo watches closely and says, "Surely Fuzzball won't lose, right?" The gorilla charges ahead wrapped in green energy, and the gray wolf races directly toward it. According to everything Jinwoo knows, there should be absolutely no way for the gorilla to lose. But this is reality, and reality might contain variables the game never had. The gorilla lunges forward with its mouth open in a roar just as the wolf leaps toward it, snarling wildly in midair. The two creatures collide with crushing force. A burst of blood sprays across the impact point as violent slashes tear through the air. The wolf bites down into the gorilla, and blood splashes from the gorilla's face as the impact lands hard. The wolf forces the gorilla to the ground and pins it there, its jaws clamped tightly around the gorilla's neck as the summon roars in pain. Jinwoo's eyes snap wide open as he sees the gorilla being overwhelmed. "Ramba!" he shouts. Ramba squeezes her eyes shut and grabs her staff with both hands. She swings with every bit of strength she has, shouting, "I'm swinging it as hard as I can." A fist wrapped in spiraling green wind energy drives forward through the air. The gorilla's fist crashes straight into the wolf with full force, launching its body upward from the blow. Blood sprays from the wolf's mouth as the impact sends it violently into the air. The wolf comes crashing down onto its back, slamming into the cave floor as loose rocks and debris scatter around its battered body. Ramba raises her staff high above her head with both hands, green wind spiraling around her tiny frame. "This is the final blow," she shouts. She hovers in place with a focused expression, holding herself steady as glowing magic circles appear behind her. Wind energy gathers more densely around her body, building toward one final attack. Wrapped in swirling green energy, the gorilla launches into the air with its body arched backward. It lets out a fierce roar as it hangs above the fallen wolf. Then the gorilla slams down onto the wolf with crushing force. The ground beneath them splits apart from the impact, cracks spreading through the rocky floor. Without giving the wolf any chance to recover, the gorilla rains down a barrage of rapid strikes. Each blow is infused with green wind energy, and the impacts land one after another across the wolf's body. A massive cloud of dust erupts from the ground, swallowing the area as broken stone and debris blast outward from the relentless assault. Jinwoo stares through the settling dust with a tense look on his face. Beside him, Ramba hovers in the air, gripping her staff tightly and panting from the effort. As the dust clears, the gray wolf lies completely motionless on the ground, its body badly battered. The gorilla stands nearby, looming over the defeated monster. The gorilla throws its head back in triumph, pounding its chest with both fists while roaring through the cave. Jinwoo finally lets out the breath he had been holding. Ramba jumps excitedly beside him with her staff lifted high and shouts, "We won!" A system interface appears before Jinwoo, showing that he has obtained 2 lesser strength runes. Looking at the reward with lingering relief, he mutters, "I survived." Under a sunset sky glowing warm above the city, a tall tower rises in the distance. A cheerful voice says, "Thank you. See you next time." A hand holds up a stack of bills with obvious excitement. "Wow, jackpot," the voice says. "I made 200,001 in just one day today." A pink-haired girl smiles brightly while holding the cash in both hands. She is Baek Ajin, Baek Jinwoo's younger sister. Golden coins drift through a glowing space as Ajin's story becomes clear. 3 years ago, when the world changed, she found herself a new job as a rune farming player. Stacks of gold coins pile up around her earnings. Ajin mainly enters lower-level dungeons, gathers valuable runes, and makes her profit by selling them to players with potential. Inside a dungeon, Ajin kneels with a glowing book held carefully in both hands. After her brother's accident, she became a player herself and found an intermediate-grade summoning scroll, which gave her a C-rank summon. She slips the money safely into her bag and explains that she was lucky. With a C-rank shadow elf at her side, she has been able to earn a steady income through rune farming. Ajin's phone screen suddenly lights up in her hand, showing an incoming call from Jinwoo Appa. Her face brightens as she recognizes the caller. It's Appa. Standing on a busy street beneath the evening sky, Ajin brings the phone to her ear. "Hello, Appa," she says. "Have you been discharged?" Ajin shuts her eyes and frowns while holding the phone more tightly. Jinwoo answers that he has, then gets straight to the point. "Anyway, Ajin, Dad told me you're a rune hawker." A tiny chibi Ajin immediately bursts out in anger. "Rune hawker? Call me a rune farming player." On the other end of the call, Jinwoo recoils slightly with the phone still at his ear. Jinwoo holds the phone beside his ear with a tired expression as he listens. Across a glowing world map, bright lines and connected nodes mark the places where player zones have formed. After towers of trials appeared around the world, people needed dedicated places to handle everything related to summons. A massive futuristic tower rises under the clear sky. These areas became player zones, built around the towers for convenience. Dungeons are not the only thing found there either. Synthesis shops, enhancement centers, and every kind of summon-related facility have been gathered in one place. The setting shifts to a quiet cafe interior, where the atmosphere is calm compared to the busy streets outside. Ajin sits at a table with a glass in her hand and looks across at Jinwoo. You know Jamsel Tower and Hyendi Tower turned into towers of trials, right? She asks. The two sit across from each other by a large window as Ajin explains the situation. In Korea, the towers of trials only appeared in those two locations, which is why the player zones are limited to those areas. Jin-woo rests his chin on one hand, thinking over her explanation. Well, if those facilities are meant for clearing the Tower of Trials, he says, then it makes sense to build them close by for convenience. Ajin looks directly at him from across the table and asks, by the way, Appa, what rank was your summon? F or E? Jin-woo faces her and gives a simple answer. E and F. Ajin's eyes begin sparkling as she smiles brightly. Oh really? Then you hit that 5% chance. Jin-woo turns his head slightly with a small smile. Really? Guess I got lucky, then. But inside, he can only apologize to his little sister. It is a lie. With the cafe counter and menu boards visible behind them, Jin-woo brings up what he really wants. Anyway, I'm going to need your help, he says. I want to get used to this system quickly too. They remain seated across from each other as Jin-woo crosses his arms. I'll give you some pocket money later, he says. Ajin immediately shoots back. Even though I make way more than you. From above, Ajin raises one hand as Jin-woo speaks with complete confidence. Little sister, you never know how the world works. Who knows? I might become the best player in the world. Ajin gives him a flat response. Yeah, right? Rachel and Zenas appear surrounded by swirling energy, standing like figures far beyond ordinary players. Ajin tells him that plenty of people say things like that, but Rachel and Zenas always remain at the top. People like them are chosen ones, Appa. Jin-woo smirks faintly as Ajin continues. They're all geniuses. We can never be like that. Okay? He simply answers, is that so? Ajin looks up at him in surprise from her seat. Jin-woo stands beside the table, already having made up his mind. I get it, he says. Then just show me around. Facing forward with a slight smile, Jin-woo adds, I want to see what a player zone looks like for myself. Night falls over the city, and a tall illuminated tower rises into the dark sky. Lights shine along its towering structure, making it impossible to miss. People walk along the city path at night, some stopping to look around while others continue on their way. Behind them, the enormous tower glows brightly against the darkness. Jin-woo and Ajin walk side by side along a riverside path. Ajin turns to him and asks, Appa, you said you just pulled a summon. What did you get? Jin-woo answers without much detail, Wind Fairy. Ajin turns her head with a curious expression. Wind Fairy? I've never heard of it. Then she leans in slightly and says, let me see it. Jin-woo walks ahead with a tense look, while Ajin follows behind him, clearly annoyed by his reaction. What? No chance? He says. Ajin snaps back. Why? It's not like we're strangers, and showing it won't wear it out. They continue walking side by side beneath the trees at night. Jin-woo looks forward and says, then show me yours first. Ajin glances at him. Mine. Ajin smiles with complete confidence and stretches one hand out in front of her. Purple energy begins swirling around her palm as she says, all right, but don't be too shocked. Okay? Jin-woo looks off to the side, slightly tense despite himself. What could she possibly have that makes her this confident? Masked elf appears in a swift motion with a dagger in hand, glowing energy surrounding her body. Ajin's summon is revealed to be a C-rank shadow elf. Jin-woo stares ahead in complete silence, his face blank with shock as he takes in the summon before him. Ajin leans closer with clear irritation written across her face, staring at Jin-woo as though his reaction has disappointed her. What's with that half-hearted response? You probably don't know this, Appa, but anything ranked C or higher is already considered noble tier. Jin-woo simply looks back at her and gives a calm, almost casual reply. I see. Under the dark night sky, the shadow elf stands completely still while Jin-woo brushes off the whole idea of noble tier ranks in his mind. C rank, noble tier, whatever it was called, it clearly did not impress him much. Then, turning his attention toward the summon, he calls out, Hey, Miss Elf! With a faint grin on his face, Jin-woo lifts one hand toward the tiny elf floating beside Ajin. He gives her a friendly little wave and curiously asks, Can shadow elves speak Korean? Hello there. The little shadow elf does not react at all, hovering there in complete silence. Jin-woo keeps his hand raised anyway, still speaking to her like this is perfectly normal, while Ajin watches from the side with an increasingly annoyed look. What exactly are you doing right now? She asks. Jinwoo glances at her and answers without embarrassment. What does it look like? I'm saying hello. I just want my little sister's proud summon to take good care of her. Ajin folds her arms across her chest and lets out a tired, disbelieving look. Hello, my foot, she says flatly. How is a summon supposed to answer you? They can't even talk. Jinwoo suddenly stares ahead with one eye tense and a tiny bead of sweat forming along his cheek. After a brief pause, he repeats the words as if he cannot believe what he just heard. They can't talk. Ramba immediately clings to Jinwoo's face, pressing herself against him as she cries out with overflowing emotion, God Jinwoo, do you have any idea how much I missed you? Jinwoo, caught in the middle of her enthusiastic greeting, looks even more confused. But Ramba talked when we first met. Jinwoo faces forward in surprise, his eyes widening as the realization slowly hits him. Wait a second. Summons originally couldn't talk? Ajin remains beside him with her arms still crossed, looking completely unimpressed by his confusion. Who has ever heard of a summon that can talk? She says. Ramba hovers beside him while Jinwoo wears a tense, troubled expression. No, I mean I get that, he says quickly. But Ramba could talk, so I figured humanoid summons might all be able to speak now because of the reality patch. Even as he says it, the idea suddenly sounds much less convincing out loud. Ajin turns toward Jinwoo with a serious, expectant look in her eyes. Alright then, Appa. Show me your summon now. Jinwoo immediately turns his back to her, avoiding her gaze as he gives a short answer. Later. Ajin leans forward in frustration, raising her voice as she chases after his answer. What? Why not? I showed you mine. Jinwoo keeps walking ahead without slowing down. I said I'll show you later. Deep down, he knows it would be better not to attract attention here. And after what just happened, he also needs to be a lot more careful whenever he speaks to Ramba. Beneath the glowing night sky above the city, Jinwoo continues down the street without looking back. His tone is firm as he tells Ajin, just hurry up and guide me already. Ajin quickly hurries after him from behind, calling out as she tries to catch up. Hey, wait for me. Jinwoo's eyes open slightly wider as the view ahead comes into focus. His mouth parts in genuine surprise, and only one word slips out. Wow. Standing in the middle of the neon-lit street, Jinwoo slowly turns his head from side to side, taking in the dazzling lights and unfamiliar atmosphere around him. Ajin stands nearby as he looks around in disbelief. Is this really Jamcell World? Ajin walks ahead and lifts one hand while explaining, while Jinwoo follows close behind with a puzzled expression. That's right. When the Tower of Trials appeared, the company basically tore the entire place down. Jinwoo blinks at her, unable to understand the decision. Why? Ajin keeps her expression blank as toy figures seem to fill the space around her, while the dark Tower of Trials looms heavily behind her beneath a stormy sky. Why do you think, she says, who would want to come here and play beside a gloomy tower like that? What had once been a place overflowing with dreams, laughter, and hope no longer feels the same. Jinwoo stands there with a blank look on his face, while a roller coaster packed with riders rises behind him against a blazing, dramatic backdrop. Still, he tilts his head and says, wouldn't that make it even more exciting? To him, this no longer looks like a land of dreams. It looks like a land built for adventure and thrills. Jinwoo and Ajin face one another in their simplified forms as Ajin gestures with both hands, trying to make the obvious point clear. Dungeons literally took root right in the middle of Jamcell World. Who would come here just to have fun? Jinwoo gives in with a small, thoughtful reply. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Jinwoo looks ahead with a tense expression as the truth settles in. Dungeons were definitely terrifying, there was no denying that. But seeing places he had only known from the game standing right in front of him in real life was something completely different. With his back facing the glowing street ahead, Jinwoo stands beneath the bright neon signs shining from every direction. A faint smile touches his face as he admits, honestly, this is kind of exhilarating. Jinwoo turns toward a long row of brightly lit booths, where people are gathered at counters exchanging all kinds of items. He points in that direction and asks, is that the marketplace? Ajin nods beside him. Yeah, users can trade almost anything here, from summoning scrolls all the way to runes. Jinwoo smiles faintly as he looks ahead, and a bright memory flashes through his mind. Back then, he and Bixin had laughed like children while throwing scrolls and coins into the air, opening summoning scrolls and runes without a care in the world. God Jainu bro, just pick whatever you want, Bixin had shouted excitedly. Beside Jinwoo, Ajin points farther down the street. See that pamphlet over there? Almost everything you need is listed there. And if you need someone to guide you, just go to the information desk. Jinwoo turns toward Ajin as she continues giving him advice. Also, you're still a beginner, Appa. You should learn the basics one step at a time. Then she gestures toward another area nearby. Why don't you check out the academy run by the player headquarters over there? Neon signs glow across the buildings behind them as Jinwoo calmly shakes his head. No, it's all right, little sis. There is nothing here he needs to learn, and nothing left for him to be curious about. From now on, he will be stuck in this world, raising his level whether he likes it or not. Ajin looks up at him with quiet concern in her eyes. Are you sure you'll be okay? Jinwoo raises one hand toward Ajin in a relaxed gesture and answers. Yeah, you should head back first. Ajin looks at him closely, surprised by his decision. You're going to stay here? Jinwoo turns away and starts walking off, casually waving one hand behind him as he goes. I'm just going to look around by myself for a bit. Ajin watches his back as he leaves, then quietly responds, I see. Left standing alone, Ajin places one hand against her chest and stares ahead with worry on her face. Appa has been acting really strange lately, she thinks. It's like he's possessed by something. He had only woken up not long ago, and maybe he was simply trying his best to make sense of everything happening around him. In the end, all she can do is stand back and watch over him. Jinwoo turns his head slightly and raises his hand with a small smile as Ajin's voice reaches him from behind. Don't push yourself too hard. Okay? Call me if you need help. A quiet hallway washed in neon light stretches ahead of him. Jinwoo keeps walking and answers simply, Got it. Jinwoo glances around the empty hallway with a tense look, making sure no one is nearby. In a low voice he thinks, no one's going to come around here, right? A glowing green wing fills the view as golden particles swirl around it like tiny sparks drifting through the air. Jinwoo calls out quietly, Ramba. Ramba appears in midair with her wings spread wide behind her. A bright, happy smile lights up her face as she immediately flies toward Jinwoo. Before Ramba can get any closer, Jinwoo suddenly snaps his hand forward and presses one finger against her face. She freezes in midair at once, her expression turning into pure surprise. Jinwoo lowers himself onto one knee and gently holds Ramba close in both hands. He studies her face carefully while she stares back at him in confusion. What is it? She asks. Jinwoo brings Ramba closer to his face, his eyes wide and unusually serious. Ramba, he says firmly, you're not allowed to talk outside anymore, okay? Ramba looks back at him with innocent confusion. Why? Holding Ramba close to his face, Jinwoo keeps his expression serious and speaks in a quiet but firm voice. Because from now on, we can't let people notice you. Only talk when we're inside a dungeon. Understand? Ramba immediately nods over and over again. Jinwoo gives a small approving look. Good. Then that's settled. Jinwoo crouches near a wall and holds his phone tightly in both hands, letting out a long breath. Ramba hovers beside him, glowing softly in the dim hallway. I'm going to need some starting money, he says, if I want to start running dungeons and doing all this properly. He grips the phone even tighter and stares down at the screen. His account balance is right there in front of him. 12,501. Jinwoo lowers his head, staring at the pathetic number on his phone with a tired, defeated expression. What a life, he mutters bitterly. A huge clock hangs in the air as bills drift around it like money disappearing with every passing second. Could things possibly get any worse than this? Even after getting into an accident, this tiny amount is all he has left in his bank account. And going back to the part-time work he used to do would only be a complete waste of time now. Jinwoo sinks down onto the ground and grabs his head with both hands, frustration pouring out of him. Ramba hovers nearby as he clenches his teeth and mutters, Damn it! At home, his mother stands at the sink washing dishes, wiping at her face with her arm as she keeps working. Some people might ask why Jinwoo does not simply ask his parents for help. But to him, even thinking that way is complete nonsense. His father, wearing a helmet at a construction site, carries a heavy beam across one shoulder while sweat pours down his face. His parents are already working 3 jobs just to keep the family afloat. How could Jinwoo possibly rely on the parent card on top of everything they are already enduring? His mother wears a gentle smile as she hands over a bag, her warmth making the thought hit even harder. If Jinwoo ever chose to take more from them in this situation, he would not deserve to call himself human. He would be no better than a beast. Jinwoo stares down at his phone with a hard, determined expression. Whatever, he says. Even if I have to start all over from nothing, I can still do this. A golden crown shines brilliantly amid swirling streams of light. God Jinwoo had been incomparable to everyone else for one simple reason. He was an F2P ranker who climbed all the way up without relying on paid advantages. Jinwoo walks forward with his phone clenched tightly in one hand while Ramba floats beside him. The game had severe pay-to-win elements, and there were people who spent as much as 300 million won trying to grow stronger. Yet he had risen through it all without spending even a single dime. Jinwoo narrows his eyes, a sharp glare burning across his face as his resolve hardens. You think I can't do it just because this is reality now? He thinks. Just watch me. I'll claw my way back to the top no matter what it takes. Jinwoo suddenly raises his phone as it begins vibrating in his hand. A message flashes across the screen. 500,000 won has been deposited. His eyes fly open, and his mouth falls wide in complete shock. Jinwoo stares down at his phone in complete disbelief, his eyes wide as Ramba hovers anxiously beside him. What the hell? Where did this money suddenly come from? He blurts out. Then another possibility crosses his mind, and he quickly adds, Don't tell me this is some kind of new player benefit or something. He looks more closely at the messages on his phone and sees that they are from his mother. She tells him she knows he is trying to work hard, and since he would never ask for an allowance himself, he should at least use this money for now. Jinwoo holds the phone quietly in his hand, and the tension in his face slowly softens. Looking down at his mother's message, he can only whisper one word under his breath. Mom! A memory rises in Jinwoo's mind. His mother is sitting on a small stool beside his hospital bed, staying close to him through all that time while he remained unconscious. She had spent day after day nursing him, taking care of him, and enduring nothing but hardship for his sake. Her hand reaches gently toward him, then comes to rest over his hand with quiet warmth, holding on as though she refuses to let him slip away. With a warm, trembling smile, she gently touches his cheek and leans closer to him. Mom is right here, she says softly. So please open your eyes. Please wake up healthy again. And be well. Jinwoo raises one hand to cover his eyes, unable to let his emotions show too clearly. His voice comes out low and rough as he quietly thanks his mother from the bottom of his heart. His hand slowly curls into a tight fist, and determination replaces the emotion in his expression. Please wait for me, he says. I'm definitely going to make something of myself. Jinwoo stares forward with a firm, unshakable look in his eyes. And when I do, he promises, I'll make sure our entire family gets to live comfortably. Standing before a glowing display filled with items, Jinwoo silently acknowledges the reality in front of him. Everyone else had already spent the past 3 years getting ahead, which meant he could not afford to waste even a single minute or second if he wanted to catch up. Jinwoo stands with Ramba hovering at his side, his expression filled with resolve. If he wants to become the best, then he has to act like someone aiming for the top. And to gather everything needed for growth, he will have to clear dungeons again and again. He grips a glowing red scroll tightly with both hands before tearing it open. Energy bursts out in a flash as he obtains 3 low-grade summoning scrolls. Looking at them, Jinwoo decides, first things first, I need to build a team. A dripping sludge creature slowly rises into view, its hollow eyes staring blankly ahead as its body wobbles and shifts. Jinwoo has obtained a summoned sludge creature, ranked F. A small butterfly-like creature with tiny horns floats against a glowing background, fluttering gently in the air. Jinwoo has obtained another summon, a horned butterfly, also ranked F. A long-bodied lizard creature appears next, its sharp claws scraping forward as it reveals its dangerous-looking form. This time, Jinwoo has obtained a poison lizard ranked E. Jinwoo crouches down in front of the poison lizard, looking it over with quiet satisfaction. An E rank, he says, feeling fairly lucky. Counting Ramba as another E rank, he had beaten 5% odds twice in only 5 pulls. He glances to the side, still studying the poison lizard with a practical expression. For its cost, the creature's overall usefulness is actually pretty decent. The slime creature wobbles helplessly where it sits, looking far less impressive than the poison lizard. Jinwoo stares at it with clear annoyance. I'll use this one for a while, he says flatly, then toss it away. The small group of summoned creatures gathers together in front of Jinwoo. For now, this will be his team. He will keep pulling summons, equip them with runes whenever necessary, fight through dungeons, and raise their levels by farming runes, hunting monsters, and tearing through more summoning scrolls. That is the core of this entire growth system. Jinwoo leans forward with a confident grin and clenches his fist tightly. That kind of grinding, he says. I can handle it every single day. Dark silhouettes of several terrifying figures fill the space, their glowing eyes shining through the shadows. If Jinwoo can gather all 10 X-rank summons, then wiping out anything in his path would become effortless. Even S-rank teams or the 100th floor of the Tower of Trials would not stand a chance against him. Ramba flies forward with her staff in hand, her wings spread as she smiles brightly. Jinwoo's goal becomes clear. So first, he declares, I'm going to find every single remaining X-rank. Jinwoo plants his foot firmly on the ground, ready to move. All right, he says with renewed focus. All that's left now is the real thing. A slight smile appears on Jinwoo's face as he stands there, while Ramba hovers quietly beside him, ready to follow wherever he goes next. Holding his phone in one hand, Jinwoo looks down at the screen and thinks through his next move. I should find a dungeon first. A pixelated map appears on the screen, with a dungeon icon highlighted as a cursor taps it. Back when this was still a mobile game, all Jinwoo had to do was press the stage and enter immediately. But reality clearly would not make things that simple. I guess I can't just walk in as easily as I did in the game. Jinwoo walks along with his phone in hand, glancing down at it with a faint, curious smile. So how does this actually work in real life? His eye suddenly widens, and a bead of sweat forms along his cheek as something unexpected appears in front of him. Jinwoo abruptly freezes in the middle of a crowded area, his entire posture stiffening as nearby people turn to look at him. He stares at his phone and shouts, "What the hell is this?" Still holding his phone, Jinwoo begins to sweat as his hand trembles slightly. Even if you already have a summon, he says, unable to believe what he is reading. A small horned character appears in a cartoon-like panel, gasping as the explanation becomes painfully clear. Today's lesson is about dungeon access. Just having a summon does not give someone the right to enter a dungeon. Jinwoo stares at the information in disbelief. So I can't just go in? A map covered in glowing dungeon markers stretches across different regions. Dungeon gates can appear randomly anywhere, regardless of location. Their difficulty is determined by the amount of energy each gate releases into the surrounding area. A large swirling portal opens behind Jinwoo, glowing with bright, unstable energy as he looks back at it nervously. Even if a dungeon seems easy, the regulations have changed, and entering is no longer something people can do freely. A chibi version of Jinwoo and Ramba gets pushed backward as an invisible barrier blocks their path at the dungeon entrance. The rule is absolute. Only people who have officially registered as players are allowed to enter. Jinwoo sits down on a bench with his head lowered, one hand covering his face as frustration quietly builds inside him. His eyes narrow beneath his hand as he sighs bitterly. My luck is seriously terrible, he mutters. Why did I have to wake up right after the law changed? From behind him, Ramba suddenly reaches out and lightly taps him with her small hand. Ramba pops into view in a cute chibi form, her cheeks puffed out as she tries to cheer him up. Come on, Jinwoo, she says brightly. Cheer up. Jinwoo slowly lifts his head and looks at Ramba. A faint smile begins to form on his face despite everything that has gone wrong. He reaches out and gently pats Ramba on the head. Thanks, Ramba, he says. Ramba immediately closes her eyes with a bright, delighted smile, clearly thrilled by the praise. Jinwoo leans back slightly, and the frustration in his face gives way to a more thoughtful expression as he begins considering another option. Night settles over the city as a building stands beneath the dark sky, its lights glowing softly in the distance. Then Ajin's voice comes through the phone. Hello, Appa. Ajin lies on her stomach across the bed, holding her phone against her ear. What time are you coming home? She asks. Mom wants to know what you want to do for dinner. Ajin keeps the phone to her ear, looking a little puzzled as Jinwoo tells her he will take care of dinner himself. Then he asks, Did you know about this? Ajin blinks in confusion. Know about what? Ajin quickly sits upright on the bed, with a startled look as Jinwoo explains that he needs to complete player registration before he can enter a dungeon. "Oh, right," she blurts out, suddenly remembering. Jinwoo asks whether she hid that information from him on purpose. Ajin immediately flails in embarrassment, trying to defend herself. "No way, I seriously just forgot." Jinwoo holds the phone to his ear while Ramba sits on top of his head. The new regulation had been introduced because too many people were dying inside dungeons, forcing the government to step in. Hearing that, Jinwoo asks, "Did that many people really die?" A crowd gathers in front of a glowing dungeon portal, while suited staff members guard the entrance and stop people from going inside. The whole situation has become chaotic, with everyone being told they cannot enter without permission. Jinwoo lets out an annoyed sigh. This has gotten pretty troublesome. Jinwoo presses his fingers lightly against his lips as he listens. There are tests to complete, battles to pass, and registration procedures to go through, turning the entire process into a huge hassle. "Is this all meant to control how many players there are?" he asks. A glowing blue sphere of energy floats above an open hand while coins drift around it, and shadowy hands reach upward with greed. If everyone became a player solely because they wanted money and power, then the strain would eventually create cracks throughout the entire social system. Jinwoo keeps the phone pressed to his ear, his brows drawing together in mild confusion as Ajin continues explaining. "There's a ranking system too," she tells him, adding another unexpected rule to this new reality. A long ranking board appears, packed with player names and national flags from all around the world. Every year, the system ranks the top 100 players both domestically and internationally. Yet when it comes to the global list, their country does not even appear among the ranked nations. A strained smile forms on Jinwoo's face, with a bead of sweat sliding down his cheek, as Ajin speaks excitedly. "If the legendary god Jainu showed up, our country's ranking would shoot through the roof." Jinwoo gives an awkward little laugh. "Well, right?" Then he quickly cuts the conversation short. "I'm hanging up now." Jinwoo stands there with his back turned, phone still in one hand, and falls completely silent for a moment. Neon signs glow across the nighttime city, reflecting off the tall buildings surrounding him. Jinwoo exhales softly and decides that, with his current setup ready for the moment, he should call it a night. Back at home, a pot sits on top of the stove with its lid rattling noisily. Soup bubbles up beneath it, spilling over the edges as steam fills the kitchen. Jinwoo's mother stands in the kitchen preparing food, while his father sits quietly at the table with a newspaper in his hands, reading through the morning pages. His father slowly lowers the newspaper, lifting his eyes as he notices movement near the entrance. Jinwoo stands in the doorway with one hand gripping the strap of his backpack, looking inside with faint surprise. His mother notices the time and asks, "Why are you awake at 6 in the morning?" Jinwoo answers simply, "I need to head out early." He sits near the entrance facing the front door while his mother watches him with concern. "At least eat some rice balls before you leave," she tells him. Jinwoo gives a small shake of his head. "It's fine. I'll be all right." Bending forward near the doorway, Jinwoo uses both hands to pull and adjust his shoe until it sits firmly in place. Once he is ready, Jinwoo rises near the entrance while both of his parents stand behind him in the hallway. Before stepping outside, he calls back to them, "Mom, Dad." Jinwoo turns around and faces them with a small, sincere smile. "I'm sorry," he says quietly. "All this time, I only ever showed you my shortcomings." His eyes soften as he adds, "And thank you for everything." Jinwoo steps toward the exit as his parents remain behind him, both caught off guard by his words. Without turning back again, he says, "I'll get going now." His father rubs the back of his neck with an awkward, strained expression. "That kid is making things weird," he mutters. Jinwoo's mother looks worried and asks, "Do you think our Jinwoo will really be okay?" His father tries to reassure her. "The government provides safety training these days. He should be fine." Jinwoo's mother stands quietly beside the window, her hands clasped tightly together as she stares outside with worry still written across her face. The front door is closed in a quiet entryway filled with morning sunlight. From behind it, a soft voice lingers with one silent wish. "Please stay safe, Jinwoo." A silhouetted figure raises both hands beneath a glowing scroll, surrounded by radiant light. This is an age where every human being has the chance to become a player. A death certificate lies among scattered papers, hinting at the grim price of this new world. Among all nations, South Korea drew attention early on because its dungeon death rate was exceptionally high. And the reason behind that tragedy was... A distorted man smiles wildly while monsters surround him from every side. The cause was a kind of greed-driven main character syndrome. Players convinced themselves that they were the heroes of some fantasy world, destined to overcome anything placed before them. A single glowing eye fills the view, burning with reckless confidence. Believing they were special, those players would charge into dungeons without thinking twice, and many of them never came back out. A monster with a glowing red eye lies across blood-stained ground. Nearby, a lifeless hand stretches out from the darkness, leaving behind the brutal proof of what those reckless choices had led to. Stacks of newspapers fill the scene, their headlines reporting dungeon deaths and national decline. Foreign media speculated that South Korea had lost countless talented gamers during that period, arguing that this was why the country now remained near the bottom of the rankings. One headline reports a man in his 20s dying inside a dungeon, while another declares that the nation is falling into an abyss. A hand grips a phone displaying a live news broadcast, where an anchor solemnly begins reporting that Mr. Kwon and 4 other people have died in a dungeon. Jinwoo stands inside a crowded hall, staring down at the report on his phone as the thought crosses his mind. So many deaths. All because people got carried away by their own delusions. A bead of sweat appears beside Jinwoo's eye as he reflects on it. He knows he is hardly in a position to judge after being addicted to the game for 10 years. Still, even to him, dying because someone believed they were the chosen hero sounds painfully pathetic. Jinwoo stands in line at a registration counter, with a long crowd of applicants waiting behind him. The clerk calls out, "Next person, please." Jinwoo steps forward right away. "Yes." He reaches across the counter and places his application document into the clerk's waiting hand. "Here's my application," he says. The clerk checks it over briefly before replying. "All right, you're registered." Jinwoo leans forward slightly toward the clerk, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Excuse me," he asks. "How many people are actually going to receive player qualifications?" His face tightens as a small amount of sweat gathers along his brow. Only 50 people who pass the final exam will officially receive the title of player. But looking back at the enormous crowd, Jinwoo realizes there are easily more than 1,000 people waiting in line behind him. Jinwoo plants both feet firmly on the floor and stands still for a beat. Then he dismisses the pressure in his mind. Whatever. He walks through a bright hallway filled with moving silhouettes, lowering his head slightly as his thoughts sharpen. If he cannot even pass something this basic. Jinwoo moves through the outdoor crowd with a firm look in his eyes, finishing the thought in his head. Then how could he ever have been called Il-chun? Elsewhere, a calm cafe is filled with customers drinking, talking, and relaxing at their tables. Others stand near the counter, and for the moment, everything inside seems perfectly ordinary. A thick stack of application papers lies spread across a desk. One page is turned, revealing a profile photo beneath it, as someone comments with frustration, "We can only choose 50 people from all of these." A bearded man in a shirt and tie sits at a table with a glass of iced drink in one hand. His other hand rests on a stack of documents as he speaks with a serious expression. "We need to select more people so we can scout real talent properly." The man is Park Chong-suk, a headquarters examiner. Without warning, a wall violently explodes outward. Chunks of debris fly through the air as dust and rubble burst across the cafe in a deafening blast. Park Chong-suk jolts in shock as dust and broken pieces of the wall fill the cafe. Customers panic in the background, scrambling away from the blast zone. Chong-suk shouts over the chaos, "What was that?" Amid the drifting dust, someone steps forward through the wreckage and calls out in a taunting voice, "Hey there, Park Chong-suk." A suited man stands with a smug grin on his face. Behind him looms a massive red-skinned orc, accompanied by a floating eyeball creature and a horned beast. "You look pretty relaxed," the man says coldly, "considering you killed all my boys." Chong-suk narrows his eyes and lets out a slow breath through his nose. "This crazy bastard," he mutters under his breath. Thick wooden roots suddenly burst upward through the ground, tearing apart the floor as debris erupts outward in every direction. Chong-suk stands with both fists clenched as powerful summons gather around him. A towering tree-like humanoid, a floating red bat-like creature, and a flaming wolf. Fire arcs through the damaged cafe as the confrontation instantly turns deadly. A boy stares toward the chaos with wide eyes, sweat running down his face. In the background, Jinwoo sits at a table with his phone still in hand. "It's the syndicate and headquarters," the boy says in fear. Then he looks around helplessly. "Why here of all places?" Jinwoo tilts his head slightly, as if something in the middle of all that panic has just caught his attention. Inside the shattered cafe, both sides face one another across a floor littered with broken debris. Jinwoo looks between them, unable to make sense of the sudden confrontation. What is going on here? Jinwoo turns and looks back with tension spreading across his face. What kind of crazy situation is this? He asks, staring at the destruction around him. The two groups remain locked in place inside the ruined cafe, with shattered debris scattered everywhere beneath their feet. Nearby, a bystander trembles and asks nervously, "What is happening all of a sudden?" Two people stand trembling with sweat on their faces as they watch the confrontation, while Jinwoo remains behind them. The girl panics and asks, "What are we supposed to do? Are we going to die?" The boy tries to reassure her, though he is clearly frightened too. "It'll be okay. That's Park Chang-suk, the yaksha who crushes gangs." Jinwoo looks ahead with a deeply confused expression, still trying to understand why everyone around him suddenly seems so certain that this man can handle the situation. The suited man stands there with his arms folded and a faint, arrogant smirk on his face. Behind him towers the massive orc, while the floating eyeball creature hovers at his side like it is waiting for the next command. Chang-suk turns sharply to the side, his mouth open as anger bursts out of him. "This is an emergency. Are you seriously going to act like street thugs while throwing summons around?" People crouch behind broken furniture and scramble into place as glowing blue barriers rise around them. They pull their summons close and brace themselves while someone urgently shouts, "Everyone, call out your summons and put up protective shields." Jinwoo stands inside a wavering blue barrier, turning his head toward the chaos. "Ramba," he calls, and she immediately appears beside him within the shield. Ramba hovers quietly in the air, her posture slightly drooping as she stares around with a blank, confused look. She clearly has no idea why everyone suddenly seems so frightened. Before she can say anything, Jinwoo lifts a finger and presses it gently against her lips. Ramba's cheeks instantly turn red, and she looks up at him in surprise. "Jinwoo?" Ramba flutters beside Jinwoo's shoulder with puffed cheeks and a flushed, pouty face, waving her hands as if she wants to protest. Jinwoo glances toward her and quietly reminds her that she promised not to talk outside anymore. The suited man tilts his head and watches Jinwoo with a mocking smirk. "Looks like we've got quite the apostle of justice over there," he sneers. The suited man gestures from behind his summons, and the massive orc suddenly lets out a deafening roar. Axe gripped in both hands, it charges forward with terrifying force as the man shouts, "Let's see how long you can keep this up." Jinwoo quickly crouches behind an overturned table, with Ramba perched on top of his head as he watches from cover. "Getting involved for no reason is only going to turn into a huge headache," he mutters. His eyes narrow as he watches the battle carefully through the gaps in the broken furniture. "For now," he says under his breath, "let's see how these people fight." A sudden fiery blast tears through the wall, sending rubble and splintered debris flying across the cafe. Flames spread over the damaged interior as the heat fills the entire room. A flaming butterfly hovers in place above the ruined floor, its wings blazing like embers. Then it releases several burning fireballs that rain down toward the charging orc. The fireballs collide with the ground in a massive explosion, blowing flames and shattered debris outward across the cafe floor in every direction. But when the flames begin to clear, the orc is still standing there without a scratch. Heat ripples around its body as it grips its axe tightly, completely unfazed by the attack. The suited man leans forward with a wide grin, clearly amused by the failed attack. He laughs loudly and asks, "Is that really all you've got?" Chang-suk grits his teeth, his face tightening as a bead of sweat forms along his cheek. A trembling hand grips the edge of a table so tightly that the fingers shake. Sweat drips down between them as someone stammers, "This is..." Jinwoo stares ahead with a blank, disappointed expression while Ramba grips his hair from atop his head. "That hurts, Ramba," he says quietly. Then, watching the exchange, he mutters with disbelief, "They're complete scrubs." Still crouched behind the overturned table, Jinwoo looks back as worried voices rise from nearby. "Park Chang-suk is getting pushed back," someone says nervously. Another voice trembles with fear. "What if he loses? Those guys won't hesitate to kill ordinary people too." A bead of sweat trails down Jinwoo's cheek as he stares ahead in profile. His thoughts race through the danger in front of him. "What am I supposed to do if I get dragged into this mess?" The giant axe blade gleams in the air as the orc raises it high overhead, preparing to bring it down with all its strength. The orc slams its axe downward with brutal force, flames rippling over its body as the impact splits the massive roots beneath it cleanly in half. Chang-suk stares ahead, focused on the fight, when someone suddenly taps him on the shoulder from behind. Jinwoo can only think that he is about to die here before he ever gets the chance to live a quiet life. Jinwoo steps out from behind Chang-suk, raising one hand slightly to get his attention. "Excuse me," he says. Chang-suk immediately shouts at him, "It's dangerous. Get back." Chang-suk's eyes sharpen as Jinwoo calmly points something out. "The fire turtle's skill timing is a little off," Jinwoo says. Standing beside Chang-suk, Jinwoo raises one finger and points toward the enemies in the rear. "Look at the buffers standing behind the blood orc." The floating eyeball creature hovers behind the orc, quietly supporting it from a safe distance. It is applying a fire resistance buff to the creature at the front. The horned beast and slime remain positioned behind the orc as well, maintaining their support. With those buffs active, there is no way a fire attack will work when the timing is that bad. Chang-suk stares ahead with tension on his face, sweat forming near his brow as the pattern finally becomes clear. Every time those buffers use a skill, the orc's body turns red, he realizes. So that was fire resistance? The tree-like humanoid faces the orc inside the burning cafe as Chang-suk's expression hardens. In that case, the orc's eye narrows, its face tensing as flames flicker around its massive body. It senses that something about the battle has suddenly changed. Chang-suk thrusts his arm forward and shouts, "Now, fire turtle!" The flaming turtle unleashes a concentrated blast, sending a blazing beam ripping across the cracked floor before it slams directly into the orc. Chang-suk clenches his fist with a huge grin spreading across his face. "It actually worked!" he shouts, thrilled that the attack finally landed properly. The suited man jerks his head toward them, shock flashing across his face. "How did you know that?" he yells. A massive wooden root crashes violently down into the ground, smashing through the ruined floor and sending broken fragments exploding outward from the impact. A thick wooden vine shoots upward and catches the small winged eyeball creature in midair. The suited man recoils with his mouth open, shouting in disbelief, "Crazy!" A flaming creature with blazing hair opens its mouth and releases a continuous stream of fire. At the same time, the butterfly sends several glowing fireballs flying forward through the smoke-filled cafe. A massive column of fire crashes down onto the orc, erupting into a violent explosion. Flames and debris burst outward as the entire area is swallowed by heat and smoke. Chang-suk stares toward the scorched battlefield as faint blue distortions flicker, then disappear where the enemy summons vanish. His face goes pale with disbelief. How can this be?" The suited man leans backward with one hand raised as the shattered remains of a translucent barrier fade around him. Panic breaks across his face. "Wait!" He trembles uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his face as he throws out desperate words. "I'll turn myself in. I surrender. I was wrong." The suited man twists his head around in terror, looking behind him with wide eyes. Dark wooden vines frame his view, and a gasp escapes his mouth. Thick wooden vines wrap tightly around the suited man's body and lift him off the ground as he struggles helplessly. "Please spare me. I'll never act like a thug again," he begs. Chang-suk faces him coldly and replies, "Shut up." A thick wooden vine raises the suited man high into the air, his legs completely bound and hanging uselessly below him. Chang-suk's voice remains firm as he declares that gang members face immediate execution. Tears gather in the suited man's eye as his entire face trembles with fear. He can barely force out a single word. "No!" Chang-suk stands upright with a hard, stern expression, raising one hand slightly as he gives a final answer. "Right." A massive wooden vine suddenly crushes the suited man with overwhelming force. Blood bursts outward as Chang-suk stands nearby, watching without changing his expression. Two people stare toward the aftermath with tense faces and sweat running down their cheeks. One of them finally asks in a shaken voice, "Is it over?" From behind, several onlookers raise their fists and burst into relieved cheers. "We won. Park Chang-suk won," they shout. "You're amazing." Chang-suk remains facing the crushed body as their voices fill the ruined cafe. Cheers erupt from the crowd as people throw their arms into the air around Jinwoo. "That gangster got what he deserved," someone yells. Another voice rises over the noise, praising headquarters as the best while the excitement spreads through the ruined cafe. Jinwoo stands still in the middle of the cheering crowd, with Ramba perched quietly on top of his head. Even if that man had been a criminal, everyone was celebrating while someone had just been killed right in front of them. Looking at their faces, Jinwoo realizes this is no longer the world he once knew. His eye widens slightly as he stares ahead, the harsh reality settling heavily in his mind. If he wants to survive in this changed world, he will need far more than casual determination. Chong-suk steps across the cracked ground, broken debris scattered beneath his feet, and calls out toward Jin-woo. Sir. Chong-suk stops in front of Jin-woo and gestures lightly at his side as he introduces himself. Thank you very much for earlier. My name is Park Chong-suk, and I'm an examiner from player headquarters. The two men face each other and shake hands amid the wreckage. Chong-suk speaks with clear gratitude. Thanks to you, I was able to apprehend that terrorist. Jin-woo answers calmly. It was nothing. Their hands separate as Chong-suk looks at Jin-woo with interest. I'd like to offer you a reward. May I ask which guild you belong to? Jin-woo hesitates briefly before answering. Well, I haven't registered with headquarters yet. Is that okay? Chong-suk stiffens immediately, his eyes widening in surprise. Pardon. Jin-woo had recognized the summon buff among tens of thousands of possible types at a single glance, yet he was not even officially registered as a player. Chong-suk quickly asks, do you have an ID card? We just need to verify your identity. Jin-woo nods. Yes. A hand extends an identification card forward, with Jin-woo's photo clearly visible on its surface. Chong-suk accepts it and says, thank you. Jin-woo holds his ID card up while facing Chong-suk. Chong-suk explains that a background check will be conducted, and a reward appropriate to the regulations will be issued afterward. Jin-woo gives a small nod. I see. Jin-woo turns away with his eyes closed and a relaxed smile on his face. Then I'll leave it in your hands, he says casually, while Chong-suk remains behind him, watching in silence. Chong-suk stands still, staring ahead with a serious expression as his thoughts begin to turn over everything that has just happened. A thumb presses the green call button on a smartphone screen, starting a private call. Chong-suk holds the phone to his ear and speaks in a low, focused voice. Yeah, it's me. I just sent you some data. Keeping the phone against his ear, Chong-suk gives the name clearly. Yeah, Baek Jin-woo. Outside, Jin-woo walks away with Ramba sitting on top of his head. Behind him, Chong-suk's quiet order continues through the phone. Look into him. Bright sunlight shines down over the city, lighting up the buildings, trees, and riverside walkways stretching beneath the clear sky. Jin-woo hands a soft cream bread to Ramba. Here, he says gently. Then he looks at her and adds, it must have been frustrating not being able to talk, right? Ramba stares at the cream bread with sparkling eyes, clenching her tiny fists in pure excitement, as if she has just been handed a treasure. Jin-woo watches her with a calm smile as she eagerly bites into the bread. Seeing how quickly her mood changes, he realizes once again that she really is incredibly simple. Ramba hugs the oversized cream bread tightly against her chest, wearing a blissful smile as she enjoys every bite. Other players apparently argue with their summons all the time, but with Ramba, one cream bread is enough to solve everything. Jin-woo looks forward with a bead of sweat resting on his cheek, trying to reassure himself. Everything will be fine, right? The red-skinned orc stands with glowing eyes and a huge axe in its grip. Jin-woo had never planned to interfere in that fight, but if he had stayed out of it completely, everyone there might have ended up dead. Across the damaged ground, the tall tree-like humanoid faces the massive orc. The two summons stand locked in a tense confrontation, ready to tear into each other. Jin-woo sits slouched on a park bench while Ramba rests beside him with her bread in hand. The more he thinks about it, the more obvious it becomes. This world has changed far more than he ever expected. Jinwoo's expression hardens as he stares forward. He cannot keep putting off dungeon hunting any longer. A shadowy, armored figure stands with its arms crossed. Jin-woo needs to gather summoning scrolls as quickly as possible and call out his next summon. Above all else, his top priorities are the training instructor and the dragon mage. A red-haired girl grips a staff while glowing energy swirls around her. Those two targets can both appear from low-grade summoning scrolls, since one is E rank and the other is D rank. Ramba lies flat on her back across the bench, her stomach full and her eyes closed peacefully as she rests after finishing her snack. Jin-woo stands up in the city park with his back turned, ready to move again. All right, he says, and Ramba reacts beside him with sudden surprise. A confident smile spreads across Jinwoo's face as he places one hand on his hip. Shall I get moving? He says, his resolve returning. A wide city street is filled with pedestrians moving through the daylight. Somewhere among them, a startled voice suddenly cries out, "What?" Chong-suk holds his phone to his ear as he receives the report. Baek Jin-woo was hospitalized for 3 years after a car accident. The voice tells him. Chong-suk's eyes widen as the explanation clicks into place. That explains why he was an unregistered player, he says quietly. Figures stand in a dark, reflective space surrounded by floating red scrolls. 3 years ago was when the world had been completely turned upside down, and amid all that chaos, accidents were common enough for Jinwoo's situation to seem believable. Chong-suk receives another confirmation over the phone. Jinwoo applied for player registration immediately after being discharged. Chong-suk recoils in shock, dropping his phone and papers as he shouts, "What?" The application documents lie clearly in view, with the name Baek Jinwoo printed across them, confirming that the registration is completely legitimate. Chong-suk grips the documents tightly and stares down at them in disbelief. His voice lowers into a stunned mutter. "It's real." The crowd continues moving through the bright city street when someone asks Chong-suk, "Is there a problem, senior?" He quickly steadies himself and answers, "No, it's nothing." Chong-suk holds the phone to his ear, his expression turning firm and serious. "I'll step in this time," he says. "Don't ask why." The person on the other end hesitates, then agrees. Chong-suk grips his smartphone in front of the busy city street as the call ends. Waking up after a 3-year accident is one thing, but applying for player registration immediately afterward proves that Baek Jinwoo adapts frighteningly fast. Chong-suk looks down at his phone with a tense smile. "Baek Jinwoo," he murmurs. He might become an extraordinary talent. Bright ceiling lights shine over a large indoor hall, reflecting off the panels above as voices and movement fill the space below. Jinwoo steps onto the floor and looks around at the enormous interior. "Wow," he says quietly. With a bag slung over one shoulder, Jinwoo stands among the crowd wearing a slightly tense expression. "I knew there would be a lot of people," he says. The hall is packed with people standing shoulder to shoulder, filling every visible space. Jinwoo looks over the crowd and thinks, if all these people are here for the training. Inside the crowded hall, applicants sit alongside their summons. A girl smiles as she holds a small creature in her arms, while a young man nearby looks toward her. Jinwoo realizes every one of these competitors stands in his way of becoming a player. Jinwoo leans back in his chair with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, while Ramba hovers beside him. "It'll be a piece of cake," he says confidently. "Nobody understands games better than I do." A pair of shoes steps forward across the floor, drawing closer through the crowded hall. A faint smile curled across Jinwoo's face as he looked straight ahead. Then a voice asked whether everyone had arrived, and Jinwoo calmly answered that they had. It was time to begin. The moment he heard that, Jinwoo's eye opened wider in surprise. A small bead of sweat slid down his cheek as he froze for a second, clearly caught off guard by what was happening. Behind the podium stood Chong-suk, his expression firm and professional as he addressed the room. He introduced himself as Park Chong-suk, an examiner from headquarters, then announced that the written exam training would officially begin. The room was quiet beneath the pale daylight streaming in through the window. Tables and chairs filled the space as a voice broke the silence, asking Jinwoo whether the unexpected situation had surprised him. Jinwoo sat across from Chong-suk with a cup in hand, still looking slightly taken aback. He admitted that he never expected Chong-suk himself to be the examiner. Chong-suk only smiled at that, saying it must have been fate, before asking how the training had gone. Jinwoo paused, then repeated the word training, as if he was still processing it. Chong-suk stretched one hand toward the presentation board, where several circular diagrams were displayed in neat rows. He explained that this particular pattern was one of the formations that appeared frequently on the written examination. Jinwoo remained seated with an unreadable expression while Chong-suk continued his lecture. The examiner moved from one diagram to the next, explaining the different combinations and how they were meant to work together. Ramba was sprawled lazily across the top of Jinwoo's head, her mouth hanging open and her half-lidded eyes barely focused. Looking completely drained, she sluggishly muttered, "What the?" Jinwoo's gaze sharpened as Chong-suk stood in front of the group, pointing at the board and explaining the combination. Jinwoo stared at it in disbelief. There was no way that was a combo he had personally spread around back in the day. Irritated, he complained that they should at least ask for permission before using it. Jinwoo leaned forward just a little, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He admitted that the training itself was not bad. Chong-suk's expression softened immediately, and he replied that he was glad to hear it. Chong-suk raised a clenched fist near his chin, his expression turning more serious. He explained that the real reason he had called Jinwoo aside was because of the reward he had mentioned the last time they met. Sitting across the table, Chong-suk clasped his hands in front of his face and looked directly at Jinwoo. Before discussing the reward, he said there was something he wanted to ask first. Jinwoo simply looked back at him and asked what it was. Chang-suk fixed Jinwoo with an intense, focused stare. Then he carefully asked whether Jinwoo had ever been a gamer before. Jinwoo looked ahead with a slightly puzzled expression, as though he was unsure why that question mattered. A gamer? He repeated, sounding genuinely confused. A phone screen glowed in the darkness, displaying the old game Battle of Summoners, while shadowy figures surrounded it. A gamer was simply someone who had played that game in the past, and anyone with that history was called one. In Korea, nearly 70% of ranked players had once been gamers. Jinwoo lifted a hand to his chin and fell into thought. It would definitely look strange for someone who had never even played the game to know so much about things like summon buffs. Chang-suk leaned closer with surprise written all over his face. Jinwoo finally admitted that he had played it before. Chang-suk's eyes brightened immediately, saying he knew it, before eagerly asking Jinwoo how long he had played. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought about the safest answer. Battle of Summoners had been a dead game with almost no players left, and saying that he had played for 10 years would make him far too easy to identify. Chang-suk tilted his head, waiting for the answer. After a brief pause, Jinwoo casually said that he had played for around a year. Chang-suk suddenly shot forward across the table and grabbed both of Jinwoo's hands. His face was intense as he practically shouted, asking whether Jinwoo was seriously telling the truth. Jinwoo leaned back a little, wearing an awkward and nervous smile. He said yes, then asked whether there was some kind of problem. At the same time, he wondered to himself whether he had downplayed his experience a little too much. Jinwoo closed his eyes and answered casually that it had simply happened that way. Chang-suk, however, looked even more astonished, saying that playing that dead game for an entire year was already unbelievable. Chang-suk stared ahead with a stunned expression, still trying to process the answer. Most Korean rankers had not even played the game for half a year, yet Jinwoo had stayed with it for a full year. Chang-suk slowly straightened himself and regained his composure. He apologized for getting carried away, then explained that he had prepared 2 possible rewards for Jinwoo to choose from. Jinwoo looked up at him and calmly replied that he understood. Chang-suk lifted one finger in front of him as he introduced the first reward. Using his authority, he could grant Jinwoo immediate player registration without making him wait through the normal process. With a confident smile, Chang-suk extended his hand toward Jinwoo and made the offer sound even better. It would essentially be a free pass into immediate employment, and he would personally secure Jinwoo a position at headquarters as well. Jinwoo rested his cheek against one hand and listened with a bored, almost uninterested look on his face. Even with such an impressive offer laid out in front of him, he did not seem particularly moved. Chang-suk clasped his hands together and leaned forward before revealing the second choice. Jinwoo could take a cash reward of 5 million won instead. The moment Jinwoo heard it, he internally wondered what kind of ridiculously obvious choice this was supposed to be. Chang-suk lowered his head slightly with a confident smile, clearly assuming that Jinwoo would naturally choose the first option. But Jinwoo immediately stated that he would take the money. Chang-suk's eye widened at once, his confident expression vanishing in an instant. Completely stunned by the answer, he could only say, "Excuse me." Still shocked, Chang-suk tried to explain that player registration would otherwise take a very long time. Jinwoo answered in a calm voice that he appreciated the concern, but assured him that he would be fine. Jinwoo placed one hand flat against the table as he made his position clear. He said that he could take care of the registration process by himself without needing anyone else to handle it. Jinwoo turned toward the exit, then looked back over his shoulder before leaving. He said he had no intention of joining headquarters, because he was far too busy searching for summons to waste time there. Outside, Jinwoo stood in front of a glowing blue portal marked Play Zone. Ramba sat on his shoulder while the gorilla stood at his side, and a staff member waited directly in front of him. Jinwoo looked ahead with a calm, steady expression when the staff member called out, "Applicant Baek Jinwoo?" Without hesitation, he answered, "Yes." The female staff member gestured toward the glowing portal as she explained the practical examination. All he needed to do was clear the daily dungeon. This time, however, he would be entering the Tuesday dungeon in a time attack format, meaning he had to finish the dungeon as quickly as possible. Chang-suk watched from behind with a focused expression while Jinwoo stood before the portal alongside his summons. The staff member continued speaking to Jinwoo, but Chang-suk's eyes never left him. Standing outside with his arms crossed over his chest, Chang-suk admitted to himself that he never expected Jinwoo to reject an offer like that. Chang-suk's eyes narrowed, and tension settled across his face. Then he added another thought. realizing there was even more about Jinwoo that he had failed to consider. Papers flew across a desk as someone reacted in disbelief, calling the situation insane. Jinwoo's understanding of runes and summons was deeper than anyone could have expected, far beyond what most people around him knew. A woman wearing glasses clutched a stack of documents to her chest, tears gathering in her eyes as a wide smile spread across her face. She realized she should have understood this much sooner. Thanks to Baek Jinwoo, she finally saw how narrow her own perspective had been, and she declared that Korea had finally found a talent like him. Chang-suk stared forward with a stunned look as the woman continued speaking. She said that, if things went well, Jinwoo might even reach the rankings one day. Chang-suk could barely believe it, asking whether Jinwoo was really that exceptional. Chang-suk pressed his fingers lightly against his lips, his expression tense with regret. He wondered whether he should have offered Jinwoo better terms from the start. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen those proud professors react with such shock. The staff member extended her hand toward the shimmering blue portal and informed Jinwoo that the explanation was now complete. With everything settled, she told him that he could enter whenever he was ready. Jinwoo stepped toward the portal without showing any hesitation. Looking at the glowing entrance ahead of him, he calmly said, "Now then, shall we give it a try?" Jinwoo stood before the swirling blue portal with his summons gathered beside him. Together, they started moving forward toward the radiant entrance. Jinwoo took another steady step forward as golden circular bands of energy began spinning around him and his summons. The glowing rings wrapped around the group while they passed through the portal. Inside the dungeon, several purple slime creatures rested across the floor of a dim stone hallway. A warning echoed through the area, announcing that the room was filled with highly toxic slimes and ordering Jinwoo to defeat them before escaping as quickly as possible. Ramba leaned forward in midair, suddenly looking excited as Jinwoo called out her name. She gripped her staff and answered with confidence, saying that she would build up her stacks right away. Green energy immediately began gathering around them. The gorilla threw its head back and released a powerful roar, both fists clenched tightly at its sides. Green energy wrapped around its massive body as its power rose again and again, increasing by +3 multiple times. A gigantic crowned slime loomed over the maze, its glowing eyes staring down from above the twisting stone walls. The Tuesday dungeon was a maze designed to slow people down. To reach the boss, challengers had to defeat slimes, locate the correct route through the labyrinth, and keep pushing forward until they found it. A small figure stood helplessly in one corner of the maze, clearly lost among the stone paths. Then an alarm rang out, signaling that the allotted time had run out. Beginners usually wasted most of their time here, wandering through the maze without knowing where to go. But Jinwoo's mouth slowly curved into a slight, confident smile as the situation took a different turn. Jinwoo broke into a run with a confident grin, while Ramba flew alongside him and shouted, "Let's go!" He told the others not to worry about the slimes since they were too slow to matter. They only needed to keep moving straight ahead, because he knew this maze well enough to find the route without any trouble. An empty stone corridor stretched out in front of them, lined with cracked walls and worn pillars. Then a voice suddenly called out, pointing ahead, "Over there!" Jinwoo dashed through the doorway and entered a passage glowing with light. Without slowing down, he said that taking the shortcut would make the rest of the dungeon easy. Jinwoo came to a stop and stared forward, his expression turning serious. Red warning messages flashed all around him, announcing that a boss monster was about to appear. A small smirk crossed Jinwoo's face as he looked ahead at the approaching threat. Then he casually asked whether this was their first time seeing it in person. A massive crowned slime towered over Jinwoo, its huge body blocking the path ahead, while Ramba floated nearby. Jinwoo identified it as the giant slime just as the gorilla threw back its head and roared. Green energy swirled violently around its body as it charged straight toward the monster. "Shake him up and go!" Ramba shouted excitedly. Jinwoo made a gesture from behind, and the gorilla leaped high into the air. With both fists raised overhead, it came crashing down toward the crowned slime, green energy trailing behind its arms. The impact was explosive. Its fists slammed into the slime's body, sending green power bursting outward as slime splattered across the ground. The huge monster's body caved inward and twisted under a storm of rapid strikes. Debris scattered across the floor while streaks of green energy flashed through the air, completely overwhelming the crowned slime. Watching the brutal attack unfold, Jinwoo calmly remarked that there was a reason Ramba was considered so overpowered. Jinwoo stood nearby with his arms crossed and a calm smile on his face. He pointed out that Ramba could raise the attack speed of even an F-rank summon to such an incredible level. Jinwoo closed his eyes with a satisfied smile while Ramba hovered in the air and the gorilla continued pounding the slime. He thought about how terrifying it would be if that same speed boost were applied to another summon. With his back turned, Jinwoo looked ahead in silence as the boss finally collapsed. The crown slime had been completely defeated. A result screen appeared, confirming that the dungeon had been cleared in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Jinwoo commented that the result was slow compared to the time when he had been stronger, but with only an F-rank summon, he knew it could not be helped. Jinwoo looked upward in surprise as new rewards suddenly appeared before him. He had received a new national record, a special achievement, and 3 high-grade summoning scrolls. Staring at the rewards, he could only blurt out, "What?" Jinwoo stared at the screen with wide eyes, a bead of sweat forming on his cheek as even more rewards arrived. He hesitated, barely able to speak, before realizing that he had just set a new record for all of South Korea. Inside a control room packed with monitors and equipment, a young man suddenly shouted toward someone nearby, "Senior, look at this. The record has changed." The young man leaned over the control panel, gripping it tightly as his eyes widened. Beside him, a girl stiffened in shock and urgently asked where the change had happened. He told her that the Beginner Tuesday dungeon had been cleared in just 5 minutes and 32 seconds. The girl stared at the screen with her eyes wide open. Only 5 minutes? That was an enormous reduction from the previous record. In disbelief, she wondered whether Kang Jinho had somehow discovered a completely new combination. A profile display suddenly appeared on the monitor, showing Baek Jinwoo's face along with his basic information. Someone read the unfamiliar name aloud. Baek Jinwoo. The young man and the girl stood side by side, both staring at the screen with tense expressions. One of them admitted that they had never heard of him before, while the other added that he did not seem to be a ranked player. They continued facing the large display showing Baek Jinwoo's profile. An unranked player had broken the record, and not just any record, but the #1 record in all of Korea. Several officials sat around a long conference table, facing a giant screen that displayed Baek Jinwoo's profile. For a moment, the entire room remained completely silent. One girl seated at the table turned toward the screen, her face filled with surprise. Looking at Baek Jinwoo's profile, she quietly said that what he had done was truly amazing. Chong-suk rested his clasped hands near his chin, a faint smile gradually appearing on his face as he watched the room react. Chong-suk leaned forward with his fingers interlocked, wearing a confident smile. He declared that there was no doubt about it anymore. Baek Jinwoo was the real deal, and someone like him was nothing less than a national treasure. Chong-suk slammed his palm down onto the table with enough force to make the room react. He insisted that they had to secure Jinwoo no matter what. If Korea wanted to survive, they could not allow someone with that talent to naturalize in another country. Leaning over the table, Chong-suk said they should register Baek Jinwoo as a player immediately. The girl sitting across from him looked up in shock and asked how they could do that when he had not even completed a player match. A ranking board appeared, filled with recorded completion times from different players. Time attack records were divided not only by country, but also by global rankings. A digital timer glowed over the figure standing with his back turned. Until now, the #1 record in Korea had belonged to Kang Jinho, who cleared the dungeon in 6 minutes and 41 seconds. A crowned figure held out one glowing hand while a floating clock spun above the palm. The top-ranked global record belonged to Rachel, who had cleared the dungeon in an astonishing 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Jinwoo stood with one hand tucked into his pocket while Ramba hovered beside him in front of a large trophy. He had already surpassed Korea's top-ranked time, making everyone question whether a player match would even prove anything at this point. Chong-suk looked forward with a serious expression and stated that people with exceptional talent deserved to receive special privileges. A tall building rose beneath the bright sky as Jinwoo stood outside and looked upward with a neutral face. He found it surprising that a 5-minute clear time had become the top record, then wondered whether this was really the current level of South Korea. Jinwoo stood on the street and slightly turned his head when he heard someone call out to him from behind. "Mr. Baek Jinwoo." Chong-suk came running toward him with one arm raised high. His face flushed as he laughed loudly. He looked almost thrilled to see him, shouting that he had been wanting to meet Mr. Baek Jinwoo. Jinwoo stood in the foreground, still covered in sweat from the dungeon, while Chong-suk stopped in front of him and panted heavily. With both fists clenched, Chong-suk said he had seen Jinwoo's time attack record and demanded to know how he had broken the Korean record in a single attempt. Jinwoo scratched his cheek with an awkward smile and gave a vague answer, saying he supposed that was what happened. Changsuk reminded him that the Tuesday dungeon maze was incredibly complex, but Jinwoo could only think that being praised for it felt like being complimented for swimming like a fish. Changsuk held out a player license card toward Jinwoo and told him that, first of all, he needed to accept this. Jinwoo raised the card in front of his face, surprise showing in his eyes as he asked what it was. Changsuk explained that it was a player license and that Jinwoo had been specially registered immediately. The card in Jinwoo's hand displayed his name and photo. Changsuk told him that he had nothing left to prove, then added with a satisfied tone that this was a good thing, wasn't it? Jinwoo held the license card in front of him while Changsuk faced him carefully. Then Changsuk cautiously asked whether he could explain how he had managed to break the record. Jinwoo turned his head slightly, a small bead of sweat appearing on his cheek. For a moment he said absolutely nothing. His fingers tightened around the edge of the player license. Jinwoo began to realize that if he revealed what he knew right now, everything around him could change. A ranking board flashed as a new mark appeared beside South Korea, showing the country climbing upward. The moment Jinwoo's knowledge became public, South Korea's level could skyrocket in an instant. One possible future flashed through Jinwoo's mind. He sat on a golden throne wearing a crown, surrounded by mountains of money and luxury as he laughed freely. With full government support, he could enjoy wealth, fame, and a life where everything worked in his favor. But another possibility followed immediately after. Jinwoo was tied to a chair, surrounded by men demanding information while he struggled in fear. In the worst case, he could be dragged away by force and stripped of everything he had. Jinwoo's lips parted slightly as he let out a quiet breath. Then he finally answered the question Changsuk had just asked him. Changsuk stood stiffly with a bead of sweat on his cheek, listening closely to every word. Jinwoo calmly told him that the question he had asked was incredibly rude. Changsuk lowered his gaze, his expression tightening with embarrassment. After a brief pause, he admitted his mistake and quietly said, "Yes, I apologize." Jinwoo's fist slowly tightened at his side as he explained the issue in a serious tone. The strategies gamers developed were not something people casually handed over. They were shared only among fellow gamers because that kind of information was extremely sensitive. Changsuk looked straight at him and pointed as he spoke, asking Jinwoo to understand one thing. South Korea was desperate for talent right now, desperate enough that headquarters could not afford to ignore someone like him. Jinwoo stared ahead with the same calm expression as before, quietly weighing Changsuk's words. At least from what he had seen so far, the man did not seem like a bad person. Changsuk remained composed as Jinwoo thought through everything that had happened. He had transferred the promised money immediately, his personality seemed decent enough, and he was quick to understand the situation without needing everything spelled out. A faint smile formed on Jinwoo's face as a new idea took shape. Maybe instead of trying to handle everything alone, he could make use of the government. With their support behind him, he might be able to grow even faster than he ever could by himself. Changsuk stood across from Jinwoo on the street when Jinwoo suddenly addressed him. "Examiner." Changsuk turned to look at him and answered, "Yes." Jinwoo then suggested that they move somewhere else and talk for a moment. Not long after, they settled inside a quiet cafe. The place was nearly empty, with neatly arranged tables and chairs resting beneath the soft ceiling lights. Changsuk sat at the table with his head lowered slightly, his expression unusually serious. He decided not to waste time and got straight to the point, asking Jinwoo to help them. Jinwoo sat across from him with his hands resting together on the table. Changsuk explained that headquarters needed the knowledge Jinwoo possessed, especially the things he knew about summons and game strategies. Jinwoo's eye narrowed sharply as Changsuk continued. Headquarters had looked into his past and learned that he had spent 3 years bedridden in a hospital. Jinwoo immediately asked whether they had performed a background check on him. Changsuk leaned forward a little, tension visible on his face as he apologized. He explained that highly skilled players who remained unregistered could potentially be connected to a syndicate, so headquarters had to be cautious. Jinwoo sat with his arms crossed, his expression turning cold and stern as he faced Changsuk. Since he was officially registered now, there would be no more investigation into him, right? He told Changsuk not to do it again. Changsuk lowered his head slightly and quietly agreed. Changsuk's eye tightened as he stared ahead, realizing how unusual Jinwoo's reaction was. Most people became intimidated the moment the government got involved and immediately tried their best to cooperate. But Jinwoo simply lifted his mug and took a calm sip, his eyes half closed as if none of this bothered him. He showed no fear at all, and it was obvious that he understood his own value perfectly well. Jinwoo lowered the mug over the table and began speaking in an even voice. He said he had been thinking about it, then asked what exactly he would gain by helping the government. Jinwoo looked forward with a slightly puzzled expression, repeating the word as if testing it. Cooperation. Chang-suk placed one hand against his chest and gave an uneasy smile. He admitted that it felt awkward to say it himself, but he held a fairly high position within headquarters. Chang-suk appeared under a spotlight, standing proudly atop a first-place podium. Headquarters examiners were elected through public votes, and the better their performance became, the more votes they gained, and the higher their rank rose. Jinwoo watched him with a completely flat expression, quietly thinking that Chang-suk sounded almost like a politician. Meanwhile, Chang-suk's hands rested on his thighs, his fingers tensing slightly before he continued with, "Therefore." Chang-suk faced Jinwoo directly and spoke with confidence. Within the limits of his authority, he promised that he would provide every possible form of support. Jinwoo rested his chin on one hand and stared ahead, clearly not impressed by the offer. The compensation sounded vague, and since Chang-suk was a public official, he could not freely move government funds around however he wanted. Jinwoo lightly tapped the table with his fingers before making his decision. "In that case," he said, "let's do this instead." Chang-suk looked at Jinwoo with surprise as Jinwoo gave him a condition. "Just 1 month." Chang-suk blinked and responded, "Excuse me." Jinwoo leaned forward with a small smile and raised one finger. Since he had only just become a registered player, he wanted support for 1 month while he continued growing stronger. Chang-suk listened with widened eyes as Jinwoo laid out the rest of the deal. If he liked the arrangement after that month, they could continue working together. But if he did not, Jinwoo would either repay everything he received or give them information of equal value. Chang-suk's mouth pulled into a tense smile as he quickly understood what Jinwoo was really proposing. For 1 month, Jinwoo intended to use him almost like a personal assistant. Chang-suk slid one hand forward across the table and accepted the terms. He said all right because he believed that staying close to Jinwoo would bring him far more benefits in the long run. Chang-suk leaned over the table and firmly clasped Jinwoo's hand in a handshake. With a determined look, he said that they would do it that way. A mug sat between them beneath the soft cafe lights as Jinwoo spoke again. Before anything else, he said there was something important he needed to tell Chang-suk. Jinwoo sat at the table and looked directly at Chang-suk. He asked him not to spread the news of his record-breaking completion time anywhere. Chang-suk looked at him in surprise as Jinwoo explained the reason. He was worried about his own safety. Chang-suk's eye widened at once. He started to say that if Jinwoo was worried about his safety, headquarters would protect him. But Jinwoo immediately cut him off with a firm, simple answer. "No." Jinwoo sat firmly with both hands placed on the table, his gaze steady and unflinching. Headquarters could not even deal with one gang properly, so there was no way they could truly protect someone as valuable as him. Chang-suk clenched his fist against the table, knowing that Jinwoo was right about that. After a tense pause, he said he understood and promised to do everything he could to keep the information contained. Jinwoo leaned forward over the table as Chang-suk admitted that they could not completely stop the news from spreading. Jinwoo replied that a little information getting out should be fine. Beyond the cafe window, the bright city stretched out under the daylight. Jinwoo stood and said that he would be taking his leave now. Chang-suk answered politely and told him he would see him next time. Outside, Jinwoo stood with his phone in hand, looking down at the screen with a satisfied expression. He quietly said that he had successfully gotten Chang-suk to keep quiet. Standing beneath the bright light, Jinwoo looked at his phone and smirked slightly. Now that the problem was handled, he wondered whether it was finally time to check the rewards he had received earlier. Jinwoo's finger hovered in front of a glowing blue interface, then tapped it open. The moment the screen reacted, he could only mutter, "Wow!" Jinwoo stared ahead with wide eyes at the floating inventory window. Inside were 3 high-grade summoning scrolls and 2 low-grade abrasives. The rewards were already insane, and the summoning scrolls alone made the haul even more unbelievable. Jinwoo stood with one hand resting on his hip while studying the interface. These rewards made sense once he realized they were tied to a first-time clear achievement, something each player could only receive once. He touched his fingers to his chin and closed his eyes while thinking it over. He wanted to use the scrolls immediately, but gambling everything on only 3 attempts felt too risky. Selling them for money might be the smarter choice. Then Jinwoo's eyes suddenly opened wide as he remembered something important. "Right," he said. "There was that A smartphone floated against a glowing golden backdrop. The player web could only be accessed by officially registered players through headquarters, and most item trading between players was handled through that system. A tiny chibi version of Changsuk appeared beside Jinwoo, giving a thumbs up while Jinwoo held his phone. That was exactly what the examiner had told him when he installed the app earlier. Jinwoo held the phone in one hand and began tapping through the screen. As he searched through the listings, he quietly said, "Let's see what the prices are like." Jinwoo stood with his back turned toward the glowing interface, silently examining the item listings that hovered in front of him. His eye widened as he stared at the phone, and a bead of sweat slowly ran down his cheek. The numbers on the screen were far higher than he expected. Jinwoo gripped the phone tightly while staring at the listing for a high-grade summoning scroll. In disbelief, he realized that a single one sold for 3 million won. Jinwoo scratched the back of his head while staring at the phone in complete shock. After doing the math, he realized that he had apparently made 9 million won just by running a dungeon for 5 minutes. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed as a faint flush rose to his cheeks. Looking ahead with growing excitement, he thought that if things were already this profitable now, then just imagine what would happen once all of his specs started stacking up. His father, mother, and Ajin stood close together with tears in their eyes, each of them covering their mouths in disbelief as money floated all around them. Jinwoo made a quiet promise to himself that from now on, none of them would ever have to worry about money again. Holding his phone in one hand, Jinwoo covered his mouth with the other as he began planning his next move. First, he would sell the 3 high-grade summoning scrolls, then use that money to buy low-grade scrolls instead. After all, summons like the training instructor and the dragon mage were so overpowered that they could even defeat B-rank opponents, so he marked all 3 high-grade scrolls for sale. Jinwoo scrolled through the long list of summoning scrolls with his thumb, his eyes moving from one price to the next. But then something about the listings caught his attention. Jinwoo stared down at his phone, reading through the prices of low-grade summoning scrolls. They were listed at 5,001 won each. Low-grade scrolls piled up naturally whenever people ran dungeons, so why were they still priced that high? There were far more sellers than buyers, yet nobody was lowering their prices. Holding his phone in one hand, Jinwoo tilted his head slightly as he thought about what to do in a situation like this. He lifted the phone to his ear, his mouth opening slightly before he calmly said, "Hello." Ajin was relaxing on the couch in her pajamas when she answered the call, pressing her phone to her ear. "Appa, what's going on?" Jinwoo casually thought that this was exactly the kind of situation where he needed to use the Ajin button. Ajin smiled as she held the phone against her ear. She explained that headquarters was the one buying up the summoning scrolls. Jinwoo held the phone to his ear, clearly confused by that answer. Headquarters? Why? Ajin replied that she did not really know, only that it was supposedly done under the excuse of supporting rankers or something similar. Ajin leaned back across the couch with her phone still pressed to her ear and explained everything she knew. Headquarters bought summoning scrolls in bulk using national tax money, with 5,001 won set as the minimum price. However, the number they purchased each day was limited. Since players could always sell their low-grade scrolls to headquarters, sellers simply held onto them instead of dropping prices. Ajin added that the whole policy might be abolished soon anyway. Jinwoo's eyes widened as he listened to her explanation. "What? Why would they abolish it?" he asked in surprise. Jinwoo kept the phone to his ear while Ajin explained that it was an old policy from the early days, and low-grade summoning scrolls had been piling up at headquarters ever since. Jinwoo finally understood, replying, "Oh, really?" Then he thanked her for telling him before saying he would hang up now. Jinwoo lowered the phone in front of his face, catching his own reflection on the dark screen. So headquarters had an enormous surplus of low-grade summoning scrolls. And if that was true, then he knew exactly what he could try next. A bright office lay beneath clean ceiling panels, with daylight pouring in through the windows and reflecting across the quiet room. Changsuk sat at a table with his hands clasped together, wearing a bright and welcoming smile. "Welcome, Baek Jinwoo," he said warmly. Jinwoo sat across from him with his hands folded on the table, a faint bead of sweat visible on his face. He awkwardly said that he had just happened to be nearby. Changsuk smiled wider and teased that Jinwoo must have missed him already to come visit so soon. Jinwoo rested one hand on the table as Changsuk asked whether he needed something. Jinwoo hesitated for a moment before answering, "About that." Changsuk looked at Jinwoo with visible surprise when Jinwoo asked whether he could get some low-grade summoning scrolls. "Pardon?" Changsuk replied, clearly confused. "Not mid-grade or high-grade scrolls?" With a small bead of sweat still on his cheek, Jinwoo answered calmly while Changsuk asked how many he needed. Jinwoo's reply was simple. He wanted as many as possible. Changsuk narrowed his eyes and placed a hand against his chin, repeating Jinwoo's answer in thought. As many as possible? Headquarters received around 50,000 low-grade summoning scrolls every day, so giving Jinwoo some of them would not actually be difficult. The two men sat across from each other as Changsuk clasped his hands together. He said he could provide the scrolls, but only if Jinwoo was not planning to buy them just to resell them. Jinwoo gestured lightly with one hand and explained that reselling was not his goal. The market was already flooded with low-grade scrolls, and they would not sell anyway. He simply wanted to use them himself. Changsuk's eye sharpened at that answer. It sounded like Jinwoo had something specific in mind. Unlike most people, Jinwoo was a gamer, and his way of thinking was clearly different from everyone else's. Jinwoo sat back with his arms crossed. For someone like him to go out of his way to collect low-grade summoning scrolls, Changsuk could only assume that he was preparing something unusual. Changsuk lifted one finger with a slight smile. He said that he was willing to help, but there was one condition attached. Leaning forward with his hands clasped together, Changsuk asked Jinwoo for just one useful piece of information first, something to serve as a sample. After all, he was a headquarters examiner elected by the public, and he had responsibilities to consider. Jinwoo looked at him calmly as Changsuk continued. If he got caught giving away summoning scrolls that had been purchased with tax money, he would lose the public's trust. Changsuk's reflection shimmered in a cup of coffee as he explained his terms. If Jinwoo gave him useful information, he would provide an equivalent amount of low-grade summoning scrolls. He also admitted that he needed a few safeguards for himself as well. A faint smile appeared on Jinwoo's lips. Changsuk was not going to hand over the scrolls for free, and honestly, that was better. It meant that as long as Jinwoo gave him valuable information, Changsuk would treat him accordingly. Jinwoo shifted slightly in his chair before giving his answer. All right, he said. I can agree to that. Jinwoo raised one finger with a confident look in his eyes. First, he said, there's something called achievement time shaving. A clear results screen appeared, displaying a completion time of 6 minutes and 20 seconds. The reward for reaching the national #1 record was 3 high-grade summoning scrolls for that dungeon. A small chibi figure stood proudly on a podium with a crown on its head, while another record of 5 minutes and 32 seconds appeared above it. The reward could be earned again whenever another player broke the existing record. Tiny figures passed a baton back and forth as times like 5 minutes and 31 seconds, then 5 minutes and 30 seconds, flashed above them. By taking turns breaking the record by only 1 second, players could repeatedly trigger the reward and maximize what they gained. Stacks of money began piling higher and higher. Not only would the players benefit from it, but South Korea's overall national strength would rise as well. Changsuk rested his hand against his chin as he listened, then nodded slowly. He said that it was a method they had used before too, but the current rankers had already received those rewards once. Changsuk made a light gesture with his hand as he continued. There were still plenty of players who had never received the reward even once, so he did not think there would be any real problem. Jinwoo nodded slightly after hearing that. Oh, I see. Jinwoo's eye narrowed with focus as he moved on to his real offer. He said that the information he would share was the complete clear strategy for the Tuesday dungeon. Changsuk clasped his hands tightly together, excitement immediately appearing on his face. I knew it, he said. Changsuk leaned forward with sparkling eyes, his hands still tightly clasped. He asked whether it was the same method Jinwoo had used for his record. Jinwoo shook his head and said no. It was the strategy used by the 5 emperors. Changsuk reacted with obvious excitement as Jinwoo confirmed it. Using that method, anyone could clear the dungeon in around 3 minutes. Changsuk froze at the number, blurting out, 3 minutes? What on earth? Jinwoo raised one hand, stopping Changsuk before he got too excited. Hey, he said. Before that, leaning forward with a smirk, Jinwoo raised one hand as he laid out his price. Before revealing the full strategy, they needed to agree on compensation. Along with the low-grade summoning scrolls they had already discussed, he wanted 50 high-grade summoning scrolls. How about it? He asked. Changsuk jerked both fists down onto the table, his eyes bulging in disbelief. 50 high-grade summoning scrolls meant around 150 million won. Jinwoo, however, calmly replied that the offer was actually on the cheap side. Jinwoo leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed, speaking as calmly as ever. This was not a method limited to beginner dungeons. It worked from low-tier dungeons all the way up to top-tier ones, and the clear rewards alone could eventually be worth billions. Chang-suk lowered his head slightly, his expression tight with hesitation as he thought over the demand. After a moment, he finally said, "All right, then." Chang-suk smiled broadly and placed one hand against his chest as he made the deal official. If the information proved accurate, he would immediately transfer 150 million won to Jinwoo and provide 10,000 low-grade summoning scrolls every day. Jinwoo looked forward with a faint, confident smile. "You won't regret it," he said. The sun dipped over the city skyline, casting orange light across the buildings as evening arrived. Then someone called out to Chang-suk, saying that everyone had gathered. A group of uniformed men stood on the grass facing Chang-suk's back. One of them raised a hand slightly and asked why they had suddenly been called together right at the end of the workday. Beneath the orange glow of the setting sun, Chang-suk smiled with his eyes closed and addressed the group. He said he had called everyone together because there was something he wanted to put to the test. One neatly dressed man tilted his head with a faint, knowing smile. The examiner would not have summoned them for no reason, so he asked whether this was going to be something far more serious than an ordinary test. Several uniformed men stood facing Chang-suk as one of them touched his chin in thought. Everyone knew the Tuesday dungeon record had recently been broken, right? Another man immediately understood what he meant and asked whether this was about Baek Jinwoo. Chang-suk lifted one finger, looking rather pleased with himself. He said that he had managed to obtain an excellent strategy from overseas, tested it through player Baek Jinwoo, and received outstanding results. The two men beside each other widened their eyes, one of them breaking into a slight sweat. Was that really true? The other quickly realized that this must be why Chang-suk had warned them not to spread the matter anywhere. A small smile formed at Chang-suk's mouth as someone asked whether that was the reason they had all been gathered here. Chang-suk gave a confident answer. That was exactly right. Under the fading evening sky, Chang-suk looked ahead with confidence and announced that from this point onward, they would be running time attacks in the Tuesday dungeon. A glowing blue-green lizard-like creature stood beneath drifting lights. Its long tail stretched behind it. Chang-suk revealed that this little summon was the key to clearing the dungeon quickly. The two men stared ahead with their eyes wide open. One hesitated in disbelief, while the other finished the name for him. It was a spotted Komodo. A golden silhouette of the lizard appeared as the spotted Komodo's details came into view. It was a spotted lizard summon roughly the size of a grown man, known for durable defenses and decent offensive strength. At least according to common knowledge, it was a typical bruiser-type summon. The blue-green spotted Komodo stood crouched on cracked ground, listed as a B-rank summon around 170 centimeters tall that could both absorb damage and fight back effectively. Under a spotlight, a small spotted Komodo stood before a man who stared down at it with a deadpan look. Since it was a B-rank summon, it was difficult to raise, yet compared to other B-ranks, many people considered it disappointingly average. The man could only look at it and mutter, "What the hell? It's a dud." The spotted Komodo suddenly slammed its body into a giant slime with a heavy crash. Its main food source was none other than giant slimes. The spotted Komodo happily sat with utensils in hand, cheerfully eating a blue slime from a plate. Once it was released inside the Tuesday dungeon, it would hunt giant slimes on its own, making fast dungeon clears possible. A tall modern building stood beneath the deep orange glow of the sunset, its windows reflecting the fading evening light. Blue record panels flashed across the screen. Park Chun-sik had cleared the beginner Tuesday dungeon in 5 minutes and 31 seconds, while Lee Dong-myo followed with a time of 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Two men pumped their fists, their faces flushed with excitement. One shouted that the examiner had been telling the truth. They had reached the boss room in under 4 minutes. The other praised the Komodo's unbelievable appetite, calling the little creature an absolute lifesaver. Several men threw their spotted Komodo into the air in celebration, cheering with both arms raised while Chang-suk watched with a pleased smile. They no longer needed polishing agents, and with a movement speed rune, they even believed they could challenge the world record. A few days passed, and sunlight streamed through the large windows of a quiet, empty office. A Keiko News article appeared on screen, reporting that South Korea had repeatedly shattered Tuesday dungeon records. It questioned whether headquarters Yuksha and Park Chang-suk were responsible for the sudden string of breakthroughs. The article went on to report that examiner Park Chang-suk had acquired valuable overseas information at a low price. Speculation had already begun over whether South Korea might soon challenge the global record. Chang-suk sat at his desk with his hands clasped before his mouth, lost in thought. By now, there was no doubt left in his mind. Baek Jinwoo's value went far beyond that of an ordinary first-year gamer. His eyes sharpened with determination as he reached a decision. Alright, he had made up his mind. He would create a dedicated team specifically for Baek Jinwoo. Chang-suk flipped through a document containing a young man's photograph, already considering the people he wanted for the team. As for the members, Chang-suk leaned over his desk with a decisive grin. 3 selected profiles spread out in front of him. He said that these 3 should be enough. Profile sheets filled the table, each displaying a candidate's photo along with detailed stats. These were the 3 people Chang-suk had selected for Baek Jinwoo's dedicated team. Outside, the sky was bright and clear, stretching over the city in calm blue daylight. Jinwoo held up his phone, staring at a bank balance of 167,005,501. The number was so absurd that all he could manage was a stunned, quiet, wow. He continued staring at the screen in shock, his cheeks faintly flushed. Had making money always been this easy? And more importantly, just how many cream buns could this much money buy? Jinwoo looked to the side while holding a bottle of water, then opened his system interface. On top of the money, there was something else waiting for him. A glowing inventory screen displayed 10,000 low-grade summoning scrolls. Chang-suk had delivered all of them earlier that morning, exactly as promised. A smile spread across Jinwoo's lips. Chang-suk had kept his word, which meant it was time for Jinwoo to do his part as well. Jinwoo gripped the cap of his water bottle and twisted it open, preparing himself for what came next. Ramba floated eagerly in front of him with a bright grin. Jinwoo asked whether she was ready, and she immediately answered, yeah. Water poured down in a steady stream as Ramba pressed her hands together beneath it. With full seriousness, she began praying loudly to God, Buddha, Allah, and every spirit of heaven and earth she could think of. Tears streamed down Ramba's face as she squeezed her palms tightly together. She begged for Jinwoo to pull a good summon, performing the same summoning ritual she had used ever since his god Jinwoo days. Jinwoo held a glowing blue scroll above his palm and smiled. All right, he said. Let's do this. With both hands, Jinwoo tore open a red summoning scroll. It burst apart in a flash as he declared that the endless grind was finally about to begin. Before long, Jinwoo was lying flat on his back across the ground, breathing heavily while a huge pile of tiny creature summons surrounded him from every side. Sweat covered Jinwoo's face as he tilted his head back and panted. He had opened 3,600 scrolls in a single hour. Shouldn't something good have appeared by now? Instead, every single summon had turned out to be F rank. A tiny finger poked hard into Jinwoo's cheek. Ramba looked at him and bluntly called him an idiot, saying that of course they were all going to be F ranks. Ramba hovered with both hands planted on her hips, frowning at him. Did he honestly think an X rank would drop that easily? Jinwoo protested that she had appeared on his very first try. Jinwoo stood there with one hand raised, looking completely confused, while Ramba floated nearby and snapped at him. Her appearance had been nothing but pure luck. Jinwoo turned his head slightly as Ramba explained that even 10,000 scrolls would not be nearly enough to pull one, let alone 100,000. Jinwoo stared at her and asked what she was even talking about. Ramba leaned closer while Jinwoo looked up at her with a puzzled face. She asked whether he truly knew nothing about how the summoning system worked. Jinwoo repeated the words in confusion. The summoning system? Countless human figures filled the background as the scale of the system became clear. The total number of summons was exactly 10% of the total player population. With 8 billion people, that meant 800 million summons. And among them, there were more than 800 million of those horned caterpillar summons Jinwoo had just pulled. Ramba pointed a finger sharply toward Jinwoo's face, making it clear that there was one far more important part he needed to understand. Ramba hovered in front of him with one finger raised, speaking in a firm voice. Because isolated status summons existed only once each, there was only one of every isolated summon in the entire system. Jinwoo jolted forward in shock, demanding to know why. Ramba turned slightly and admitted that she did not know the exact reason either. Ramba's expression turned serious as she reminded him of what she had said before. The only thing they knew for certain was that Jinwoo appeared to be the only person capable of summoning isolated X ranks. Jinwoo looked up at her in disbelief. There were tens of thousands of different summon types, so was she telling him there were 800 million of each one? Jinwoo's eye widened as sweat slid down his cheek. The number settled heavily in his mind. 0.1%. Jinwoo sat hunched over inside that heavy, gloomy aura, his head hanging low as frustration weighed on him. Pulling even one-of-a-kind X-rank summon from this pile felt impossible. Honestly, winning the lottery twice in a row would probably be easier. Ramba leaned tiredly against his shoulder, then gave him a reassuring pat. Still, don't worry too much. Once a summon has been pulled, it can't show up again unless somebody sells it later. Under a bright spotlight, a single-horned caterpillar stood before a massive crowd labeled 800 million. For example, the explanation continued. Once all 800 million horned caterpillars have been summoned, they'll never appear in another summon again. Jinwoo kept his gaze lowered while Ramba hovered quietly beside him. It's still going to be hard, she admitted. After a brief pause, he simply nodded. Right? Jinwoo's eye narrowed as another possibility crossed his mind. Should he stop wasting time and begin opening mid-grade summoning scrolls instead? His thoughts drifted beneath the dim park lamps and open evening sky. No, that would be horribly inefficient. Mid-grade scrolls cost too much, and there were not enough available on the market anyway. Jinwoo pushed himself up from the ground, fully aware that the odds were pathetic. But he still gripped a glowing blue scroll tightly with both hands, ripped it open, and shouted that he had no choice except to keep trying. He tilted his face toward the sky and yelled with everything he had, begging for it to finally drop. Beside him, Ramba threw up her arms and cheered. That's it! You can do it, Jinwoo! A tall building stood quietly beneath an orange sunset, its dark shape stretching against the fading glow of the evening sky. Jinwoo lay completely sprawled across the bed, looking like his soul had left his body. I'm seriously going to die, he groaned. Ramba, stretched out on a pillow nearby, casually turned to him and said, Jinwoo, I want cream bread. Jinwoo sat buried beneath stacks of ripped red scrolls, deep shadows hanging beneath his exhausted eyes. Over the last 2 weeks, he had torn through 140,000 summoning scrolls. Ramba clung to him from the side and added that she had nearly died in more ways than one. Sweat ran slowly down Jinwoo's face as his eye twitched with pure exhaustion, showing just how far he had already pushed himself. Lying flat on the bed with both hands tucked behind his head, Jinwoo explained that he had even rented a room near the player zone, just so he could synthesize summons more easily. Ramba listened as he added that he could not keep depending on his parents forever. Jinwoo suddenly pushed himself upright from the bed, forcing fresh determination into his tired body. All right then. Ramba was lying face first on a pillow, her arms stretched wide like she had completely given up on life. Jinwoo looked over and asked whether they should go synthesize again today. Wake up, Ramba. She only mumbled, cream bread, tilde, tilde, tilde. Beneath the orange sky stood a tall building that had once been an ordinary hotel, but had now been transformed into a synthesis shop. Inside the spacious lobby, people moved between counters while others waited around the hall. Just as Jamcell Tower had changed into the Tower of Trials, plenty of other buildings had also been transformed after the world changed. Among the crowd in the lobby, one man walked forward while checking his phone. Jinwoo looked around the former hotel and remembered that it had become a synthesis shop. He even recalled that the buffet here used to be pretty famous. Jinwoo stepped up to the machine marked waiting tickets and pressed the button without hesitation. A printed ticket slid into his hand. Jinwoo checked the number written on it and quietly read it aloud. Number 125. Ramba hovered next to him with both arms raised, looking far more nervous than he was. Jinwoo, don't make a mistake, she warned. He held up the ticket and answered confidently, of course not. Still, she reminded him to look carefully before putting anything in. A sound rang out from the status screen beside the doorway. Jinwoo looked toward it, realized their number had been called, and said, It's our turn, let's go inside. Inside the blue-lit room, Jinwoo faced a glowing control panel. At the center of the floor sat a circular platform, quietly shining as it waited for the synthesis to begin. Ramba flew ahead with her wings fully spread, hovering above the platform with renewed energy. Jinwoo looked toward her and said he was counting on her again today. We can do it, Ramba replied with confidence. Jinwoo stood perfectly still in front of the glowing panel, his eyes fixed on the screen as his expression turned serious and focused. A blue interface appeared, displaying several summon options and welcoming him to the synthesis shop. It prompted him to begin synthesizing his summons. Above the circular platform, Ramba hovered as the screen confirmed that the Wind Fairy had been registered. Jinwoo raised his hand and pressed his finger firmly against the large yes button, confirming that he wanted to synthesize the Wind Fairy. The blue chamber lit up as several streams of glowing energy rose through the air. Fire lizards, blue bats, and poison goblins were offered as materials, vanishing one after another into the synthesis process. Ramba floated above the glowing circular platform with her eyes gently closed. Blue particles spiraled around her small body, wrapping her in a growing shimmer of light. As the synthesis finally came to an end, Ramba's face appeared in close view. Jinwoo stared at the result and murmured that there really were an unbelievable number of summons involved. Ramba straightened up proudly with both hands on her hips. Her level climbed to 21, and her intelligence stat rose by another 2 points. Jinwoo pressed his palms together and forced out a strained smile. After grinding through 140,000 summons, Ramba had still only reached level 21. Ramba flew around excitedly with both fists clenched, eagerly asking Jinwoo whether she looked stronger now. He smiled and told her that their Ramba was the best. But once he remembered that her maximum level was 100, he realized the road ahead would take an incredibly long time. A few days passed, and the tall building stood beneath a clear, bright sky as time continued to move forward. A pair of hands rested over a keyboard, fingers tapping steadily across the keys as work continued. At his computer, a man in a brown suit listened as Chong-suk remarked that work seemed to be going especially well today. "Don't you think so, Byung-jin?" Byung-jin answered, "Yes, sir," though he quietly wondered why he felt so strangely excited. Chong-suk sat at his desk with a sheet of paper in hand. Now that they had even formed a talent management team, he declared that he would devote all of his effort to supporting Baek Jinwoo during this term. Byung-jin turned his head sharply, tension tightening his expression. Chong-suk asked what Baek Jinwoo was doing at the moment. Byung-jin hesitated, then started to answer. "Well." Chong-suk kept his eyes on the document in his hand as he heard that Baek Jinwoo was opening summoning scrolls again and had taken even more today. His only response was a quiet, suspicious, "Still." Sitting behind his desk with several papers in hand, Chong-suk learned that Baek Jinwoo had used the 150 million he received to request more low-grade summoning scrolls. His eyes widened immediately. "What?" Byung-jin touched his chin as he carefully explained that Baek Jinwoo wanted to buy the scrolls below market price. Then he asked what they should do, since the management bureau had already started giving them suspicious looks. Chong-suk lowered his eyes toward the document, his expression growing increasingly serious. Baek Jinwoo was pouring an enormous amount of money back into low-grade summoning scrolls that barely even sold. His fingers tightened around the document until it crumpled slightly. Chong-suk was convinced that something was definitely going on, so he gave the order without hesitation. "Sell them to him for half price." Byung-jin jerked forward in disbelief, his face twisting with shock as he shouted back, "What? Half price?" Chong-suk sat across from him and pointed out that they could get into serious trouble if anyone discovered they were giving Baek Jinwoo such special treatment. Then he lowered his head, clasped his fingers near his lips, and calmly told Byung-jin not to worry. Above a massive Korean flag, a crowned Jinwoo raised one hand with confidence, while his summons gathered beneath him. Chong-suk imagined that Baek Jinwoo could become Korea's hero someday. And if people learned that he had struggled to support that future hero from the beginning, who knew how much it could help him? In Chong-suk's imagination, a chibi version of himself was thrown high into the air by a cheering crowd. As everyone celebrated around him, he proudly declared that earning an even higher approval rating would be easy. Chong-suk slammed his hand down onto the desk, ending the discussion with a firm order. "For now, just do exactly as I say." He slowly turned his head toward the window, his expression becoming more guarded as he added one more thing. Chong-suk raised one finger to his lips and spoke in a low, secretive voice. "This stays between you, me, Ga, and Tae-seop." Warm sunlight washed across the street while loose leaves drifted slowly through the air, carried along by the gentle breeze. Jinwoo sat on the ground in the middle of countless red summoning scrolls, tearing them open one after another as he kept track of every pull. Ramba looked completely drained as she cried out, "Jinwoo, how much longer are we supposed to keep doing this? I can't even feel my hands anymore." Without lifting his eyes from the scrolls, Jinwoo answered calmly, "Until I die, or you die." A pair of heels stepped into view, approaching through the scattered scroll fragments until they stopped directly in front of Jinwoo. Jinwoo finally looked up from the pile of scrolls, his expression carrying a hint of confusion as he greeted the newcomer. "Hello." A tall woman with long dark hair stood before him in a neat black suit, smiling politely as she looked down at him. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ga from headquarters." Once they were standing outside, Jinwoo awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked why she had come. Ga explained that she was there because of the summoning scroll purchase he had discussed with the examiner last time. Jinwoo's eyes widened for just a moment, but he quickly pulled himself together. "Yes, that's right. Like I mentioned before, Is there any chance we could negotiate the price? Jie folded her arms as she recalled that headquarters had actually held a meeting about the request. Then she looked back at him and began. Considering your recent contributions, Mr. Jie opened both arms with a bright, almost heavenly smile, and a glowing halo with wings seemed to rise behind her. She announced that they were offering him a special deal at half price. Jinwoo immediately shouted, "Really?" Still smiling confidently, Jie raised one finger. Yes, and that isn't all. On top of the reduced price, headquarters would also provide an additional 100 million won under talent management expenses. Jinwoo's face froze as his eyes opened wide in disbelief. For a second, all he could manage was a stunned, breathless, "Whoa!" Jie held up one finger again and made her condition clear. This had to remain an absolute secret. Jinwoo immediately waved a hand and assured her, "Oh, of course, don't worry about a thing." Jie's expression turned serious as she made it clear that this arrangement was meant to build a good relationship between them. Jinwoo, smiling with embarrassment, nodded quickly. "I understand perfectly." Jie turned slightly, her calm smile returning as she prepared to leave. "Well then, since you must be busy, I'll be on my way." Under the clear, bright sky, Jie walked farther into the distance while Jinwoo remained where he was, quietly watching her go. Jinwoo held a red scroll in one hand while Ramba perched on top of his head. He could practically feel the examiner's determination to support him completely, and that only made him more desperate to pull an X rank quickly and repay that faith. Time passed beneath the quiet night sky in the park, while another strip of the scene showed a warm sunset glowing behind birds flying across the horizon. Ramba lay face down on the ground beside a sea of torn red paper, barely able to move as she weakly called out, "Jinwoo." Jinwoo sat cross-legged among mountains of shredded red scroll fragments, another scroll resting in his hand as the same process repeated again and again. Ramba wondered how much longer they could possibly continue, but Jinwoo gave the same answer. They would not stop until they pulled both the instructor and the dragon mage. Ramba flailed wildly in the air, screaming in exhaustion, while Jinwoo watched with a tense face. Another result appeared before him, White Snake of Ifrank. Jinwoo clenched his teeth and muttered, "I have no choice." More small creatures appeared around the area as new results continued to pile up. He obtained a giant rhinoceros beetle and a horned caterpillar of Ifrank, but Jinwoo refused to slow down. He kept pleading for the instructor or the dragon mage to finally appear. Jinwoo gripped another summoning scroll with both hands and tore it open with all his strength. "Please!" he shouted, just as a brilliant golden light burst out from the torn paper. Yellow lightning cracked through the air while red fragments blasted outward in every direction. Jinwoo recoiled backward on the ground, staring at the sudden explosion in shock. "What the?" Jinwoo stared ahead with wide, unblinking eyes. Beside him, Ramba also looked forward in rising excitement. The effect was exactly the same as the one from when Ramba had first appeared. Could it be? Golden light flooded the entire area as the low-grade summoning scroll completed its pull. Jinwoo had obtained the summoned dragon mage of X rank. A female mage appeared with her eyes closed, gripping a staff as flames curled around her body, leaving both Jinwoo and Ramba screaming in shock. Ramba grabbed onto Jinwoo's head and shook him excitedly, practically losing her mind with joy. "You did it! You did it, Jinwoo!" Jinwoo threw his head back with his mouth wide open, shouting that he could die happy now. But then his eye sharpened, and his expression turned serious. No, this was not the time to relax. He could not stop now because this was gotcha momentum. Ramba stared at him with a completely confused look on her face. Gotcha momentum? A red summoning scroll floated above Jinwoo's open palm as blue energy swirled around it. He declared that this was exactly the moment when it popped. Jinwoo grabbed another red scroll and ripped it apart with force. When you get a good pull, you have to keep going and chase another one. With that thought in mind, he immediately activated another low-grade summoning scroll. Another golden flash exploded from the scroll, and the result appeared before him. Summon training instructor of X rank. Ramba's eyes went wide as she shouted in disbelief. "Gotcha momentum is real!" Jinwoo clenched his fist tightly as tears streamed down his face. After all that grinding and all those failed summons, he finally cried out, "Finally!" A gloved hand rested at someone's side, surrounded by a deep golden glow that continued to shine through the darkness. The red-haired mage stood with her staff beside a tall man under the glowing city lights. Jinwoo looked at the two of them and declared with overwhelming relief, "I pulled them." The tall man turned his head slightly, confusion visible on his face as he asked, "Where am I?" He was the X-rank summon training instructor, though Jinwoo knew that he had originally been an unpopular E-rank summon with weak combat ability. Jinwoo grinned and clenched his fist, because the instructor's real worth was not in fighting power at all. His true value was somewhere else entirely. Standing before blazing flames with his hands planted on his hips, the instructor shouted, "Do you think training is a joke?" He was a complete training maniac, obsessed with forcing others to grow stronger. The instructor crossed his arms and gave a merciless order. "Do 5,000 push-ups." Nearby, exhausted summons slumped in defeat. Although the instructor himself was weak, his skills, growth through training and overwhelming charisma, were anything but ordinary. A bicep tightened and bulged with raw power as Jinwoo realized what the instructor's skill truly meant. Once he acquired it, he could unlock the hidden potential of his other summons and drastically speed up their growth. The muscular fairy clenched both fists, raised one arm high, and shouted with full force, "Ramba!" Jinwoo clenched his fist with excitement blazing across his face. With this skill, he could make all of his other summons stronger. Ramba floated beside him, however, and quietly objected, "I don't really want to get stronger, Jinwoo." Jinwoo lifted one hand in greeting, smiling as he spoke to the man before him. "Hongyo, it's been a while." The brown-haired man turned his head sharply, tension immediately crossing his face. Hongyo, that nickname. Jinwoo stood with one hand on his hip and looked back with a knowing expression. "Yeah." Behind him, the armored man and the red-haired girl reacted in total shock, crying out, "Could it be Lord Gajainu?" Hongyo dropped down onto one knee without hesitation, his voice filled with awe. "My lord, this is astonishing." Jinwoo stood calmly as the truth settled in. After being placed in isolated status, he had believed he would never see them again. But both Ramba and Hongyo were exactly as he had raised them before. Hongyo remained on his knees and lowered his head in a respectful bow. "It is an honor to see you again." A pair of legs stepped forward through the glowing light, followed by a careful voice that spoke with reverence. "Lord Gajainu." The red-haired girl gripped her staff tightly, staring forward with visible nervousness as she asked, "Is it really you, Lord Gajainu?" Jinwoo listened closely, realizing that this was the first time he had ever heard Pokryong's voice. Pokryong stood with her staff held tightly in both hands as flames curled around her from every side. She was an X-rank isolated summon, a dragon mage with an explosive dragon sealed deep within her heart. At the center of that blazing power, a dragon-shaped heart erupted with fire from its glowing core, sending flames sweeping across the air. Pokryong possessed the skill Explosive Dragon Wave, and through predation, her damage could permanently increase every time she defeated a boss-level enemy. God Jainu stood surrounded by roaring flames, already aware of the one crucial condition. Pokryong's predation skill could never be fully unlocked without Hongyo. Pokryong leaned forward, her eyes glowing through the swirling fire as flames circled her staff. Jinwoo knew better than anyone that he was the only player capable of bringing out Pokryong's true potential. Still hugging her staff close to her chest, Pokryong beamed with sparkling eyes and called out, "Lord God Jainu!" Her voice shook with joy as she admitted that she had really, truly missed him. Jinwoo smiled back, a slight blush rising to his cheeks. He told her that he had missed her too, but warned that she should not call him Lord God Jainu when other people were around. From now on, she should simply call him Jinwoo. Hongyo stood beside Pokryong with his arms crossed and gave a firm nod. "Understood, my lord." Pokryong looked up at Jinwoo and quickly followed his instruction. "Yes, Lord Jinwoo." Jinwoo looked upward with exhaustion written all over his face, while Ramba floated beside him looking just as worn out. After a long day of non-stop chaos, he finally let out a tired breath. "All right, then." Snow began to fall over the quiet city streets beneath the night sky. Jinwoo looked at his summons and decided it was finally enough for one day. "Let's go home and get some sleep." A simple room waited under the soft glow of a ceiling light, with only a bed and a window breaking up the quiet space. Jinwoo lay flat across the bed with his eyes shut, completely knocked out as quiet snores filled the room. While Jinwoo slept peacefully in the background, Hongyo sat on the floor with the others gathered nearby, their attention slowly turning toward one another. Hongyo looked ahead in silence for a moment before speaking. "It's been a while." Pokryong gave him a slightly nervous smile and answered, "It really has." Ramba leaned forward with a bright smile. "Yep, Hongyo looked toward her and asked whether he should call her Ramba. She nodded, then reminded him that they had only spent about a month together before being separated. Ramba smiled proudly and explained that she had already been an active summon by the time Hongyo was recruited, which technically made her his senior. Hongyo gave a small, unconvinced reply. I suppose. Hongyo stood with his arms crossed, his face darkening beneath a heavy shadow. However, that means nothing to me. There is only one thing I need to say. With blazing flames rising behind him, Hongyo leaned forward and delivered the truth without hesitation. We are too weak. His clenched fist tightened sharply as he continued. They still had a long way to go before they could truly be useful to their lord, which meant they had to keep training even while Jinwoo was asleep. Pokryong stiffened in surprise when Hongyo suddenly pointed directly at her. First, Pokryong. Hongyo stood with his arms folded and gave his order. She was to sit down and focus on sensing mana. Once he awakened later, he would unlock predation for her. Pokryong nodded quickly. Predation, understood. Hongyo's eyes narrowed with a fierce intensity as he slowly turned toward the next target. And you, Ramba? Ramba immediately clutched a cushion against herself, her worried eyes widening as though she already knew what was coming. Ramba began trembling in pure fear, while Hongyo calmly explained that she needed to increase the speed of her swings. That meant strength training. Her face twisted in panic as she cried out. Hongyo's eyes glowed as he asked her one simple question. Do you not want to be of help to our lord? Ramba started sweating, sniffled nervously, then gave in with a weak answer. Well, yes. A frying pan hung quietly in the kitchen as Hongyo gave his next command. Then start swinging that frying pan. Since it was only her first day, he said they would keep it light with 5,000 repetitions. Ramba's trembling hands stretched desperately toward the bed as she cried, Jinwoo, please save me. But Jinwoo remained fast asleep while Hongyo dragged her away by the arm, ignoring her struggles and cries. Morning sunlight rose over the tall city buildings as the focus shifted back to an office. A shocked voice rang out from inside. What? You can't give me any more low-grade summoning scrolls. Chong-suk sat behind his desk while Jie stood across from him, explaining the situation with a gesture of her hand. An office notice had been issued, and it was a direct order from the headquarters director. Chong-suk stared ahead with tension tightening his face. From the director? He could not understand it. The man should have been busy enough already, so why was he wasting time paying attention to something this minor? Chong-suk clenched his teeth as Jie continued. On top of stopping the supply, they were demanding a detailed explanation of where all the low-grade summoning scrolls had been used so far. Damn it, he muttered. Jie touched her chin as she considered the situation. From what she could tell, Examiner Im Hisu had probably pulled some strings behind the scenes. Chong-suk sat stiffly behind his desk while Jie faced him from the other side. He cursed Im Hisu for opposing him at every turn. Jie asked what they should do, explaining that she had already prepared the documents, but if the management bureau cut off the scroll supply, they would have nothing left to give Baek Jinwoo. Chong-suk's expression grew worried as he thought about the timing. It was almost time to deliver the next batch to Baek Jinwoo. One of Chong-suk's eyes widened suddenly, and a single bead of sweat formed beside it. His phone began vibrating with an incoming call. Chong-suk stiffened in his chair and reached for it, immediately recognizing the caller. Baek Jinwoo. Jie stood nearby with her arms crossed, watching his reaction carefully. What is it? Chong-suk looked toward her and gave an unexpected answer. I suppose we won't need to provide him with any more low-grade summoning scrolls. His eye narrowed again, but this time his concern had shifted somewhere else entirely. More importantly, smartphone lay on the table, displaying Baek Jinwoo's messages. He no longer needed low-grade summoning scrolls because he had gotten what he wanted. Chong-suk's expression hardened as he decided that he needed to settle things with Im Hisu. Meanwhile, Im Hisu was at Gwaneksan Mountain near Sinbawi Station in Gwasan, Gyeonggi-do. Beyond the city and surrounding mountains, a bright blue sky stretched overhead beneath drifting clouds. A sneaker pressed down against the ground as someone stepped forward, approaching the entrance ahead. Jinwoo lifted a hand to his forehead and looked into the distance, studying the place before him. So this is a normal dungeon. A glowing interface appeared, listing 4 dungeon types: Normal Dungeon, Daily Dungeon, Tower of Trials, and Chaos Dragon. Back in BOS, those were the 4 main dungeon categories. Daily dungeons were especially valuable because they provided specific materials every single day. A towering structure rose beneath a blood-red sky while bats circled through the darkness. This was the Tower of Trials, a place far more brutal than an ordinary dungeon, where players could test their limits against hellish difficulty. The rewards were enormous, but the death rate was just as terrifying. A massive dragon spread its wings wide and opened its jaws, releasing a burning stream of fire that tore through the air. Jinwoo stood alongside two companions as the dragon's massive fire breath swept across the area. This was a raid boss meant to be challenged by forming a party, but since that content had not been updated yet, he decided to leave the full explanation for later. A bright blue portal spun in place, energy swirling around it like a living current. Every dungeon outside those three special categories was considered a normal dungeon, and this was the kind Jinwoo was about to enter. Jinwoo walked forward while looking down at his phone. In BOS, normal dungeons had also been called stage dungeons, but in reality they simply appeared randomly throughout the world. A phone screen displayed a long list of party recruitment posts. Party play was possible inside normal dungeons, but Jinwoo had no reason to search for a group this time. Jinwoo stood with his back turned, staring at the glowing blue portal embedded in the rocky cliffside ahead of him. Huge blue portal churned behind yellow caution tape, its swirling light washing over the area. A man in a neat suit stood nearby, keeping watch over the dangerous entrance. Jinwoo stared ahead with a serious expression, knowing exactly why places like this had to be monitored. Once a dungeon formed and enough time passed, a dungeon break could occur, allowing monsters to pour out into the outside world. The suited man stepped in front of Jinwoo and spoke in a professional tone. "If you're here to enter the dungeon, I'll need to check your license first." Jinwoo calmly handed over his license. "Here you go," he said, placing it in the man's hand. Jinwoo waited with a composed look on his face as the man checked the information, then gave a quick confirmation. "Yep, everything's in order." With the check complete, Jinwoo walked toward the spinning blue portal and stepped straight into its glowing center. As the light swallowed him, the man called after him, "Please be careful in there." For a moment, there was nothing but complete darkness, until a single blinding light appeared in the distance. Jinwoo lowered his gaze, his expression tightening as he carefully took in the unfamiliar place around him. Blue energy surged up behind Jinwoo like a rising tide. He stood completely still, but a drop of sweat slid down his cheek as the atmosphere changed around him. Two weapons slammed into each other with a violent metallic crash, and red energy exploded outward from the point of impact. Monster weapons crashed against the shields of armored soldiers, filling the air with desperate impacts. As Jinwoo watched the battlefield unfold, the truth slowly hit him. So this was... Red lightning ripped across a dark crimson sky above towering stone walls, while waves of orcs charged forward below. Jinwoo had entered a subjugation dungeon. Two armored soldiers stood along the castle wall with bows clenched in their hands, staring down at the advancing enemy. "The orcs are climbing up," one shouted. "Fire!" Another soldier quickly yelled for them to pour the hot water. Several orcs climbed wooden ladders pressed against the fortress wall, their weapons rattling as they fought their way upward. Back in BOS, this kind of battle had only felt like a game. Seeing it in front of him now was completely different. A glowing arrow struck an orc directly in the face, while another arrow pierced the creature behind it. Blood sprayed through the air as both monsters were hit in rapid succession. An orc swung its weapon down with brutal force, smashing it against a soldier's weapon. Jinwoo's thoughts froze for a second. This was... A wounded soldier lay on the ground while another dropped beside him and pressed a hand against the injury. "We need a healer over here," he shouted desperately. Standing high on the castle wall, Jinwoo looked down at the wounded soldiers, charging orcs, and blood-stained battlefield below. His face grew tense as he realized that this was what real war actually looked like. Jinwoo shut his eyes and steadied his breathing. He needed to pull himself together, stop getting overwhelmed, and do what he always did when things became dangerous. A glowing blue barrier formed around him, bright energy flowing across its surface as it wrapped him in protection. Ramba leaned forward in midair, her expression shifting into focus as she called out, "Get ready, guys!" Pokryong gripped her staff tightly while standing beside Hongyo. Flames curled around the two of them as they prepared to join the fight. Jinwoo stood on the fortress wall and called forth the Wind Fairy, the training instructor, and the Dragon Mage. One by one, his summons appeared beside him, ready for battle. The Golden Fairy appeared beside Mini Kong as Jinwoo summoned them as well. Among D-rank tanks and healers, there was nobody better suited for the job than those two. Ramba grinned as she gripped her staff and leaned forward. "Okay." With that, she moved to buff Hongyo's attack speed. Pokryong faced the battlefield as flames circled around her body. Jinwoo ordered her to stay behind Hongyo and prepare covering fire. "Yes, sir, Jinwoo," she answered without hesitation. Mini Kong leaped forward with green energy wrapping around his body. Jinwoo pointed toward the enemy line and gave him a clear command. Mini Kong, go straight for the orc boss. Mini Kong launched himself down toward the orcs below, a trail of green power following behind him. The pattern of an orc subjugation dungeon was actually simple once you understood it. He slammed into the ground in a violent burst of green energy, sending broken stone, dust, and debris flying outward from the impact. Mini Kong crouched low amid the debris, staring up at a towering orc in front of him. All they had to do was defeat the giant orc at the very back, and the entire dungeon would be over. The giant orc threw its weapon high above its head, opening its mouth in a furious roar as it prepared to strike. The giant orc's blade came crashing down, slamming heavily against Mini Kong's raised arms with a thunderous impact. Ramba swung her staff with a strained expression and shouted, "Go!" Hongyo fixed his eyes on the enemy ahead, his focused gaze never wavering as he prepared to move. A wave of green energy smashed across the fortress wall, scattering smoke, broken stone, and debris into the air. Green slashes ripped through several orcs at once. Blood sprayed as their bodies were torn apart under the force of the attack. Hongyo drove his blade forward, green energy streaming behind him as he sliced cleanly through an orc's body. Jinwoo stood above the battle and let out a quiet breath. Maybe it was because Hongyo had reached X rank, but he was on a completely different level from the early game Hongyo Jinwoo remembered. A small smirk appeared on Jinwoo's face. At this rate, the fight looked like it was going to be even easier than he had expected. The Golden Fairy and Mini Kong rushed forward together while Ramba swung her staff from above. At the same time, Hongyo cut down another charging orc. Two armored soldiers leaned over the fortress wall, watching Jin with Summon's tear through the enemy forces. "We have allies," one shouted. "And they're insanely strong." The other stared in disbelief and asked, "Are we actually going to live through this?" Mini Kong roared as he launched himself forward, charging directly toward an orc wielding a heavy club. The Golden Fairy hovered in the air as warm glowing light gathered around her, restoring the health of those fighting below. Ramba spun playfully through the air with a smug grin, dodging attacks from below as she teased the orcs. "You mad?" Jinwoo suddenly popped his head over the wall with a flustered expression as several axes lodged themselves into the stone beside him. "Ramba, stop messing around," he shouted. Ramba hovered nearby and gave an embarrassed little laugh. "Hee, sorry." At the same time, Hongyo cut down an orc and roared, "How dare you throw an axe at my liege? Die!" Pokryong tightened her grip on her staff as flames spiraled around it, her lips moving as she began to chant. She raised her staff forward, fire gathering all around her as she declared, "Here I go." A massive wave of fire spiraled outward from the fortress as Pokryong unleashed explosive dragon wave. A blazing dragon-shaped flame surged through the battlefield with its fiery jaws open wide. The raging fire engulfed multiple orcs at once, and their screams echoed across the battlefield as the flames consumed them. The giant orc remained standing in the middle of the blazing aftermath, its entire body scorched black by Pokryong's flames. Smoke poured from its open mouth as it staggered through the fire, refusing to fall just yet. A foot drove hard against the ground, kicking loose rubble and broken stone outward as someone launched forward through the smoke. Hongyo swung his sword in one clean, merciless motion. The blade cut straight through the giant orc's neck, sending its head flying away as blood sprayed high into the air. The orc's severed head crashed heavily onto the ground. Behind it, Hongyo stood firm with his sword still in hand, completely unmoved by the brutal finish. Ramba shot her clenched fist into the air and shouted, "Hell yeah!" As the others gathered beneath the fortress wall, the dungeon was finally declared cleared. Pokryong held her staff with a bright, delighted smile. "Wow!" she breathed as her dragon mage level rose to 5, and her intelligence increased by 2. Hongyo stood with his eyes closed while glowing particles drifted around him. His training instructor level rose to 5, and his critical hit rate increased by 1%. Jinwoo stared upward in disbelief as the rewards came in. In only 3 minutes, he had made 500,000 won and even obtained 1 intermediate-grade summoning scroll. The group stood together after the clear, and Ramba happily chirped, "Congrats on leveling up, Tilda." But Jinwoo was already thinking ahead. He needed to locate the next dungeon immediately. Jinwoo's hand curled into a tight fist as the realization sank in. He could raise his summons levels and make money at the same time. Standing high on the wall with his fist clenched, Jinwoo looked ahead with a fierce, determined expression. It was time to completely turn his life around through an endless grind. The view shifted to a tall, modern office building rising beneath a clear and brilliant sky. Inside, Chong-suk sat silently at his desk with his head lowered, looking as though he had been forced into a corner. Jae stood before him with a stern expression and demanded to know where he had found the confidence to make such a reckless bet. Chong-suk only answered that the other bastard had started it first. An older man sat nervously at the center of a long conference table, trying to force a smile. "Gentlemen, please calm down," he pleaded, while the two men seated across from each other continued glaring without backing down. Im-Hee-soo leaned back in his chair with a smug grin. He claimed that examiner Chong-suk seemed to be wasting the budget, so he had merely offered a little advice. Chong-suk scowled and glared straight ahead as Im-Hee-soo continued mocking him. What kind of talent management team could not properly raise even one single talent? Chong-suk's body jerked back and his mouth fell open as the insult continued. Not one talent raised by examiner Chong-suk had ever managed to become a national representative. Im-Hee-soo leaned back with an amused grin, asking whether Chong-suk's attitude came from the recent Tuesday dungeon record. Was he really acting this confident over that one achievement? Chong-suk sat with his back turned, trembling in anger. Chong-suk glared forward at Im-Hee-soo, desperate to fire back. But he knew the truth. Every year, the rankers Im-Hee-soo raised were selected as national representatives. Im-Hee-soo sat comfortably in his chair with a confident smirk. He might have been arrogant, but nobody could deny that he had the skill to support that arrogance. Chong-suk's face tightened as he finally reached his limit. "I'm not just going to sit back and take this anymore." Then he demanded to know what would happen if the talent he raised was selected as a national representative. Im-Hee-soo leaned farther back in his chair, wearing a smug smile as he answered with a challenge. "Then do you want to make a bet on it?" His eyes narrowed as he laid out the terms. There could only be a maximum of 10 national representative players, so they would see whose chosen talent climbed higher. Chong-suk fixed him with a sharp stare and answered immediately. "Fine." The two men leaned toward one another with wide, competitive grins as flames seemed to rise behind them. The loser would admit that the other examiner was better, resign, and pay a 1 billion won penalty. As they asked whether they should draw up the contract immediately, the director trembled and begged them not to fight. Jae stood with one hand resting on her hip, staring at Chong-suk with disbelief. Was he seriously doing this just because he believed in Baek Jinwoo? Jinwoo might be impressive, but he was still only a gamer and remained far behind the established rankers on record. Chong-suk sat behind his desk with both hands clasped together. He looked serious as he quietly admitted, "I know." His fingers interlocked tightly in front of his mouth as he paused, weighing his next words. "But..." Chong-suk lifted his head, determination burning in his eyes. He believed in Baek Jinwoo, and if they supported him properly, Jinwoo would provide them with major information in return. Jae stood there with a concerned expression, about to respond, when the door behind her suddenly swung open. A man burst inside and shouted for the examiner. Jae spun toward the doorway with startled eyes and demanded to know what was happening. Behind her, Chong-suk pushed himself up from his desk as well. Byung-jin stood in the doorway, gripping a sheet of paper with a tense face. He shouted that it concerned the player who had recently been clearing dozens of D-rank dungeons solo. Chong-suk lunged forward with a shocked expression, while Jae reacted behind him with a sharp cry. "What?" The instant they heard the player's name was Baek Jinwoo, Jae's calm composure broke apart. A player who had registered only a month ago was clearing D-rank dungeons in less than 5 minutes each. Chong-suk broke into a grin and let out a pleased chuckle, clearly enjoying the moment. Jae could only stare at him, completely stunned. Chong-suk threw both arms into the air and burst into celebration, shouting that he had told her Baek Jinwoo was the real deal. Jae remained unimpressed, silently cringing at his outdated slang. He clenched his fist with fierce confidence and declared that he had believed in Baek Jinwoo from the very beginning. Footsteps emerged from a portal as Jinwoo calmly reflected that this outcome had been expected all along. His eye for talent was clearly flawless. Baek Jinwoo stood quietly in front of the swirling blue portal, his face relaxed as though clearing another dungeon had been nothing special. Scene shifted away from the dungeon entrance and into a quiet room indoors. Jinwoo held up his phone, the screen displaying more than 26 million won. He looked at the number and let out a deeply satisfied chuckle. Lying on his back with flushed cheeks and a huge smile, Jinwoo proudly announced that he had made an incredible 16 million won. The golden fairy flew nearby while Ramba grinned from behind. Over the last 4 days, Jinwoo had run through 160 D-rank dungeons like a man possessed. Hongyo gripped his sword and swung it through the air, striking a distant target as flames spread rapidly across the ground around it. A teary-eyed Jinwoo clasped his hands in front of towering stacks of cash. This was the money he had earned by selling every intermediate-grade summoning scroll he received from those dungeons. Under a bright spotlight, Jinwoo dropped to his knees and raised his phone as tears streamed down his face. This was the result of his blood, sweat, and tears. At last, a world meant for him had arrived. Ramba immediately pointed out that they were the ones who had done all the sweating. Jinwoo sat on the bed with his phone in hand and looked ready to make serious plans. All right, let's start by splitting up the accounts. Ramba hugged a loaf of bread while sitting on top of an open ledger. Jinwoo pointed to one section and explained that this would be the living expenses account. 3 tiny chibi figures huddled together on another open ledger as Jinwoo continued organizing his money. He would also create a family account so he could spend big for them later. Then came the savings account. 10 million won every month saved away for himself. A flashy article paints the perfect success story. There he is, lounging on a golden throne with his thumb raised proudly, after going from unemployed to a player earning 10 million won every single month. Staring at it all, he can only mutter that 10 million a month still feels completely unreal, like he is living inside a dream. His expression sharpens, eyes narrowing as he focuses on the final thing he still needs to handle. On his phone screen, the balance in his player account sits at more than 6 million won. Looking at it closely, he turns his attention to the account itself. Stacks of crimson summoning scrolls are spread across an open ledger, forming a small mountain of potential power. He makes his decision without hesitation. Every bit of money sitting there is going straight into summons. He lowers his gaze to the phone in his hand, his face calm despite the massive amount of money involved. Cash matters, of course, but right now, the thing that truly matters is raising his worth as a player. After all their dungeon runs, every one of his summons has finally reached level 30. Ramba flies through the air in celebration, while he explains that now it is time to equip runes and strengthen them even further. Holding his phone out in front of him, he knows exactly where the next step begins. The daily dungeon is the key to farming what he needs, but clearing it fast will require much stronger core summons. He tightens his grip around the phone as the player marketplace fills the screen, then starts searching through the listings. The question is simple. Are there any useful summons available right now? Then his eye suddenly opens wide. A bead of sweat slides down his cheek as the numbers on the screen sink in. He stares at the marketplace listings in complete disbelief. Even C-rank summons are averaging around 20 million won each, making him blurt out in shock, asking why they are this ridiculously expensive. With his back turned, he runs through the prices in frustration. B-rank summons average 200 million won, while A-rank and S-rank summons are not even listed for sale. At this pace, the money in his account will disappear almost instantly. He lets out a long breath while holding the phone at his side. Even with a high-grade summoning scroll, B-rank summons only have a 1% drop rate, so when he thinks about it, the insane prices do make sense. A faint smirk begins to form on his face as he looks back down at the screen. In the end, he decides it is not a problem after all. Still holding the phone, he quickly pulls up a contact and starts making a call. He raises the phone to his ear, confidence returning to his face with a quiet smile. This is exactly why he prepared a safety net in the first place. Elsewhere, a man in a suit suddenly bursts through the door, his face twisted with alarm as he loudly calls out for the examiner. Chong-suk rests his chin on one hand while looking down at a document, barely lifting his attention as he asks what the problem is. The suited man rushes farther into the room, shouting that a new request has come in from player Baek Jinwoo. Chong-suk jerks upright in surprise, immediately demanding to know what he said. Chong-suk suddenly grabs both of TCOP's hands and leans in with wild excitement, demanding to know what Baek Jinwoo asked for. Startled by the sudden move, TCOP stiffens and mutters that Chong-suk nearly gave him a heart attack. The man quickly lifts his phone toward Chong-suk's face, making sure he can see every detail on the screen. The screen is packed with messages from Baek Jinwoo, including a long and detailed list of summons he wants purchased. The man points at it and says this is the request, while another voice repeats the words in surprise. A summon purchase list? Chong-suk grabs TCOP's hands again, his eyes going wide as he asks whether Baek Jinwoo wants every single summon on that enormous list. TCOP confirms it plainly. He wants them to buy all of it. Chong-suk scratches his head as he studies the expensive list on the phone. If headquarters were willing to buy all of this, Baek Jinwoo would not still be stuck using C-rank summons. More importantly, Chong-suk wants to know what Baek Jinwoo plans to offer in return. His eye tightens as he hears the answer. Baek Jinwoo is willing to reveal the secrets behind clearing the daily dungeon with record-setting time attacks. Tae-seop looks forward with tension written across his face. He asks whether that means every daily dungeon, not only the Monday or Wednesday versions, and receives a firm confirmation. Chong-suk plants one hand on his hip, realizing the full scale of the offer. Baek Jinwoo is not offering just one dungeon secret, he is offering all of them. That is one incredibly hard bargain. A wide grin spreads across Chong-suk's face, his teeth showing as he finally gives his answer. Fine. He understands the deal for now. His expression turns serious again as he folds his arms across his chest. He says he will take the proposal to the director and try to convince him. Not long after, Chang-suk clutches his head in outrage and smashes a fist down onto the desk. He curses the old men making decisions behind closed doors, angrily calling them nothing but foolish, useless boomers. He climbs up onto the desk itself, throwing both arms high into the air as papers fly everywhere around him. He rages that it is no wonder their country always ends up dead last, while the two people watching from below can only stare in confusion. One asks what is wrong with him, and the other quietly explains that the request was rejected. Jae stands nearby with her arms crossed, wearing the slightest amused smile. Looking at Chang-suk's outburst, she remarks that it would be nice if every examiner had that much passion. Tae-seop faces the furious Chang-suk and asks what the director said. A dark aura hangs around Chang-suk as he glares ahead and explains that the director told him to bring proof, or show Baek Jin-woo clearing it first, before making such a request. Jae glances calmly to the side while Chang-suk shouts in disbelief. How is he supposed to clear it first when he does not even have the summons needed to do it? Leaning forward with his fist clenched tight, Chang-suk raises his voice even higher. If Baek Jin-woo's information is real, it would be an enormous breakthrough, an absolute jackpot. Yet those fools at headquarters cannot even recognize what is right in front of them. Chang-suk goes still, his eyes widening as Jae calmly says the whole situation is rather disappointing. Jae rests one finger lightly against her cheek as she explains what she means. Selling information that valuable to headquarters for only 1.3 billion won is disappointing. Is it not? Chang-suk can only stammer at the words only and mere, unable to believe what he just heard. Jae smiles gently before addressing him directly as examiner. She raises one finger with complete confidence and offers a simple solution. What if she covers the entire cost herself? Both men immediately turn toward her, stunned by what she just proposed. Chang-suk stares ahead with trembling eyes as a realization suddenly hits him. Now that he thinks about it, standing confidently before a towering building surrounded by shining trophies, Jae's true background becomes clear. She is UGA, the fourth granddaughter of the Daesung Group family, part of South Korea's most powerful conglomerate. From childhood, Jae was raised under Daesung's elite chaebol education, trained from the beginning for the world of wealth, influence, and high-level business. Yet while management rights and corporate power were supposed to be her future, her attention drifted elsewhere. Watching players command their summons through her phone, she found herself far more interested in the player world than in taking control of the family business. And among all the players she has watched lately, the one who fascinates her most is Baek Jin-woo. For a beginner, Baek Jin-woo possesses an almost unbelievable amount of knowledge. On top of that, he has the nerve to approach the government and attempt to strike a deal with them directly. Two hands lock together in a firm handshake, and Jae's idea takes shape. Why not build an entire one-man management team solely for Baek Jin-woo? Young Jin stands there with a confused look while Chang-suk watches from behind. Jae's plan is to invest boldly in Baek Jin-woo, help him fully make use of everything he knows, then split the profits, operating in a completely different way from the existing talent management teams. Jae lightly touches her chin as the man questions whether she is truly certain. It is an enormous amount of money to put on the line. Jae stands confidently atop a pile of coins, while Chang-suk sweats nervously beside her. She asks whether he is seriously worried about her bank balance right now, and Chang-suk quickly laughs it off, insisting that of course he is not. Jae crosses her arms over her chest, her confidence never wavering. Money is not something he needs to worry about, but before they move forward, there is one thing she has to do first. With a soft, knowing smile, Jae says she needs to meet Baek Jin-woo one more time. Jae sits quietly at the table, her gaze fixed ahead as if she is carefully sorting through everything on her mind. Her eyes narrow slightly, and she slowly turns her head toward the person in front of her. Inside the room, Jin-woo stands with a faint, relaxed smile while a suited man bows deeply behind him. Jin-woo tells him to enjoy himself, and the man answers respectfully, thanking him. Watching the exchange, Jin-woo realizes headquarters is showing far more sincerity than he expected. Jin-woo looks ahead with a small smile still on his face, while a message on the phone behind him asks to arrange a meeting in person. They really moved fast after receiving only one piece of information. Before him rises a tall, luxurious building glowing under the light. Jin-woo has been brought to a high-end restaurant so extravagant that even most five-star hotels would struggle to compare. Uniformed staff members greet him with warm smiles and place expensive drinks before him one after another. With this kind of treatment, Jin-woo cannot help thinking that handing over information might actually be worth it. Jin-woo stands facing forward when a familiar voice calls out to him, welcoming him by name. Jae leans one hand lightly against the table, greeting him with a composed and gentle smile. Before coming here, Jinwoo had looked into Gas' background, and what he found nearly made him fall over. Her appearance was striking enough on its own, but her family background was on an entirely different level. An article on his phone highlights Gas' accomplishments and abilities. Even after seeing it for himself, Jinwoo still cannot believe that a third-generation chaebol like her is actually working at headquarters. Jae places one hand over her chest and thanks him warmly for accepting the invitation. Jinwoo looks toward her, then asks whether she came here alone. With her eyes closed in a calm smile, Jae explains that what she wants to discuss today has nothing to do with headquarters. This meeting is about something else entirely. A pair of chopsticks reaches toward the table and lifts a piece of grilled fish. Jae begins by saying that, unfortunately, things did not turn out as they had hoped. Holding a glass while seated across from him, Jae explains that receiving any more support from headquarters will likely be difficult from this point on. Jae speaks to Jinwoo from across the table, explaining that examiner Park Chung-suk truly did everything he could. Still, too many people opposed the decision. Jinwoo accepts that if this is headquarters' final stance, there is little anyone can do. Besides, he believes he can still reach first place on his own. Jinwoo holds a piece of meat near his mouth with his chopsticks, looking forward as Jae says she has another proposal for him instead. Caught off guard, he pauses and asks what she means. She reaches her hand across the table and gently places a glass of water in front of Jinwoo. Then she tells him that this proposal is meant specifically for him. Sitting upright with complete confidence in her expression, Jae reveals that she is planning to establish a private management agency. Jinwoo stiffens in his chair, his eyes widening the moment he understands what she is suggesting. A massive modern building rises in view as Jae lays out her reasoning. Unlike headquarters, which has to move cautiously and consider countless restrictions, a corporation acts for profit. And she is certain she can bring in plenty of profit. Under a bright spotlight, Jae stands holding a gold card as Jinwoo reaches an important conclusion. What he needs is someone with resources, connections, and enough faith in the value of his information to support him properly. UGA, backed by Disung's professional care, is offering to provide whatever Beck Jinwoo needs. Jinwoo stares ahead in stunned silence. There is simply nowhere else like Disung, and one thing he knows for sure is that money never lies. Jae smiles with her eyes softly closed across the table, while Jinwoo holds his glass and begins to blush. She says they have only met a few times, but he already seems like a genuinely great person. For someone as talented as Jinwoo, she believes this kind of support is only natural. Two empty glasses sit on the wooden table as Jae explains that she will go over the details together with the contract. Then, if he agrees, she plans to visit the vacant lot tomorrow. She also tells him to check the summons he requested. Jinwoo freezes, clearly startled by how quickly everything is moving. He asks if it is already done, pointing out that he has not even signed the contract yet. Jae leans forward slightly, a subtle smile appearing on her lips. She admits that she had already been preparing everything, regardless of what decision Jinwoo eventually made. With a radiant confidence surrounding her, Jae smiles and tells him to think of it as a gift. Jinwoo cannot contain his excitement anymore, shouting that this is unbelievable before passionately declaring his love for chaebols. Under a bright blue sky, a wooden signpost stands beside the path, quietly marking the way ahead. A girl's legs move along the dusty road as she wonders aloud whether Appa will be there again today. Ajin bends forward with a tired, gloomy expression, wondering what has been keeping him so busy lately. He has not contacted her at all, and she even heard that he got a place of his own. Then she lifts her head and notices someone ahead. Jae walks along the path with her hair flowing softly in the breeze, her eyes fixed ahead. Ajin stops and stares, openly amazed by how beautiful she is. Ajin suddenly raises her arm and frowns, stopping halfway through a step. After taking a closer look, she says she thinks she has seen Jae's face somewhere before on Instar. Ajin rests her chin on one hand, eyes closed as she tries to remember. Blurry images pass through her mind until a phone screen appears with the same woman's photo covered in likes. Her eye snaps open in shock as realization finally hits her. Jae touches the edge of her collar with a slightly uneasy expression, while Ajin stands behind her, breathing hard. Ajin has finally recognized her. The woman in front of her is UGA. The view opens over a wide sky and distant mountains, stretching far beyond the training grounds. Wearing dark sunglasses, Hongyo stares forward with a stern expression and suddenly shouts for more. Hongyo stands with his arms crossed, a blazing aura rising behind him while several exhausted summons slump nearby. He tells them they need to push themselves to their absolute limit if they want to grow stronger. One summon says they will run one more lap, while another groans that they are already at their limit. Hongyo's eye narrows sharply as a bright spark of electricity flickers beside him. He lifts his sunglasses slightly, presses one finger to his lips, and signals for everyone to stay silent. Someone is approaching. Jinwoo wipes sweat from his face with a towel, glancing to the side as Jie approaches from the distance. Jie raises her hand in a small greeting while Jinwoo leans forward to welcome her. She returns the greeting and remarks that it looks like he has been training since early this morning. Hongyo stands calmly as the summons gather close around him. Jinwoo casually says he has only been doing a little training, while Jie looks over the group and asks whether they are his summons. Seeing them all together, she realizes this is how he forms a team. Jinwoo turns his body and gestures toward the summons with a smile. He tells them to return to their training, promising that he will formally introduce everyone later, while Jie watches the group with interest. Jie extends one hand forward with a gentle smile as a faint blue glow gathers around her palm. She tells Jinwoo that before anything else, she will give him his gift. Jinwoo looks ahead as a glowing blue holographic panel suddenly appears in front of him. Standing before the luminous panel, Jinwoo reads the message displayed on it. UGA is proposing a trade, and the system tells him to carefully review the other party's offer. Floating trade messages begin to fill the space while two hands clasp in a firm handshake. The system treats these battles almost like a game, allowing players to trade with one another through official exchanges. The glowing interface flashes with the words "trade accepted." As someone holds a Kong and King with lightning surrounding them, a warning appears. Anyone trying to scam another player and run away could face serious consequences. A man points ahead as lightning crashes down on a fleeing figure, making him scream in terror. Someone shouts that the guy actually did it while the warning makes the danger clear. Trying to cheat someone through the system could get you killed by a system window curse. A blue trade interface opens with UGA's name at the top, her side filled with multiple summons while Baek Jinwoo's side remains empty. Looking over the list, Jinwoo realizes she truly managed to get every one of them. Jinwoo lifts one finger toward the glowing panel as it asks whether he wants to accept the trade proposed by player UGA. After a brief pause, he presses the accept button without hesitation. Blue light immediately begins spiraling around Jinwoo's body as he stands before the glowing interface. Feeling the power of the completed trade settle in, he slowly tightens one hand into a firm fist. Jinwoo bends forward into a deep, respectful bow while Jie stands in front of him with a bright smile. He sincerely thanks her, calling the summons an unbelievably valuable gift, but she casually tells him it is nothing worth making such a fuss over. Jie smiles as she opens her bag and pulls out a document from inside. Setting it down in front of him, she asks whether they should finally get down to the real business. A tall, sleek tower rises beneath the clear sky as Jie introduces the name of the new management agency. She calls it Ubik, a name she created by combining the surnames of Yu and Baek. A circular chart appears, with Jinwoo's face taking up the overwhelming majority of the shares. Jie explains that 70% belongs to Baek Jinwoo, 25% belongs to her, and the remaining 5% will go to Examiner Park Chongsuk. A tiny chibi version of Examiner Park Chongsuk appears over a building, raising a thumbs up with a proud grin. Jie explains that he will remain at headquarters, continuing to support Ubik from inside. A network of connected faces appears, linking Jinwoo and Jie to several others. Jie says they intend to hire Byungjin and Taesip as employees. When Jinwoo asks whether those two were not still working at headquarters, she calmly reveals that they resigned this morning after she offered them triple their previous salaries. Jinwoo holds the contract in both hands, his expression growing slightly tense as he reads through it. He says he is grateful for the offer, but asks whether she is truly certain about giving him a full 70%. Jie sits calmly on the bench, wearing the same composed smile as before. She tells Jinwoo to think of it as her own personal bet on him. Her gaze remains steady and confident as she explains that even with only 25% of the shares, she is certain she can make their value grow as much as possible. Jie continues with quiet confidence, explaining that voting rights are not particularly important in a company built around one player. What matters far more is building a strong and lasting relationship with Baek Jinwoo himself. Jie looks toward Jinwoo as he sits on the bench with the contract resting in his hands. She tells him that this is the moment to set greed aside and secure the relationship between them first. Jinwoo finally signs the contract, then presses his thumb down firmly to leave his thumbprint beside his name. Jie appears with a bright, delighted smile, looking thrilled that the agreement has finally gone through. Sitting across from each other on the bench, Jinwoo and Jie clasp hands tightly and smile as the contract is officially completed. Jinwoo tells her he looks forward to working together, and Jie warmly says that she feels the same way. Nearby, Hongyo suddenly turns his head with a sharp, startled look crossing his face. A blinding flash of white light bursts through the forest clearing ahead, drawing Hongyo's full attention toward it. Jinwoo and Jie both turn toward the forest at the same time, confused by the sudden flash. Looking in that direction, they ask what that was. Before anyone can answer, a violent explosion erupts through the clearing. Debris blasts outward in every direction, followed by a loud cry of pain from somewhere inside the smoke. Hongyo emerges from the bushes, gripping someone's leg tightly in both hands as he drags the unexpected intruder into view. Hongyo has Ajin and her summon hanging upside down by their legs, their eyes squeezed tightly shut as he holds them in the air. It turns out she had activated auto-hunt while sneaking around nearby. Jin dangles upside down with sweat beading across her face as Jinwoo calls out her name in disbelief. He asks what in the world she is doing here. Jinwoo sits on the bench, still looking surprised as he slowly begins to piece together what happened. So what she is saying is, Ajin kneels on the ground with leaves tangled in her hair and stuck all over her clothes. She stares blankly ahead, looking completely caught after being dragged out of the bushes. Ajin leans forward with her eyes shut while Jinwoo faces her directly. He says she recognized you, Jie, followed her because she was a fan, and came along out of curiosity. Ajin quickly protests that she only tagged along because she wanted to see what was going on. Ajin recoils with her eyes still squeezed shut as she gets smacked for trying to deny it. Jinwoo hunches forward on the bench and looks down at Ajin with a tired expression. He continues, saying that once she got here, she saw him with Jie and secretly watched them from hiding. Still kneeling silently in front of him, Ajin suddenly looks up with an angry expression. Finally giving up on pretending, she shouts that fine, he is right. Ajin suddenly lunges forward, grabs Jinwoo by the shoulder, and shakes him fiercely. Then she demands to know what about him, because there is no way he actually knows you, Jie. She presses her face right up near Jinwoo's, glaring at him as she demands to know what kind of trick he pulled, and how he ended up together with Jie. Jinwoo stares back tensely, already feeling a headache coming on. The contract includes a clause involving family, so he knew they would meet eventually, but he never expected it to happen this fast. Jie smiles brightly and gestures forward as though she can already picture the meeting going perfectly. She says she had planned to greet Jinwoo's family eventually anyway, so this works out well. Ajin sits frozen in shock while Jinwoo hurriedly adds that he does not mean right now. Ajin flails her arms and legs wildly, refusing to let the matter go, as she loudly demands that Jinwoo explain everything. He can only watch from behind as she becomes even more stubborn. Ajin raises a hand to her head, looking exhausted and overwhelmed as she stares back at Jinwoo. The sky shines brightly above the park as Jinwoo begins trying to simplify the situation and explain everything from the beginning. Ajin suddenly raises one finger as realization flashes across her face. She remembers that Jinwoo was originally a fairly famous gamer, and that he is also the player who recently broke the record in the low-rank dungeon. Jinwoo leans forward slightly on the bench as Ajin faces him and connects the rest of the story. Because of that record, he kept going back and forth to headquarters, which is how he met Jie. Jinwoo calmly confirms that she has it right. Ajin lifts her hand to her chin and looks upward, quietly thinking through everything she has just learned. Jinwoo leans forward with a slightly surprised expression as Ajin suddenly asks another question. She remembers him playing a mobile game for a very long time back then, and wonders whether that was the game responsible for all of this. Sweating slightly, Jinwoo gestures quickly with both hands and insists that it was a completely different game. He says he only played Battle of Summoners for around a year. Ajin responds with a small sound of understanding, while Jinwoo thinks to himself that he cannot reveal he is God Jainu yet. Ajin clenches both fists, her eyes sparkling as an excited smile spreads across her face. Even if it was only 1 year, she says that is still an incredibly long time to spend playing such a trash game. Leaning closer to Jinwoo on the bench with a teasing grin, Ajin jokes that who would have guessed his gaming addiction would end up paying off like this. Jinwoo sits beside Ajin while she smiles with closed eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed from teasing him. He quietly tells her that it is not because he does not trust her. One hand gently holds the hand of someone lying in a hospital bed. Jinwoo knows that even with people he loves and trusts, there is always the possibility that something could still go wrong. Jinwoo's family stands together beside his hospital bed, reminding him of the years they spent caring for him. They looked after him for 3 whole years, so he cannot recklessly drag them into danger just because of his own circumstances. Jinwoo lowers his gaze, his expression turning completely serious. Before he reveals who he really is, he needs to become strong enough to protect his family from anything that might come after them. Ajin sits beside him and asks why he is only telling her all of this now. Jinwoo rubs the back of his head and says he had planned to tell her eventually. He promises he will explain everything to their parents too, but asks her to keep it secret for a little while. Ajin can only stare at him in shock and ask what. Hongyo stands in front of the other summons as they continue training, while Jinwoo calmly explains that he has a good reason for keeping things hidden. Hongyo turns his head toward the shadow elf, while Pokryong sits nearby trembling nervously. Jinwoo reaches forward with clawed hands toward the shadow elf as she recoils deeper into the bushes. He begins bringing up the matter of that shadow elf, while Ajin looks over in confusion and asks why she is acting so strangely over there. Beneath the glowing moon, a massive shadow wolf with countless glaring eyes lets out a deep, vicious snarl. Jinwoo explains that if Ajin plans to keep raising the shadow elf, she needs a shadow wolf to pair with her. The shadow elf flips through the air and drives her blade into a monster from above, triggering a critical hit with a stealth bonus. Jinwoo points out that without a shadow wolf supporting her, she will not even be able to reach 10% of her true efficiency. Ajin sits on the bench with her phone in hand, her eyes widening in surprise. She asks whether there was really a summon called a shadow wolf, and Jinwoo tells her she probably never noticed because it is a B-rank summon. Her fingers tap rapidly across the phone screen as she searches through the listings. Then she looks up and asks how she is supposed to get her hands on a B-rank summon in the first place. Ajin keeps staring down at her phone, silently tapping and scrolling through the screen again and again. Her shoulders droop as she slumps on the bench with a tired look, still gripping her phone. In a small voice, she calls out to her brother, and Jinwoo answers that he is listening. Ajin holds the phone toward him, showing a B-rank shadow wolf listed for 500 million won. She asks whether he seriously expects her to buy something like that, because saving that much money would take her 20 years. Jinwoo remains seated on the bench as Ajin pushes the phone closer for him to see. He tells her to wait just a little longer, then confidently promises that he will get one for her within a month. Ajin's face lights up, her eyes going wide as color rises into her cheeks. She can barely process the fact that he is casually talking about buying her something worth 500 million won. Leaning back against the bench, Ajin raises one hand and teasingly says that now he has become a gamer, he is trying way too hard to act cool. As Jinwoo gets up from his seat, she quickly says to forget it because she will just save enough money and buy it herself. Jinwoo stands with one hand tucked into his pocket, then glances back over his shoulder with a faint, confident smile. Ajin looks up at him from the bench, still slightly confused by his attitude. Jinwoo tells her not to start crying from being touched when she finally gets it. Jinwoo walks away and raises one hand toward his summons training in the distance. Watching his back as he leaves, Ajin cannot shake the strange feeling growing inside her. Ajin sits stiffly on the bench with an empty stare, the exhausted shadow elf slumped across her lap. Holding her there, Ajin thinks that her brother feels like a completely different person now. 1 week later, a red portal stands open beside a building while a car waits nearby. 2 suited employees take a jacket from a box, and Byung-jin lifts it up with a huge grin. When Jinwoo asks what it is, Jie tells him that this will be the gear he wears for every daily dungeon from now on. Jinwoo pulls the jacket into place while Byung-jin adjusts it from behind. Jie explains that Ubic's first official product will be information, making Jinwoo pause and repeat the word in confusion. Several floating screens appear, filled with locked daily dungeon clear videos marked for members only, while stacks of cash surround them. Jie explains that they intend to sell dungeon clear footage for a high price. The tactical vest gleams brightly as Jie makes it clear that this advanced equipment is exactly what they need to make the entire plan work. A small device attached to Jinwoo's jacket activates with a soft electronic sound. On a nearby tablet, footage begins recording as he reaches forward. Inside a dungeon, Jinwoo reaches toward a glowing blue device, while multiple recording screens capture the movement from different angles. Jie explains that once he wears the vest, everything around him will be recorded in full 3D. Jinwoo touches the front of the vest in surprise as she adds that it is lightweight, flexible, and easy to move in. Byung-jin calmly reaches up and adjusts the glasses resting on his face. Jinwoo adjusts the fit of one glove after putting on the gear, but he looks awkward and nervous as sweat starts to form. Around him, the others finish preparing their recording equipment and sunglasses before waiting near the glowing red portal. Someone announces that the recording preparations are complete, while Jinwoo thinks this feels even more stressful than filming ever could. Standing before the swirling red portal, Jinwoo leans forward slightly with an uneasy smile and tells Jie that this is his first time entering the Monday dungeon. He is not sure whether everything will go smoothly, so he asks if that is really okay. Jie tells him not to worry because they will only use the best moments for the final footage anyway. Jinwoo turns his head slightly to the side, his expression settling down as he quietly thanks her. Standing in front of the glowing red portal, Jinwoo looks back with a confident smile. Then he casually asks whether it would be okay if he broke the national record the moment he entered. Jie looks at him in surprise before answering yes. But inside, she cannot help wondering whether he did not just say that the dungeon might not go smoothly. Is he really joking right now? Would 1.3 billion won really that much of a burden for him? Facing Jinwoo, Jie tells him to relax because she truly does not mind. She tells him to play comfortably, just like he used to in his gamer days, and Jinwoo gives her a simple answer. Okay. Jinwoo's foot steps into the glowing red portal, sending ripples of energy spreading through the air around it. He moves farther into the swirling red portal as he recalls that the national record for the Monday dungeon is around 7 minutes. At this pace, though, things may go very differently. Red energy wraps around Jinwoo inside the portal as a slight smirk appears on his face. He thinks he might end up breaking the record far too easily. The world shifts around him, replacing the portal with a dark battlefield littered with broken swords and scattered weapons. He has entered the Monday dungeon. A red rune floats at the center of the battlefield. This is the only dungeon where players can obtain attack-related runes, and the time it takes to clear it is directly connected to their ranking. Several different runes rest in a hand, each one carrying its own faint glow. Attack runes are essential, because without them, players cannot properly build strength or accomplish much of anything. Jinwoo stands before a vast, dark field as the true nature of the dungeon becomes clear. This is a defense dungeon, where he must survive against an approaching undead legion for 30 minutes. Under the darkened sky, a swarm of skeletons charges forward with weapons raised, rushing across the field in a violent wave. A national ranking board comes into view, making it clear that there is a very important reason why the clear time matters so much. A hooded lich looms over a sea of undead, holding a glowing orb in its hand. The dungeon does not truly end until the final boss, the lich, is defeated. Jinwoo presses the small glowing device on his jacket, and it responds with a soft sound. The usual strategy is to target the boss immediately, and as the device begins working properly, Jinwoo remarks that the gear seems to be functioning well. Jinwoo stands still in the middle of the battlefield as a blue panel suddenly materializes beside him. The system interface displays 3 selectable teams labeled A, B, and C. A player can create and manage a total of 3 separate teams. Jinwoo reaches out and taps the interface. He has already organized teams for ordinary play, PvP battles, and daily dungeon runs. Several summons appear beside him as their summoning is confirmed, including Combat Sheriff and Mini Kong. A robed figure appears alongside the Golden Fairy, both of them glowing as their summoning is confirmed. Jinwoo stands with his head slightly lowered as golden energy gathers around him. An objective appears before his eyes. The undead legion is swarming in, and he must hold out until reinforcements arrive. Jinwoo faces forward with his summon team gathered at his side. A timer appears above the battlefield, showing that 30 minutes remain. A cloaked undead commander extends one arm while riding atop a lunging skeleton, leaving a trail of red-black energy behind it. Across the ground, skeletal creatures begin sprinting toward Jinwoo's position. Mini Kong slams his fist against his chest and lets out a powerful roar. Skeletons are blasted into the air around him as the force of his presence tears through their charge. Mini Kong reaches down and grips a skeleton tightly by the head. With a savage grin, Mini Kong drives his arm downward with crushing force. The skeleton shatters beneath the impact, breaking apart in an instant. The remains of the crushed skeleton lie scattered across the cracked, ruined ground. Jinwoo steps forward with calm confidence. His summoned allies lined up behind him while the Golden Fairy hovers overhead in a soft glow. Raising one hand toward the battlefield, he gives the order at last. Now let's go. Far ahead, the lich floats above the enormous undead army, its torn robes drifting in the darkness. Black energy spills outward from its body as the legion below continues advancing. Jinwoo and his summons stand across the battlefield, facing the endless wave of undead charging toward them from the distance. Jinwoo tilts his head slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face as he begins with a simple command. First, behind him, Hongyo glances to the side while tightening his grip on the sword. Hongyo narrows his eyes, his whole expression sharpening with focus as Jinwoo tells the group to take the high ground first. The entire group breaks into a run together. Jinwoo cannot help admiring Hongyo's instinctive response, though Hongyo quickly falls silent the moment he notices that everything is being recorded. Jinwoo sprints across the field as the countdown continues ticking away. Ahead of him, several skeletons rush across the ruined ground, closing the distance fast. His gaze sharpens as he calculates the route ahead. It will take about 2 minutes to reach the destination. The hooded priest turns slightly as skeletons begin gathering around him from behind. As for the mobs following their trail, Jinwoo already has someone ready to deal with them. Hongyo swings his blade upward in one clean motion, smashing into a skeleton's head. Blood splashes across the scene as the undead creature is struck down. Huge hand suddenly closes around a skeleton's skull, gripping it tightly before the creature can move again. Mini Kong roars with glowing eyes, pulling his arm back while the severed skeleton head remains trapped in his massive hand. With a brutal throw, Mini Kong hurls the skeleton's head forward. It tears straight through another skeleton in the middle of the advancing crowd. Jinwoo watches with a calm smile as Mini Kong and Hongyo keep the enemies under control. Seeing how smoothly they handle the pressure, he feels relieved that both of them are his summons. Jinwoo stands firm on the battlefield, facing the towering lich looming over its massive undead army. With the path finally clear enough, he moves on to the next step. Standing beside Combat Sheriff, Jinwoo gives the order while Combat Sheriff raises his rifle and aims toward the distant target. Combat Sheriff, get ready. Combat Sheriff repeatedly fires his rifle as damage numbers appear with every shot. His strength lies in his long range and near-perfect accuracy, although the damage from each individual bullet is weak. Combat Sheriff holds his rifle in place as Jinwoo recalls how he can spend 32 hours auto-battling without even securing a kill. Still, in lower-tier dungeons, he can be an MVP-level summon. Combat Sheriff stands with his rifle beside a small cloaked lich whose health has dropped to 0. Compared to most enemies, this lich has remarkably low HP. Jinwoo raises one hand beside Combat Sheriff, stopping him just as the rifle is ready to fire. Wait, do not shoot yet. The priest clasps both hands together as golden light gathers around him. Jinwoo calls for Radiance to cast a blessing before they begin the attack. Combat Sheriff holds his rifle tightly while golden energy wraps around his body. Behind him, Radiance continues the blessing, strengthening him for the shot ahead. The lich raises both hands as a barrier forms around its body. The effect strips away its long-range immunity skill, the protective shield of darkness. Jinwoo's eyes narrow as a small smirk forms on his face. Good. Now commence firing. Combat Sheriff presses his eye to the scope and steadies the rifle with complete focus, locking his aim onto the lich in the distance. Hongyo's blue eyes glow fiercely as flames surge around him. He launches forward and cuts through the undead with a blazing sword strike. Mini Kong leaps into the air with both fists raised high, while a skeleton swings its sword from below. At the same moment, Hongyo slices another skeleton cleanly in half. Mini Kong crashes both fists down onto a skeleton, sending debris and a powerful shockwave bursting outward from the impact. Mini Kong hunches low at the center of the battlefield, snarling as skeletons surround him from every direction. Behind him, Combat Sheriff maintains his aim from a safer distance. Several slashes rip across Mini Kong's side in quick succession, drawing blood from the wounds as the undead continue pressing in. Golden light gathers around outstretched hands, radiant energy pooling between the fingers as healing power begins to form. The golden fairy hovers overhead with her arms extended, while Radiance clasps his hands in prayer below. Golden energy spreads around them as they restore Mini Kong's strength. Combat Sheriff steadies his rifle once more and fires. The muzzle flashes brightly, and a shell casing spins through the air beside him. Jinwoo stares ahead with sweat on his face, his expression almost flat as he mutters that, as expected, no matter how he looks at it, the result is obvious. The lich tilts its head and raises a clawed finger toward its temple, its red eyes glowing in the darkness. Its health drops only slightly, and Jinwoo remarks that the damage looks pathetic compared to what the others can do. Combat Sheriff keeps firing without losing his aim. The damage may be low, but the lich's HP is steadily falling with every single shot. Multiple bullets slam into the lich's body, forcing it to jerk backward. Its red eyes flicker wildly as it lets out a distorted, unnatural scream. The lich spreads its arms as dark energy swirls around its body. With weak runes and a low level, this kind of strategy would normally take forever, even with Mini Kong standing at the front and recovering HP. Mini Kong roars as golden light wraps around his body and his HP rises again. Facing the incoming skeletons, he proves why people call this method inefficient and avoid using it. A skeleton suddenly drops down from above. Mini Kong looks up in surprise while Jinwoo watches closely from behind him. The skeleton lands on Mini Kong's upper body and digs its claws into him. Mini Kong grimaces as the impact knocks into him hard. The skeleton lunges forward with its jaws stretched wide, letting out a sharp, horrible screech as it attacks. Jinwoo stands calmly with one hand in his pocket, his eyes fixed on the battle unfolding in front of him. A foot steps forward as Jinwoo makes one thing clear. That kind of weakness only applies to an average player. The blade suddenly cuts into the skeleton's head in mid-lunge, stopping it just beside Jinwoo's face before it can get any closer. Hongyo stands behind Jinwoo with his sword held in front of him. Jinwoo says that, for him, he has Hongyo. Hongyo brings his blade down with overwhelming force while Jinwoo stands behind him. By using Hongyo's skill, Jinwoo can unlock hidden potential and properly arrange his runes and skills. Combat Sheriff fires a powerful shot, and the bullet tears forward through the battlefield. With the right setup, even a top-tier lich only needs a single bullet. The glowing bullet streaks across the battlefield and pierces directly into the Lich's face. The Lich's body violently recoils as dark energy ripples outward from the point of impact. The enormous Lich is finally sent crashing backward, its towering body collapsing as the skeletons around it stand frozen and watch their master fall. A clear dungeon completion notice flashes into view. Cleared in 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Above the group, the golden fairy hovers in the air, while their summons remain scattered around them, some standing proudly and others sprawled across the ground after the fight. More bright system panels appear one after another, announcing that a brand new Republic of Korea record has been set, and that they have also earned a special accomplishment for the clear. GA stands in front of the ranking board with her employees gathered behind her. Looking at the display in disbelief, she says, "I still can't believe he's really starting a time attack on the Monday dungeon. Isn't this way too early?" Her eyes remain fixed on the ranking board as she continues, "It's only been 1 week since we gave him those summons." Then, softening her tone, she adds that even if he does not manage to set a new record, they should still support him and cheer him on. Byung-jin lowers his gaze toward the side, worry faintly visible on his face. After a brief pause, he quietly agrees, saying, "That's true." GA turns her head toward him and asks with a curious but serious look, "But do you really think Baek Jinwoo can break every single daily dungeon record?" Byung-jin scratches the back of his head, clearly unsure of what to think. Breaking the Tuesday dungeon record was incredible. "Sure," he says, but he never explained how he plans to clear all the other dungeons. The Monday dungeon rankings remain displayed across the board as someone points out that Korea has plenty of players with at least a full year of experience. With doubt in his voice, he wonders whether Jinwoo had simply been bluffing the entire time. S lips part slightly as she looks at him and asks, "Are you worried?" Byung-jin looks downward without answering, his expression tightening as the tension in his face gives away exactly how concerned he is. Jae turns forward again, casually brushing her hair back as she says, "I started this business with my own money in the first place." The two men stare ahead with uneasy faces while GA calmly tells them that no matter what happens, she will make sure their careers are never damaged because of this. She spreads both arms wide, smiling with complete confidence as radiant light flares behind her. Looking at the two men, she adds, "And of course, your salaries are not changing either." The two men immediately cling to each other with tears filling their eyes, declaring that they will dedicate their lives to her because this is their dream job. GA stands in front of them with a calm smile and simply says that she can make that promise because she has the power to do it. Her smile fades slightly as her eyes narrow. She looks forward in silence, her expression turning much more thoughtful. Jinwoo stands still with Ramba floating beside him as green energy swirls around them in wide spirals. From the glowing air beside him, she calls out his name. Underneath a tree sits a wooden chest wrapped in twisting vines. As the strange sight lingers in view, someone mutters that Jinwoo is definitely hiding far more than he lets anyone see. Standing in front of a glowing portal, Jinwoo turns with a relaxed smile and says, "Would it be okay if I broke the national record the moment I went in?" Someone nearby can only comment on how unbelievably casual he sounds. A golden key floats in midair, surrounded by whirling waves of light. Watching it, someone remarks that Jinwoo had acted as though those dungeons were nothing more than a minor inconvenience to him. Jay stares forward while the two men behind her cling tightly to each other in shock. Then a sudden shout breaks through the room. The record has been broken. A huge sealed dungeon door remains shut as someone urgently asks, "Which record?" The answer comes immediately, the beginner Monday dungeon record, cleared in only 4 minutes and 12 seconds. One man leans over the control desk in disbelief while another rushes toward him. "He cut 3 whole minutes off the previous record." One of them shouts, demanding to know who could have possibly done it. Jinwoo's portrait suddenly appears across the digital display. A voice rings out through the room, declaring that the record breaker is Baek Jinwoo. The two men stare at the screen with their eyes wide open. One can only mutter, "That's insane," while the other breathlessly says, "Unbelievable." GA stands behind them as the two men near the monitors continue reacting in disbelief. Looking at the result, she says that Jinwoo broke the record on his very first attempt. She raises both trembling hands in front of her, overwhelmed by the result, and says, "It really worked." Her shaking hand slowly closes into a tight fist as she says, "This business." A confident smile begins to curl across her lips as she finishes the thought. At the very least, this is going to be a solid success. Jay crosses her arms and stands tall, her confidence growing stronger by the second. Then she adds, "But if everything keeps going right, we may have just hit the jackpot." Jinwoo stands quietly before a glowing sunset, the warm light stretching across the horizon behind him. His summons remain gathered at his back, waiting for whatever he decides to do next. A swirling blue portal begins opening across the ground, its spinning light spreading outward in a circular pattern. Jinwoo looks calm as ever while facing the portal. Before I log off, he says, there's something I still need to take care of. He reaches up and presses the red button on his jacket, shutting off the recording with a single click. Standing beneath the floating blue interface, Jinwoo looks up at it with a determined expression. From this point on, he says, it's nothing but an endless grind. A system window appears in front of him, asking whether he wants to begin auto battle using his current team. Inside a glowing daily dungeon chamber, tiny figures can be seen moving through the space as the automatic battle continues. Jinwoo's summons repeat the explanation that once a daily dungeon has been cleared, auto battle can keep running there on its own. A small fairy wearing sunglasses stands with her arms crossed while coins, gems, and potions begin stacking up automatically around her in growing piles. Jinwoo taps yes on the floating interface, choosing to send the training instructor back into his inventory. He remains in front of the glowing interface as Hongyo is returned to the inventory, disappearing from the space before him. Jinwoo summons the wind fairy, and Ramba appears floating in front of him with her eyes closed as she settles into the air. Facing Ramba directly, Jinwoo tells her, you'll take over the Monday dungeon grind. Ramba immediately looks surprised and asks, not Hongyo. Ramba looks up with a faint, uncertain smile as Jinwoo explains that Hongyo needs to train the other summons. Then he asks her, almost teasingly, why? Do you want to train too? A memory flashes through Ramba's mind. She is trembling on the ground while Hongyo stands nearby, putting the summons through harsh training. Hongyo remains standing in place as the memory shifts, revealing more of the intense training Ramba had gone through. A gloved hand closes tightly around Ramba, and the memory suddenly breaks apart like fractured pieces inside a kaleidoscope. Ramba drops to her knees in front of Jinwoo and pleads, I'll do the grind. Please, let me do the grind. Jinwoo looks at her and calmly answers, okay. Jinwoo stands beside the floating interface while his summons gather behind him. All right, he says. We'll clear every other daily dungeon the same way. With auto battle collecting rewards afterward, the remaining summons can continue training without wasting a moment. He taps the glowing panel in front of him and says with satisfaction that the perfect efficient routine is finally complete. With a smile on his face, Jinwoo steps into the portal and gives Ramba a small wave. I'm counting on you, Ramba. Throwing both arms into the air, she shouts back, yeah, leave it to me. The red portal churns and twists like a violent whirlpool as Jinwoo steps through, his head disappearing into the crimson glow first. Jinwoo emerges from the other side of the red portal and immediately stares ahead, his eyes widening in surprise at what is waiting for him. On the red carpet in front of him, Tae-seop is already kneeling with his head lowered. In a respectful voice, he says, welcome back. Jae smiles warmly with her eyes closed, clearly pleased by what she sees. I believed in you, she says, while Byung-jin stands nearby watching Jinwoo closely. Jinwoo holds out his jacket and hands it over, saying, yeah, all the videos are stored in here. Byung-jin takes the jacket and lifts it up carefully, thanking him for it. Jae stands beside him and calmly assures Jinwoo that everything is fine, while Jinwoo asks whether they need anything else from him. Jae glances at him from the side with a slight smile and says they will make sure the footage never leaks, so he does not need to worry about the news spreading. But Jinwoo answers without concern, saying that he does not mind if word of the new record gets out. S expression immediately sharpens, one eye narrowing as she turns toward him in disbelief. Excuse me? She says. Later, Jinwoo walks along a brightly lit city street with his phone in hand. Speaking in a calm, direct voice, he says, instead, focus on protecting my family. Jae remains standing in silence, listening carefully as Jinwoo continues. He reminds her that gangs are still running rampant throughout Korea, but because Ubik is managing him now, exclusive security should be much tighter. As she takes in every word, the weight of what he is asking becomes clear. Jae slowly closes her eyes, then gives him a firm answer. Yes, she says. Even if I have to use Desung's power, I will protect them. A dim dungeon stretches out beneath high arching ceilings, its shadowy interior quiet and cold as the next challenge begins. A Komodo opens its jaws wide and devours a slime in one huge bite, swallowing it down without hesitation. The dungeon clear result appears before Jinwoo and his summons, cleared in only 3 minutes and 10 seconds. His team stands around him as the result settles across the glowing display. Jinwoo looks down at the result and explains that he cleared it using the Komodo because the run is being recorded. Still, judging by that clear time, He realizes he could probably set a world record at this pace. A blue wind falcon stands beside a bloated spotted Komodo lying flat on its back. Jinwoo explains that once he equips a movement speed rune and pushes the wind falcon's speed buff to the limit, breaking the record becomes almost effortless. A satisfied smile crosses Jinwoo's face as he reaches for the button on his jacket and shuts off the recording. With his summons gathered nearby, Jinwoo heads toward the portal and says that this completes Tuesday's recording. Snow howls across a frozen mountain, sweeping over the icy landscape without mercy. This is the Wednesday dungeon, the place where defense runes can be obtained. A foot sinks deep into the thick snow as Jinwoo starts to speak. And this is... Jinwoo wraps his arms tightly around himself, shivering from head to toe. It's unbelievably cold, he says, explaining that the freezing temperature even restricts your movement speed. Still clutching himself against the cold, he reaches toward a blue panel and complains, "I'm seriously freezing to death here." A frost cat darts forward over the snow while a falcon circles above the frozen field, both of them appearing as Jinwoo summons them. Pokryong appears with a staff in her hands and a confident smile on her face. Behind her, a massive stone golem rises into view as the summons complete. The frost cat lifts its head and exhales a cloud of white mist into the freezing air. Jinwoo explains that this dungeon requires a summon with cold resistance skills. Jinwoo stands with his arms crossed, looking ahead across the frozen terrain. The enormous golem looms behind him while Pokryong waits nearby with her staff. Jinwoo scans the snowy field and says, "Let's see." At that moment, 3 beasts charge straight through the snow with their mouths wide open, and one of them carries a huge stone over its head. Standing beside the golem, Jinwoo gives a confident smirk and calls out, "Titanium Golem." The titanium golem opens its mouth as Jinwoo strengthens the protective shield surrounding its body. Jinwoo extends one hand and calls, "Wind Falcon." As the falcon flies forward, he explains that using its movement speed buff will let them travel through the dungeon much faster. The wind falcon lands on the golem's shoulder and begins flapping its wings. A powerful current of wind gathers around the giant summon. Jinwoo climbs onto the golem's arm with the frost cat standing at his side, while Pokryong steps into position behind them. The titanium golem suddenly charges forward through the deep snow, carrying the entire group high up on its shoulders. Jinwoo keeps his eyes shut as the violent movement throws him around. A bead of sweat forms on his face despite the freezing cold. Jinwoo covers his mouth, sweat running down his face as the ride continues. Pokryong beside him looks equally dizzy, and Jinwoo admits, "This is thrilling, but I'm getting seriously dizzy." The beasts continue rushing across the snowfield just as a gigantic stone comes flying toward them. Sharp stones rain down from the sky toward the titanium golem. It keeps charging forward through the blizzard while the projectiles crash into the snow around it, the entire group still riding safely on its shoulders. Standing on the golem, Jinwoo raises a hand to his forehead and watches it absorb the attack. "The titanium golem really is perfect for tanking," he says. The golem carries Jinwoo past a snowy cliff, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground beneath them. Jinwoo looks ahead and says, "And that's not even all." The titanium golem suddenly leaps into the air, blasting snow and chunks of ice outward as it rises. Still carrying the group, the golem catches a solid edge in midair. Jinwoo explains that taking routes only the titanium golem can use saves them an incredible amount of time. Riding atop the golem, Jinwoo looks ahead and calls out to Pokryong, telling her to get ready. Pokryong turns her head toward him, a line of sweat sliding down her cheek as she braces herself. The titanium golem's massive fist clamps tightly around the edge of the cliff. With a sudden burst of force, the golem launches upward at incredible speed, leaving a long streak behind it as it shoots into the air. A huge white beast stands across the snow-covered field. At the same time, a panel appears, announcing that a boss monster has emerged. The massive beast throws back its head and roars with its jaws wide open. Icy energy crackles around its body as the freezing air grows even more dangerous. Jinwoo leans forward from the golem's shoulder and shouts, "Horned Fairy!" The horned fairy spins through the air above the monster, circling over its head as the huge beast braces itself with clenched teeth. A massive wing sweeps forward through the freezing air. Jinwoo immediately raises his voice and shouts, "Pokryong now!" Pokryong grips her staff tightly as flames begin spiraling around her in fierce, glowing coils. Jinwoo stays crouched just behind her, watching the boss and waiting for her attack to fire. A blazing stream of fire suddenly erupts forward, taking the shape of a roaring beast as it tears straight toward the monster. The fiery attack crashes into the boss in one overwhelming burst, flames surging across its enormous body and swallowing it completely. Jinwoo throws up his fist and shouts, "Yes!" The boss monster is defeated, and the dungeon clear result appears immediately after, 4 minutes and 22 seconds. The titanium golem drops to one knee in the snow, while Jinwoo studies the glowing result in front of him. Around him, his summons gather close after the battle. A small smile forms on Jinwoo's face as he looks at the result. "That's another new record," he says. Then his expression stiffens. Sweat runs down one cheek as the strain from that wild ride finally catches up with him. Jinwoo bends over and suddenly throws up into the snow, while the summons around him react in surprise. Phone screen fills with a breaking news article announcing a new national record. The Wednesday dungeon had been cleared in just 4 minutes and 22 seconds. From that moment on, the news begins spreading everywhere. A man walks down the street with his eyes fixed on his phone screen, quietly repeating the name, Baek Jinwoo. Elsewhere, a woman sits holding her phone and stares at the article in disbelief. Wait, wasn't this the same person who cleared the Tuesday dungeon too? Jinwoo stands with both hands tucked into his pockets as newspapers swirl around him. Every headline asks the same question. Just who is Baek Jinwoo? A woman gestures across the table and asks, Baek Jinwoo? Who's that? The boy across from her reminds her about the person from the community who said he would break Kong Jin-ho's record. She suddenly remembers, then asks in shock, right? But he broke it again? Two boys sit at a table together, one staring down at his phone while the other reacts with wide eyes. He broke Kong Jin-ho's record, he says in disbelief. A hand holds up a smartphone displaying an article with Baek Jinwoo's image. Someone looking at the report remarks that he does not even seem to be a ranker. Newspapers keep flipping through the air, each one carrying another headline about Baek Jinwoo breaking daily dungeon records and appearing out of nowhere like a comet. More headlines flash past, declaring that Baek Jinwoo has once again broken the Wednesday dungeon time attack record. Voices call it unbelievable and completely unprecedented, while the entire country's attention turns toward player Baek Jinwoo. A hand presses down on a newspaper carrying a bold headline that asks whether Baek Jinwoo will also break through the Thursday dungeon. An older man sits behind his desk, speaking with interest. If it's Baek Jinwoo. Beside him, his secretary holds a tablet and explains that this is the player examiner Park Chong-suk mentioned before. The director turns slightly toward his secretary and asks whether this is the man who offered to provide information in exchange for summons. Then he follows up, asking if he is also the player examiner Im Hee-soo had opposed. An image of Im Hee-soo appears with a smug smile as the secretary confirms that it is him. Back then, Im Hee-soo insisted they could not give Jinwoo the money unless he handed over the information first. The director leans back in his chair and says, but it seems that information was real. The secretary can only agree that it certainly looks that way. Sweat appears on the director's face as he exhales, while two shadowed figures loom behind him with wide grins. At the time, Examiner Im Hee-soo's words had made some sense. But in politics, results are the only thing that truly matters. The director raises a hand with confidence as confetti falls around him, imagining how different things could have been. If they had backed Baek Jinwoo, they would have gained not only public praise, but a huge number of additional votes as well. The director rests his head against one hand while sitting in his chair, his face full of regret. He says that Im Hee-soo has clearly lost his touch and threw away a blessing that had practically walked through their front door. The secretary looks down at the tablet in his hands as the director calls out, "First of all, secretary." The secretary immediately answers, "Yes, director." The director sits firmly behind his desk and tells him to try contacting player Baek Jinwoo again. The secretary reacts in surprise and asks, "Pardon?" "Directly from our side." The director answers that he thought it was fake at first, but it turned out to be real. The director's eye narrows with determination. "We have to get hold of him by any means necessary." A glowing red rune appears beside a blue item as Jinwoo considers the rewards. The Monday and Wednesday dungeons are the ones that yield runes. A grim-looking icon appears over ruined stone structures as another reward type comes into view. The Tuesday dungeon gives polishing agents instead. A pair of feet steps out from a portal as blue energy swirls around them and fades into the rocky ground. Jinwoo stands facing the rocky terrain ahead, with Hongyo positioned behind him. Both of them look forward, ready for what waits inside the next dungeon. A glowing skill book floats in the air, surrounded by golden light. The Thursday dungeon gives skill books, but those books cannot grant a summon's unique skill. Jinwoo looks ahead with a faint smile as the thought continues. The books also cannot provide the latent ability skills that only an instructor can unlock. Hongyo tightens one gloved hand while Ramba droops beside him. Still, other useful skills can drop from these books, so the Thursday dungeon remains worth clearing. Jinwoo drags himself away from a portal marked Sunday dungeon, while a sign beside it reads, "Good work, and please never come back." Thankfully, because of this, he does not need to clear the Sunday dungeon at all. Wearing sunglasses, Jinwoo casually takes a sip from his drink. Both the Sunday and Thursday dungeons can drop skill books, but the Thursday dungeon is much easier to clear. Jinwoo lies stretched out on a bed, completely asleep, while Ramba sleeps beside him. Since he does not need to repeat those dungeon runs endlessly, he has decided to use Sundays to rest. The ground suddenly explodes upward with violent force as warning alerts begin flashing one after another. A boss monster is appearing. A colossal giant made of rock towers over Jinwoo. This dungeon throws him directly into a life-or-death fight against the boss from the very beginning. The giant's face fills the view, one red eye glowing intensely in the darkness. The boss of this dungeon has absurdly high defense. Several white wolves leap onto the giant's massive body and attack it together. Under normal conditions, the standard strategy is to use a B-rank white wolf with a defense reduction skill. Jinwoo extends his hand toward a glowing blue panel with a slight smile. However, he has a different approach in mind. Jinwoo stands in front of the blue panel, tapping through it while his summons wait behind him for his command. A gigantic stone fist slams down with crushing force, sending debris and shattered rock flying in every direction. The golem's enormous foot crashes down next, scattering chunks of rubble across the battlefield. Jinwoo stands calmly inside a swirling golden aura, with the titanium golem looming behind him. When damage is strong enough, it does not matter how high the boss's defense is. You can simply beat it down with overwhelming force. Jinwoo raises one hand slightly and says, "I can't put this video up for sale." A version of Baek Jinwoo dressed like a chef gives a confident thumbs up as he continues. "Because I'm basically just beating it senseless with an elite squad." Jinwoo closes his eyes and considers the safer explanation. He decides he should simply tell people to lower the boss's defense with a white wolf, then finish it with an extreme damage combination. The enormous titanium golem leans over Jinwoo and his summons as he points out that there are still useful tricks for breaking this dungeon's record. Jinwoo and his summons stand atop the titanium golem, facing a roaring earth golem ahead. The key is to strike its head, which is its weak point, and that is exactly why Jinwoo uses the titanium golem. At close range, the titanium golem squares off against the earth golem, their huge bodies looming over the battlefield, while loose fragments of stone continue raining down between them. The wind falcon spreads its wings wide, and a swirling current of energy begins gathering around its body as the air twists and tightens. Ramba lifts her staff into the air, her small body surrounded by a bright green glow that ripples outward in steady waves. Jinwoo thrusts one hand forward and calls out clearly, "Pokryong, Hongyo." With his arm still extended toward the towering enemy, Jinwoo gives the order without hesitation. "Aim for its head." The titanium golem drives its enormous fist forward, smashing straight into the earth golem's raised hand. The collision sends broken rock and debris exploding across the ground. Before the earth golem can recover, its hand is sliced apart. Chunks of stone burst away from the severed limb and scatter through the air. Hongyo sits high on the titanium golem's shoulder, one hand resting on his sword as he watches the enemy from above. Hongyo calmly slides his sword back into its sheath while the damaged earth golem remains standing behind him, still struggling to hold itself together. A clean slash tears through the earth golem's body, splitting it apart as shattered pieces of rock fly in every direction. Pokryong rises into the air and raises her staff above her head. Fierce flames coil around the weapon, spinning faster and brighter with every second. Her face darkens as her eyes begin glowing through the heat. The fire around her staff compresses tightly, gathering into a far more destructive force. A massive torrent of flame bursts forward and takes the shape of a roaring fire dragon, surging across the battlefield toward the earth golem. The blazing dragon slams into the earth golem head-on, and flames immediately engulf the giant's entire body in a violent explosion. The earth golem finally collapses, its ruined body breaking apart beneath rising black smoke as burning fragments of stone scatter across the battlefield. Pokryong descends from the air, landing with one firm step as her heel presses into the ground. Glowing panels appear in front of Jinwoo, confirming that the boss has been defeated and the dungeon has been cleared in 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Jinwoo smiles at the glowing result and says with satisfaction that he has cut a full minute off the Korean national record. Behind, Jinwoo watches Hongyo run across the battlefield and admits to himself that Hongyo is definitely overpowered. Even so, he has no intention of putting him on the Thursday dungeon team. Hongyo stands still with his sword hanging at his side, then turns his head slightly as though he can sense Jinwoo's thoughts. Jinwoo narrows his eyes while staring ahead, thinking that with just one properly trained Pokryong. Pokryong grips her staff with both hands and flashes a bright smile. Even the highest tier dungeons could be cleared in seconds with her power. Jinwoo raises one hand and gently pats Pokryong on the head. "Good job," he says, estimating that including the time needed to enter and leave, the whole run would take only around 10 seconds. Hongyo looks upward with a steady expression while Ramba hovers quietly behind his shoulder. The rocky ruins stretch upward around them as Jinwoo looks ahead and says, "All right, let's go one more time." Jinwoo walks out through a glowing blue portal with both hands still in his pockets, looking completely relaxed as he steps onto the other side. He turns toward a man approaching him and hears the cautious question, "Excuse me, would you happen to be player Baek Jinwoo?" Two men in suits stand facing him with formal expressions. Jinwoo gives a simple answer, saying, "That's right." One of the suited men extends a hand and presents a card, explaining that they are representatives from the director's direct secretariat. Jinwoo takes the card, looks it over for a moment, and responds flatly, "I see." Facing both men, Jinwoo asks what they have come for. He remarks that he thought his discussions with headquarters had already been finished. One of the men smiles politely and says they have reviewed the proposal Jinwoo mentioned. Because he has now produced real results, they are looking at it favorably. Jinwoo simply responds, "Oh, that." Jinwoo raises one hand in front of them, and both men immediately stiffen as they wait nervously for his response. He gives a relaxed wave with a faint smile and says, "Forget it." Both men freeze in place, sweat appearing on their faces. One of them can only blurt out, "Excuse me." Jinwoo lowers his head slightly with a small smirk, repeating their words in a mocking tone. Reviewed results? A tiny image of Jie floats into view as Jinwoo remembers her earlier offer. 3 billion. The director mutters that this is some kind of review, but Jinwoo's expression hardens with irritation. To him, they are trying to dress up their actions with polite words, and they are nothing like Jie. The suited man looks increasingly tense, sweat sliding down his face. Jinwoo calmly tells them that he already belongs to an agency, and that they should discuss all business matters directly with Jie at Ubik. One of the men turns his head as Jinwoo begins walking away. "Well then, goodbye," Jinwoo says, while the man quietly repeats the unfamiliar name, Ubik. Jinwoo walks away with his head lowered, leaving the two men behind him. One of them turns to the other and asks, "What exactly is Ubik?" The brown-haired man looks tense as he asks whether Jie could be connected to the Disung group. The other man narrows his eyes, his expression turning serious. He says they need to investigate as soon as they return, because somehow it feels like they have missed a very important opportunity. A message thread with Baek Jinwoo fills the screen, including a line that says, "I loved you, Baek Jinwoo." Jinwoo replies with a middle finger emoji, then leaves the conversation without another word. A wide view of the city opens beneath a bright sky, skyscrapers stretching across the horizon in every direction. Jinwoo stands alone in the open space on a rooftop, his arms resting at his sides as the wind moves around him. He glances downward with a faint smile and says, "This should be far enough." A huge horned monster towers over a figure running below it. Unlike the daily dungeons Jinwoo has faced so far, this Friday dungeon is different. The others usually involve summons fighting monsters directly. A small creature floats through the air with an exhausted expression while another runs behind it, panting desperately. In this dungeon, the player has to run through the entire course personally in order to clear it. Jinwoo reaches forward and taps the panel with a focused look in his eyes. "I should start practicing right now," he says. Jinwoo lifts his hand toward the interface and presses the summon button with one steady finger. A huge mass of blue energy twists together in the air above him, gradually forming the body of a B-rank sky wyvern. Jinwoo lowers his eyes calmly as a protective shield begins wrapping around his body in a faint, glowing layer. From the rooftop, the city lies impossibly far below. Jinwoo looks down at the streets and buildings beneath him, thinking that the protective shield should keep him from dying if he falls, but that does not stop the height from feeling terrifying. The sky wyvern lowers its enormous head and looks directly at Jinwoo. He calls to it in a familiar voice, "Sky." Jinwoo reaches both hands forward and places them gently against the wyvern's long snout. With a smile on his face, Jinwoo climbs onto the sky wyvern's back and settles himself into position. "Ready?" he asks. "Let's head to the East Sea." The wyvern launches off the rooftop and shoots into the air, while Jinwoo grips tightly onto its back as the ground rapidly vanishes beneath him. Jinwoo squeezes his eyes shut as the wind blasts against his face. Then he slowly opens them again, only for his eyes to widen at the sight below. Leaning forward over the wyvern's back, Jinwoo lets out a startled shout as the city spreads out far beneath him. Excitement quickly replaces the fear on Jinwoo's face. Smiling broadly, he says that this is much more fun than he ever expected. Jinwoo leans farther forward as the sky wyvern races through the open sky above the city. With renewed energy, he shouts, "All right, let's go." Under a bright blue sky, the ocean stretches endlessly toward the horizon. They have arrived over the coastal waters near Yongyang. Jinwoo stands on the beach facing one of his summons, and a respectful voice calls out, My lord. Hongyo throws up his hands with an exaggerated look of amazement and declares that Jinwoo's talent for flying is truly extraordinary. Jinwoo quickly replies that he is not that impressive, but Hongyo insists that he is being completely serious. Jinwoo turns to face Pokryong, and she agrees with Hongyo. But it's true, she says. Pokryong clings desperately to a dolphin with dizzy spiral eyes, recalling how difficult it was when they first learned to ride flying creatures. Hongyo is also seen gripping a wyvern in panic during midair flight. Jinwoo explains that both Hongyo and Pokryong had ridden wyverns and dolphins during their battle of summoners. Pokryong beams brightly while holding her staff, openly praising Jinwoo's skill. He smiles at her and answers, "Yes, thank you." Nearby, a tiny Hongyo droops with an exhausted expression, while the words, "favoritism controversy," hang over him. Jinwoo looks forward with a slight smile and begins to say, "Any." Standing together on the beach and facing the ocean, Jinwoo turns to the others and asks, "Next, we practice riding the sky dolphin, right?" Someone immediately answers, "Yes." Pokryong and Hongyo stand side by side with bright smiles. Jinwoo tells them that learning from experienced riders like them would be the fastest way for him to improve, then says, "I'm counting on you too." They respond enthusiastically, "We'll do our best," and, "Yes, my lord." Several days pass, and the setting changes to a carefully arranged field covered with large colored blocks. Jinwoo stands beside a glowing portal on the grid-patterned ground, where the words "Friday Dungeon" are clearly displayed. He lowers his head slightly, quietly preparing himself for the challenge ahead. Jinwoo stretches out one hand with a confident grin and calls, "Wind Falcon." The trial begins with a 10-second countdown to reach the destination. This is the place where he earned the title God of Time Attack. The blue wind falcon spreads its wings in midair as swirling energy gathers around it. Jinwoo looks up and says, "Give me a movement speed buff." Jinwoo crouches low at the starting line with one hand pressed against the ground. Blue wind energy coils around his body as he gets ready to burst forward. The countdown flashes above the course, 3, then 2. Jinwoo remains kneeling at the line, completely still as he waits for the moment to move. Jinwoo's eye sharpens with intense focus as the countdown reaches 1. The signal changes to go, and Jinwoo instantly launches forward into a full sprint. A bright flash erupts ahead as projectiles begin locking onto him from across the course. Jinwoo dashes forward at blinding speed, leaving an afterimage behind him while multiple projectiles rip past from every direction. He leans low as he runs, narrowly avoiding a projectile that cuts past his side. Jinwoo races across the course, stepping on highlighted tiles that trigger explosive impacts beneath his feet. As he moves, he realizes that now that he is actually doing this himself, he finally understands the appeal. With golden streaks flashing around him, Jinwoo keeps sprinting with a grin on his face. "This is way more fun than playing it on a screen," he says. Jinwoo smirks, his eyes locked ahead with sharp focus. Now it's time to enter the first hidden route. A bright opening flares ahead over the ocean, and speed lines streak toward it as Jinwoo races in that direction. Jinwoo keeps a confident expression as he thinks that normally, you would need to cross the water and continue running straight ahead. Then his foot crashes down onto a red tile, creating a sharp impact. The tile launches him upward, carrying him high above the water with enough momentum to send him flying through the air. Jinwoo reaches forward with an excited look on his face and shouts, "Sky Dolphin!" A blue dolphin bursts into view surrounded by swirling water, appearing in midair as Jinwoo summons the Sky Dolphin. In a puff-cheeked chibi expression, Jinwoo wraps both arms tightly around the Sky Dolphin and holds on for dear life. A massive splash erupts across the surface as water blasts outward in every direction. Jinwoo rides the Sky Dolphin beneath the water while fish swim around him. He realizes that traveling underwater with the dolphin will let him avoid all the obstacles waiting above the surface. Underwater, Jinwoo narrows his eyes with concentration as streams of bubbles drift past his face. The Sky Dolphin shoots out of the ocean and bursts into the open air. Still riding it, Jinwoo shouts, "Sky Wyvern!" Jinwoo continues riding the Sky Dolphin through the air, leaving a long trail of water behind them. "From here on out," he says. Jinwoo stomps down hard against the Sky Dolphin's body, creating a sharp impact as he prepares to switch mounts. Jinwoo grabs onto the Sky Wyvern's back as it surges forward through the sky. With a thrilled shout, he declares, "It's flying time!" Riding high on the Wyvern's back as it cuts straight through the air. He fixes his eyes ahead and says all he has to do now is fly over the few obstacles still left in his way. The Wyvern speeds toward a brilliant finish line glowing in the distance, the huge word "goal" shining like a beacon directly ahead. A huge, thrilled grin spreads across his face, and unable to hold back his excitement any longer, he shouts, "Finish!" The wyvern beats its powerful wings and surges forward through the sky. Still seated on its back, he pumps his fist into the air as they finally reach their destination. Sweat glistens across his smiling face as the result appears before him. He has cleared the dungeon in just 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Still riding the wyvern in an adorable, exaggerated pose, he raises 2 fingers in a victory sign and cheers. Yeah, he has shattered South Korea's national record and earned a special achievement in the process. With Friday's dungeon already conquered, Saturday begins in a forest swallowed by fire, its burning trees glowing beneath an eerie, luminous sky. A gigantic monster throws back its head and roars through the blazing forest. Smaller creatures scatter in panic through the flames while a falcon suddenly dives down from above. Fire races across the forest floor until not a single monster remains standing. The dungeon is completely cleared in only 3 minutes and 40 seconds. By Sunday, the battlefield has changed to towering cliffs beneath a fading sunset. But even this dungeon is swept aside with astonishing speed. Jinwoo extends one arm toward the enemy, and his summons unleash their abilities all at once. A powerful beam of light crashes into the target with overwhelming force. The white-haired figure's glowing eyes widen as blood runs down his face. His head snaps sharply to the side from the crushing impact. Hyo stands at the front with a green sword glowing in his hand, while the others remain behind him. With the absolute master defeated, the dungeon is finally declared clear. Hongyo closes his eyes and lets out a tired breath, with Ramba resting comfortably on top of his head. That was rough, he mutters. Ramba quickly answers that it is the result of all their training, while Jinwoo helps Pokryong back to her feet, and she praises everyone for doing a great job. He wipes the sweat from his forehead and breathes out heavily, realizing that he has broken South Korea's national record after clearing every low-tier dungeon. The final clear time reads 14 minutes and 50 seconds. Looking at it, he decides that the more he keeps grinding these dungeons, the faster those times will become, so for now, they should focus entirely on growing stronger before attempting the mid-tier dungeons. He raises his eyes toward a colossal structure stretching all the way into the sky. Before he can challenge the Tower of Trials, he knows he must clear dungeons all the way up to the highest tier and collect enough runes and skills to build the necessary strength. With a faint smile, he glances toward the others standing nearby and quietly wonders whether 2 years will truly be enough. Hongyo casually grabs Ramba in his hand while Jinwoo studies the system panel in front of him. Then Jinwoo suddenly says, "By the way," an interface packed with rewards appears before him. The high-grade summoning scrolls are valuable, of course, but he starts wondering what he should do with all the other dungeon clear rewards. Meanwhile, inside Yubik's office, Jie sits at her desk with her phone held in one hand, calmly checking the latest updates. News reports fill the phone screen, covering Jinwoo's record-breaking streak through the daily dungeons. The broadcast can barely contain its disbelief, asking who Baek Jinwoo really is as it declares that the entire world has gone crazy over him. Jie leans back in her chair with an easy, confident smile. To her, this reaction is only natural after Jinwoo broke every dungeon record in a single week. Jie turns toward Byung-jin at the nearby desk and calls his name. He immediately answers, "Yes, ma'am," and she asks how the video editing is coming along. Byung-jin scratches the back of his head, looking slightly nervous as he admits that he actually finished the editing just now. From behind a monitor, Tseop looks over at him and asks whether something went wrong. Jie remains seated at her desk as Byung-jin holds up the device in his hands. He says it is not exactly a problem, but that even he found it hard to believe while putting the footage together, then asks whether they would like to see it. As the screen displays an underwater battle, Jie points out that the Thursday and Sunday dungeons were left out of the video, exactly as Baek Jinwoo requested. Jie and the 2 men stare silently at the screen, their expressions growing more serious by the second. One of them suddenly reacts with a stunned gasp. The footage zooms in on a pair of hands gripping a dolphin beneath the water. Watching it unfold, someone can only mutter, "What in the world?" A blinding flash erupts across the ocean's surface, flooding everything with white light as waves ripple outward beneath the overwhelming glare. Then a massive wyvern bursts upward from the water with Jinwoo seated on its back. Faced with something so absurd, a voice blurts out, "This is complete nonsense." Jie sits frozen in shock while Byung-jin stares at the footage with a strained expression. He says Jinwoo's strategy and his ability to carry it out are on an entirely different level, almost like watching some impossible circus act. Jie can only ask, "Is this even possible?" Byung-jin looks utterly overwhelmed as he says that no movie could ever capture something like this. Even if they sold the video, people would tear them apart because nobody else could possibly recreate what Jinwoo did. Jie keeps her calm gaze fixed on the screen as the conclusion becomes obvious. That only means Baek Jinwoo really is that incredible. Jie grips the armrest of her chair as an idea takes shape. Before selling the videos, she says they should buy up every summon that appears in them. Standing behind her, Byung-jin realizes what she means and asks whether she is planning to corner the market ahead of time. Jae turns slightly, a confident smile appearing on her face. She says that is exactly the plan, because they need to squeeze every bit of profit possible from the information they now possess. Byung-jin leans over his tablet, tapping at the screen with alarm as he starts to say that they will try to stay within the current budget. Jae cuts him off immediately and tells him not to worry about the budget at all. Just buy every single one. Still smiling with complete confidence, Jae gestures as she says that if their funds ever fall short, she will personally take out loans under her own name. Her fingers race across the keyboard, the rapid sound of keystrokes filling the office as she pushes the plan forward without hesitation. Sitting neatly at her desk with the same composed smile, Jae continues typing away, completely certain that everything is moving exactly as she intended. In a stylized image of money and business deals, a figure marked with a $sign stands across from Jae at a desk and shouts, "To Sunju Jae, bring the branch manager here." The exaggerated image continues as two suited figures kneel beside towering stacks of cash. One says they have processed everything up to the maximum limit and would even hand over his watch if necessary, while the other begs her to tell them anything she needs. Jae simply smiles with her eyes closed and announces that she secured the loans and bought every summon. Jae keeps typing as she declares that it is finally time to sell the information. On the display, the pricing and conditions for the dungeon strategy data begin to appear. The entire screen fills with a sales listing for strategy information covering every daily dungeon, with Baek Jinwoo's name prominently attached to the offer. Byung-jin leans toward the monitor, looking uncertain as he asks whether it is really okay to sell the information so cheaply. Jae remains calm and explains that the strategy guide itself is only bait meant to help them sell the summons. Jae turns her head slightly, a faint smile touching her lips. She says the cheap price is also for South Korea's development, so there is no problem with selling it that way. From his desk, Tae-seop turns toward them and asks how much they should charge for the summons they have been stockpiling. Jae smiles with absolute confidence and gives the answer without pausing. List the C-rank summons at 200 million each, and the B-rank summons at 1 billion each. Tae-seop looks back at her in disbelief. That is 10 times the current market price, and he cannot help asking whether those numbers might be far too expensive. In the darkness, numerous glowing summons float one after another, their outlines shining like valuable treasures. As the strategy information spreads and more people buy it, everyone will eventually need those same summons, so their prices are naturally bound to rise. Even more summons appear in the surrounding darkness, filling the space with glowing figures. Since they already control most of the available supply, anyone who needs them later will have no choice but to buy directly from them. A cursor moves across the page and clicks the button to register the post. With everything prepared, it is finally time to collect the rewards from trusting Baek Jinwoo early and investing in him without hesitation. Under a bright, open sky, the view settles on the building ahead. Then an urgent voice suddenly calls out, "Ma'am!" The two men lean toward the monitor with their eyes wide and their faces completely stunned. Staring at the numbers in front of them, they can barely believe it as they ask, "This isn't a dream, right?" Below them, Jae simply smiles. The sales page updates with an unbelievable total. Revenue has already reached 377 billion won. A burst of blinding light erupts from the monitor, forcing both men to raise their arms and shield their eyes. One of them stares at the screen in disbelief and blurts out, "We haven't even properly started yet. What is this madness?" As hand trembles slightly above the keyboard as the two men behind her erupt into cheers. The summons they bought because of Baek Jinwoo had originally cost only 1.3 billion won, yet they had already turned into this enormous amount of money. Jae closes her eyes and draws in a deep breath, trying to settle her excitement, while the two men behind her are practically slammed into the wall from the shock. Jae sits facing the monitor, calm despite the chaos behind her. She says the business model has now been proven, so it is time to begin their full-scale investments. The two men stare at her in stunned silence until one of them can only manage, "Excuse me?" Jae turns her head with a confident smile and casually suggests their first move. Should they go buy a building? She looks back at the two men, who are still slumped on the floor in complete disarray, and asks why they look so miserable. They weakly answer that it is because of Baek Jinwoo and the glasses. Elsewhere, Jinwoo sits by himself on a park bench, quietly holding his phone in one hand. On the phone screen, Baek Jinwoo's bank account is displayed, showing a balance of more than 54 million won. Sparkles practically surround Jinwoo as he smiles down at the number on his phone. Clinging to his shoulder, Ramba stares in open shock while Jinwoo happily says that he made 54 million won in only 1 week by selling high-grade summoning scrolls. Ramba immediately asks how many cream buns that amount would buy. Jinwoo leans back against the bench with a blissful, satisfied smile and says that dungeon rewards are unbelievably sweet. Ramba points at herself and suddenly asks whether an X-rank summon might have come out from all those scrolls. Jinwoo's expression turns serious as he looks straight ahead. Then he asks Ramba, "Did you already forget?" The memory of their miserable attempts comes rushing back. Jinwoo lies flat on the ground, groaning beneath piles of summons and scattered debris. One memory after another flashes by, showing Jinwoo and Ramba repeatedly tearing open summoning scrolls and waiting for something incredible to appear. Leaning against the bench, Jinwoo reminds her that even after opening tens of thousands of scrolls, the summon they wanted never appeared. Jinwoo sits with his phone still in hand while Ramba cries out that even thinking about it gives her phantom pain. Jinwoo agrees, then says that instead of chasing new summons right now, they should focus on strengthening the summons they already have. Looking down at his phone, Jinwoo thinks about all the useless items he collected while grinding. Since he should sell the junk anyway, he wonders whether he should ask GA for help. He raises his phone, and Baek Ajin's contact information appears clearly on the screen. As he thinks about Ajin standing among the crowd, another idea comes to him. Ajin already sells runes, and since more sellable items will continue piling up from now on, why not leave that work to her instead? His fingers begin moving rapidly across the phone keyboard as he types out a message. He remembers Ajin standing under a streetlight, handing money to their mother. Since she even paid part of his hospital bills, Jinwoo thinks it would only be right to share some of the profits with her. Ajin smiles brightly while holding a thick stack of cash in both hands. Jinwoo finishes typing and sends her a simple message. "Hey, Ajin, can we meet for a bit?" He looks down at the phone again and sends another message, telling her to come to the empty lot if she can. A slight smile appears on his face as he thinks that this is the perfect chance to repay her. At a cafe, a girl stands near the entrance, while the lively chatter of her friends continues nearby. A blonde girl laughs with one hand raised near her mouth and teasingly asks whether Ajin's new boyfriend is some kind of player. Then she immediately starts asking about his summons and whether he has at least a B-rank one. Another girl lifts her glass and takes a drink before saying she does not know, but he apparently promised that he would get one soon. Someone else adds that maybe he will give Ajin a summon or a rune later, and admits that they are jealous. Ajin lowers her gaze, closes her eyes, and lets out a quiet, tired sigh. With a forced smile, Ajin raises both hands slightly as she tries to keep the conversation going. The girl beside her notices immediately and asks what is wrong, saying that Ajin does not look well. Ajin quickly claims that she was only spacing out. Ajin gives her friend a small smile, but the girl gently tells her to share what is bothering her. Maybe she will feel better once she gets it off her chest. Ajin closes her eyes, her cheeks turning faintly red as she tells them that she is touched by their concern. Then she almost lets it slip that her brother is actually the player everyone has been talking about lately. Jinwoo stands with his back turned in front of a towering building as money floats around him, telling Ajin to keep everything secret for now. Back in the cafe, Ajin stares ahead in shock and can only mutter, "What?" Ajin grips the table tightly, sweat forming on her strained face, while her friend keeps smiling beside her. Ajin wonders how she could possibly explain that her brother even started a company to sell information. She grabs her hair with both hands and trembles in frustration. She knows Jinwoo must have his own reasons for hiding everything, but that does not make keeping the secret any easier. Ajin stands awkwardly between her two worried friends as they ask what her brother has been doing lately and whether he has been busy. She panics, stammers, and insists that she does not know anything. Ajin yanks at her hair with a furious expression as flames rise behind her in exaggerated frustration. It is unbearable having to hide this from their parents, but she knows she cannot simply blurt everything out. In her imagination, Ajin screams and flails around wildly from the pressure. In reality, she remains seated at the table, looking down at her phone with a confused expression. A new message fills the screen, asking her to meet at the vacant lot. Ajin stares at the phone with wide eyes, wondering whether Jinwoo is about to reveal something else to her. She suddenly rises from her seat and tells her friends that she has to leave first, catching all of them by surprise. Ajin turns back toward them with her hands clasped together, as one friend reminds her that they were supposed to have dinner together. She apologizes quickly and explains that her brother called her. One of the girls leans forward with surprise and asks whether it is the brother who recently woke up from his coma. She also asks whether he is doing all right now. Ajin raises one arm as she starts walking away, promising that she will explain everything later. She adds that she will pay the bill next time they meet. Under the daylight, an empty outdoor lot stretches out beside a rocky cliff, quiet and completely deserted. Ajin arrives with her bag in hand, staring ahead into the vacant lot. Looking around in confusion, she asks, What is going on here? Forest Cat unleashes a powerful blast toward the red monsters ahead, and the attack erupts into flames between them, swallowing the space in a sudden fiery explosion. Two figures race forward at full speed across the battlefield. While high above them, a wyvern flies through the air and keeps pace from overhead. Several fairies zip and weave around the golem from every direction, moving too quickly for it to follow as it reaches out again and again, desperately trying to catch one. Hongyo stands off to the side with a whistle resting between his lips, calmly watching the summons fight. The moment Ajin spots him, she recognizes him as the man who easily overwhelmed her shadow elf before. Hongyo slowly turns his head toward Ajin, while she remains frozen in place, still trying to process everything happening around her. Ajin stares at him with a blank, stunned expression, but Hongyo simply turns his back and ignores her. Confused, she hesitantly asks whether he is here too. Her head snaps toward the side in surprise, and she calls out, "Brother!" Then she looks around at the chaos in front of her and asks what all of this is supposed to be. Jinwoo stands shirtless with a towel draped around his shoulders, wiping the sweat from his head. From behind, his broad and muscular frame is impossible to miss. Ajin stares at him with complete confusion, asking what she is even looking at. In her mind, she wonders whether his body had somehow always been built like that. She remembers the weak, skinny Jinwoo from before, trembling as he held nothing but a phone. Back then, he had been surviving on 4 drips in a hospital bed and could barely lift anything heavier than that phone. Jinwoo grips the towel around his neck and faces Ajin directly. Seeing how stunned she is, he casually asks, "You okay?" Ajin suddenly leans forward and points toward the summons standing behind her, her eyes wide with shock. "Brother, what are those summons?" she demands. Jinwoo looks at them and asks what is wrong with them, but Ajin quickly explains that their market prices have skyrocketed lately. The values of the summons appear before them. Combat Sheriff and Priest of Radiance are C-rank summons worth 200 million each, while Sky Wyvern, Wind Falcon, and Titanium Golem are B-rank summons worth 1 billion each. Ajin says they have become incredibly difficult to obtain because there is almost no supply left. Ajin narrows her eyes, her expression tightening as suspicion begins to rise. How does Jinwoo have summons this rare in the first place? As Jinwoo stands in front of the tall building, Ajin remembers the rumors she heard. People said these exact summons had appeared in a video being sold by Ubik. Jinwoo turns his head slightly, a faint smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ajin quietly repeats the company's name to herself, Ubik. Ajin's eye suddenly widens as the pieces begin to fall into place. She stares at Jinwoo in disbelief, barely able to say, "It can't be." Jinwoo crosses his arms and looks at Ajin as she finally asks whether he set all the daily dungeon records using those summons. He answers, "Yeah." Still overwhelmed, she asks where he got them all, and Jinwoo reminds her, "You remember GA from before, right?" Ajin clasps both hands together, suddenly excited. "GA? Of course I remember her." Behind her, GA appears with one hand over her mouth, smiling warmly as she asks whether Ajin is Jinwoo's sister and adds that she is very cute. Ajin remains standing with her hands clasped, staring ahead with a completely blank expression. Jinwoo calmly explains that GA gave the summons to him. Sweat covers Ajin's face as she shouts in disbelief, asking whether GA really gave him those expensive summons. Jinwoo stands in the distance while Ajin asks whether they do not belong to the company. He simply answers, "Yeah." Ajin stays stiff with shock written all over her face, while Jinwoo turns toward her and casually says that she got here quickly. Ajin raises a fist near her mouth, still trying to recover from the surprise. Then she asks why he called her here in the first place. Jinwoo asks whether she is still selling runes these days. A hand moves over a glowing blue interface packed with rune icons. Ajin says that she sold some just yesterday and asks why he wants to know. Jinwoo pauses before answering, "Well, you see." Jinwoo thrusts his hand forward over the glowing interface, and items begin spilling out onto the ground in front of them. Ajin recoils at once, her eyes opening wide. A huge pile of dungeon rewards appears between them. Ajin stares at the mountain of items and shouts, "What is all this?" Jinwoo answers that they are rewards he got from clearing dungeons, then asks whether she wants to check them out. Ajin picks up a rune and holds it close to her face, carefully examining its glow. She identifies it as a swiftness rune, but then notices that its stats are a little unusual. A tiny chibi version of Ajin pops up in excitement as she discovers another rune. She says the cleave rune has a critical hit probability effect that rarely drops, so it should sell for a high price. Jinwoo watches with his arms crossed and a pleased smile. Ajin narrows one eye while holding up a blue rune. She says that this one has critical rate attached to a defense stat, making it slightly awkward. The stats are not bad, but the combination is strange. Jinwoo quietly realizes once again that Ajin really does sell runes every day. Ajin stands in front of a huge holographic marketplace board filled with charts, prices, and item labels. She has a sharp eye for this kind of thing, remembers even low drop rate rune effects, and can quickly judge the value of skill books and materials as well. Ajin sits on the ground beside her summon, waving one hand tiredly beneath a sign that reads, "Sleeping less saves the family." She recognized Jinwoo's summons immediately, and he starts to think that she must practically live inside the marketplace. Ajin holds a book in both hands and looks up in surprise when Jinwoo calls her name. Jinwoo faces her with a slight smile while Ajin presses the book against her chest. He tells her that he will give her all these items and asks whether she wants to try selling them. Ajin stares back and asks, "You want me to?" Ajin looks to the side with a blank expression, but inside, she is already thinking that she is confident she can sell them well. Standing in front of a storefront, Ajin smiles with her eyes closed. She thinks she can at least sell them well enough that she will not fall behind anyone else, and her natural sense for business has already proven itself more than once. A younger Ajin holds a phone out toward Jinwoo while he looks back at her. Even when they were children, no matter what game they played, she always found trading things far more exciting than hunting monsters herself. Books and colorful stones lie scattered all across the ground. Ajin thinks that once they begin selling all of this, there will be no reason for her to keep farming runes anymore. Ajin leans forward with determination in her eyes and says that it might be better to focus entirely on selling instead. Still, there is one thing she is worried about. Jinwoo looks forward with a calm, unreadable expression, waiting for her to continue. Ajin faces him with a slightly nervous look and finally asks how much her commission will be. She lowers her gaze, thinking seriously about her future. She could help him for free once or twice, but she knows she cannot keep doing that every single time. Jinwoo folds his arms and smiles calmly. Then he asks her, "How much do you want?" Ajin closes her eyes as she starts explaining that large wholesalers usually take around 8 to 10%. But since this is Jinwoo, she is willing to be more flexible. She raises one hand into the air, spreading her fingers wide as she prepares to name her price. Holding up 5 fingers, Ajin offers, "I'll just take 5%. How about that?" Jinwoo closes his eyes with a small smile and asks what she means by only taking 5%. Between the two of them, that is far too little. Ajin looks down silently, a single drop of sweat appearing on her cheek as she waits to hear what he means. Jinwoo raises his hand into view, holding up 2 fingers as he says, "Then." Ajin stands completely still, staring forward in confusion as she waits for him to finish. Jinwoo stands there with a bright, easy smile, holding up 2 fingers as he generously tells her, "I'll give you 20%, so make sure you sell them well." Ajin freezes on the spot, her eyes wide and her mouth hanging open as the number sinks in. 20%? She stammers in disbelief. Jinwoo stands behind her with his eyes closed, smiling as he repeats, "Between us." Ajin reaches toward him in complete shock and blurts out, "You're really giving me that much?" Jinwoo turns his back, raises one hand in farewell, and starts walking away. He tells her that he will bring her plenty more good runes later, so she should be ready to stay busy. Behind him, Ajin breaks into a sweat as she realizes this will not be a one-time deal. It is going to keep going. Ajin leans forward with her cheeks flushed and her expression completely overwhelmed. Selling all those items while taking a 20% commission. The thought alone is enough to make her head spin. She clasps both hands tightly in front of her chest, trying to contain the excitement building inside her. Ajin lowers her head and watches Jinwoo's back as he walks away. With a steady stream of items to sell, she realizes that she will not need to keep rune farming anymore. Jinwoo keeps walking with a faint smile on his face, while behind him, Ajin quietly wipes at her eyes with the sleeve of her clothes. With tears still shining in her eyes, Ajin breaks into a bright, determined smile and declares that she is going to become a professional merchant. A blazing vortex of fire spins wildly around Pokryong as she stands at its center, while Jinwoo watches safely from inside a protective barrier. After leaving all the dungeon rewards in Ajin's hands, he turns his attention toward raising Pokryong's level and making her stronger. Pokryong holds her staff forward, its central core glowing brightly as power gathers around the weapon in thick, shimmering waves. With a fierce swing of her staff, Pokryong releases Explosive Dragon Wave. A massive torrent of fire shaped like a roaring dragon surges across the battlefield and tears forward with overwhelming force. Inside the barrier, Jinwoo remains completely calm as he watches the flames rage ahead, a faint, satisfied smile resting on his face. Pokryong grips her staff with both hands, her eyes focused and steady. For a player to become truly strong, having a powerful damage dealer by their side is an absolute necessity. Pokryong steps forward with her staff still in hand, and Jinwoo looks at her approvingly. "Great job, Pokryong." he says with a warm smile. Jinwoo reaches out and gently pats Pokryong on the head. She flinches slightly at the sudden touch as he tells her that she could clear a D-rank dungeon with her eyes closed now, and that it is amazing how far she has come. Pokryong's cheeks turn faintly red, and she lowers her gaze with a soft, pleased smile. "Thank you," she says quietly. Jinwoo touches his chin thoughtfully, realizing that it has been quite a long time since he started entering dungeons with only Pokryong by his side. Ramba reaches forward in panic, tears welling in her eyes, while Jinwoo casually waves one hand and begins walking away. He figures Hongyo is probably busy training the other summons somewhere else. Ramba ends up crushed beneath a large cooking pot while the other summons stand nearby. Fortunately, summons can roam around for a few hours without their player present, and they can even reverse summon themselves when necessary. Jinwoo and Pokryong walk side by side through a dim, quiet cave. After a moment, he turns toward her and says, "Come to think of it, Pokryong." She immediately answers, "Yes, Lord Jinwoo." As they continue deeper through the shadowy cave, Jinwoo asks whether there is anything else she wants. Hidden behind a nearby rock, a goblin watches the two of them in silence. The goblin suddenly springs out from cover with its mouth wide open and weapon raised high, lunging straight at them with a savage attack. Pokryong's eye widens sharply as she notices the goblin charging in from the side. Pokryong instantly turns around and swings her staff. A burning streak of fire races across the ground, strikes the goblin head-on, and engulfs it in flames. The two continue walking side by side as Pokryong looks up, repeating, "Something I want?" Jinwoo nods and says yes, something like the things Hongyo or Ramba might want. Hongyo calmly lifts dumbbells with a blank expression while Ramba happily hugs a piece of bread. Jinwoo raises one finger with a smile and gestures toward them as examples. Pokryong holds her staff close to herself and hesitates, unsure how to answer. Jinwoo gently tells her that she can feel free to ask for anything. Pokryong closes her eyes and smiles softly. She says that she is already satisfied simply being useful to Lord Jinwoo, just like she is now. Jinwoo places one hand over his chest, clearly touched by her sincere answer. Smiling warmly, Jinwoo repeatedly pats her head and urges her to name at least one thing she wants. Something as simple as food she would like to eat. Jinwoo leans forward slightly with a calm smile. Normally, summons do not need regular meals in order to survive. Still, Jinwoo has eaten together with human-type summons many times before, so he knows they can enjoy sharing meals with everyone else. Pokryong bites into a slice of pizza beside Hongyo. Jinwoo remembers how much Ramba loves cream bread, which proves that summons like them clearly have their own sense of taste. Holding a slice of pizza in his hand, Jinwoo thinks that he cannot keep enjoying delicious food by himself while leaving his summons out of it. Back inside the cave, Pokryong stands facing Jinwoo as he looks at her and wonders what the most delicious thing she has eaten so far might have been. A slice of strawberry cake comes to mind. Since Pokryong is a little shy, Jinwoo wonders whether she might prefer something sweet like dessert. Jinwoo smiles as Pokryong finally says that there is one thing she wants. His attention sharpens immediately, and he asks her what it is. A plate piled high with fried chicken appears alongside a mug of beer. Pokryong grips her staff and reacts with surprise, as she says the one word she has been thinking about, "Chimake." Jinwoo faces forward and nods as if he has made up his mind. "Right then," he says before asking Pokryong which skill she is supposed to learn next. The stages of explosive dragon secret arts appear in order: Link, Transform, Flame, and Destroy. Pokryong points with her staff and answers that the next one is Dragon Mage Secret Arts. Link. Pokryong grips her staff with both hands and smiles brightly. Jinwoo tells her that once she masters that skill, they can take a special break from training for the day. Pokryong closes her eyes with an excited smile as Jinwoo promises that they will throw a chimake party with everyone once she learns it. She happily agrees and says she will work hard so she can earn that rest. Two versions of Pokryong appear side by side in an exaggerated comparison, with chicken clearly ranking below rest. Jinwoo watches with a sweat drop on his cheek, realizing that she seems even more excited about taking a break than eating chicken. The cave falls quiet as rays of light shine in from above. Jinwoo decides it does not really matter which reward motivates her most, because the important thing is having a reason to work hard at whatever they do. Elsewhere, three people stand on bare dirt ground, staring toward an excavator and several nearby buildings. One of them looks around in amazement and simply says, "Wow!" Jae stands between the two men with her arms crossed. Byungjin asks how she even found a place like this, and Jae explains that she bought it from her grandfather. This is where she plans to build the Ubik building. Jae points across the construction site, laying out the plan in detail. This section will become the office, while the area over there will be reserved for staff-only dormitories and apartments. Standing with her back turned beside Byungjin, Jie adds that she plans to build bunkers beneath every building on the property. Byung-jin looks at her in surprise and repeats, "Bunkers?" Jie answers firmly, "Yes." Jie remembers Jin-woo telling her to make sure his family is protected. As she looks over the land, she quietly vows that she will keep that promise no matter what. Jie stands with one hand resting on her hip, her long hair lifting and streaming gently in the wind as she surveys the land before her. The wide, empty field stretches beneath the open sky. Since Jin-woo prefers spacious places, Jie thinks the far side of the property would make the perfect location for a training ground. Byung-jin turns his head slightly when Jie asks whether he managed to get the summon she mentioned. He nods and answers that he did. Blue energy swirls through the air as a glowing wolf steps forward from the light. It is the shadow wolf Jie specifically asked him to find. Byung-jin stands beside the seated wolf and looks toward the other two. Still puzzled, he asks why she wanted this particular summon. Jie folds her arms across her chest and gives a small, knowing smile. She says she has someone in mind to give it to. Elsewhere, the setting shifts to a busy restaurant, where several people sit together around tables filled with food. Slices of meat crackle loudly on the grill as steam rises into the air. Amid the delicious smell, someone calls out to Ajin. Ajin smiles while her two friends react excitedly to the food, saying it tastes amazing. They ask whether it is really okay for her to treat them somewhere this nice, but Ajin tells them to relax and order as much as they want. Holding her chopsticks with a soft smile, Ajin listens as her friends marvel that top players really are built differently from ordinary people. The view closes in on Ajin's eye as she quietly admits that everything she has now is thanks to her brother. Books, armor, potions, and all kinds of glowing items float through the air. Jin-woo gives Ajin such a huge amount of merchandise, and many of those items come with exceptionally good options. Crowd reaches toward Ajin with cards held high, shouting that her items are the best and begging her to contact them first whenever a good rune drops. Thanks to Jinwoo's supplies, her customer base has been growing at an incredible speed. A hand holding chopsticks suddenly stops in midair when someone asks, "Hey, you guys know Baek Jinwoo, right?" The blonde girl smiles and says of course they know him, because he has been going viral lately. She adds that he even broke his own records again, while Ajin stiffens nervously beside them. Ajin keeps smiling with her eyes closed, chopsticks still in hand, while privately admitting that her brother is pretty amazing. Around her, the others wonder whether he is going to start challenging world records at this rate, calling his accomplishments unbelievable. Ajin's expression goes strangely blank behind her closed eyes when she hears someone casually add, "Isn't he also really handsome?" The two girls lean forward with bright, excited smiles and insist that Jin-woo definitely must have a girlfriend. They say they are jealous of whoever she is, while Ajin freezes with wide eyes and starts trembling. Handsome? Is there some other Baek Jin-woo she has never met? One girl gestures as she asks whether Baek Jin-woo has an Instar account. Another points out that he is under GAS company, so he might be on her following list. Ajin lowers her head, sweating while chewing her food, then reluctantly tells them to go ahead and check. One of the girls suddenly widens her eye in surprise at what she finds. A phone is raised between them, its screen displaying a list of accounts. One of the girls points at it and says, "This account." The two girls lean over the phone with shocked faces, pointing at the screen as they ask whether that is Ajin's account. Then they notice that Jie is following her and demand to know why. Ajin turns toward them, sweating heavily as she blurts out, "What?" Ajin grips her phone tightly with both hands, forcing out a nervous excuse that maybe they simply saw it wrong. The phone screen clearly displays GAS profile, and the following status is still active. There is no mistaking it. She really is following Ajin. Ajin stares down at her phone with wide, stunned eyes. Jie followed her as a fan before, but when did Jie ever follow her back? Sweat runs down Ajin's face as she looks forward in panic. Deep down, she suspects Jie only followed her because she is Jinwoo's family. The two girls sit across from her with clenched fists and thrilled smiles, staring at Ajin like they have just discovered a major secret. Ajin can only stammer, "Well." The girls aggressively lean over the table toward Ajin, demanding an explanation. They ask whether Ajin and Jie know each other and whether they are actually close, while Ajin sits there stiffly with a blank, helpless expression. A hand holds a phone upright as it suddenly vibrates with a sharp buzz. Ajin looks down at her phone with a tense, sweaty face and hurriedly says, "Wait a second." Beside her, the blonde girl clenches her fists in excitement and tells her to explain everything. Ajin stares at the phone with a blank expression as a new message from GA appears on the screen. Her eye opens dramatically wide when another message arrives from GA, asking whether Ajin happens to have time tomorrow. Ajin suddenly shoots up from her seat with one arm raised, shouting so loudly that nearby diners turn around to stare at her. Confused voices immediately ask what is wrong, while a staff member rushes over and calls out to the customers. The next day, a quiet city street lies beneath a bright, clear sky. A sleek black sedan glides smoothly onto the road. Ajin trembles with both hands clasped tightly together as a familiar voice greets her, saying, "It's been a while, Ajin." Jae sits behind the wheel and gives Ajin a playful wink. "Get in," she says, overwhelmed with excitement. Ajin immediately blurts out, "Yes, ma'am." The black sedan pulls away from the curb and drives down the street, carrying the two of them toward their destination. Ajin fidgets nervously with her fingers in the passenger seat, then softly starts to say, "So." Jae drives with a calm smile while Ajin stiffens beside her in surprise. Jae says Ajin wanted her to meet the family, and then explains that Jinwoo has become extremely busy lately. Still driving, Jae smiles gently and explains that she first asked Jinwoo whether she could send gifts under Yubik's name. He told her that would be fine. Ajin turns toward Jae with sparkling eyes and asks whether she plans to deliver the gifts herself. Jae calmly confirms it, saying that since she is the CEO, she should go in person. Ajin sits quietly with a faint blush creeping across her face. Delivery alone normally would have been enough, so she cannot help wondering just how much Jae cares about her brother if she is personally coming along. Ajin shoots Jae a jealous, disbelieving glare while Jae keeps driving with a slightly confused smile. The fact that Jae is personally visiting Jinwoo's family makes Ajin feel unexpectedly envious. Jae grips the steering wheel and asks whether Ajin's parents will be okay with an unannounced visit. Ajin smiles brightly from the passenger seat and says it will be fine. She already told her parents to stay home today because she had someone she wanted to introduce. Ajin awkwardly remembers how often her parents asked about Jinwoo. Every time, she could only say she did not know anything about where he was or what he was doing, leaving them to wonder whether he was at least still breathing somewhere. Ajin crosses her arms proudly and laughs, declaring that Jinwoo is probably the #1 person in the world when it comes to being completely clueless. The black sedan comes to a stop beside a modest apartment building beneath the bright afternoon sky. The elevator panel flashes with the number 5, and a moment later, the doors glide apart to reveal the floor ahead. Ajin pushes open the apartment door, then motions warmly toward the inside. "This is our home," she says, inviting her guest in. The moment Ajin steps through the doorway, she raises her voice and calls out, "Mom! Dad! I'm home." Jae follows right behind her, though the uneasy look on her face makes it clear she is still nervous. Jae quietly scans the compact living room, taking in the narrow space around her. Inwardly, she cannot help thinking that it is much smaller than she expected. Her eyes continue moving through the apartment, drifting from the modest kitchen to the dining area tucked beside it. As she takes in the simple furniture and the lived-in atmosphere, a faint smile appears on her face. This was not a polished showroom or a luxurious residence. It truly felt like a home where a family lived every day. Ajin's parents appear at the doorway, both stopping in surprise when they see her. Her father quickly asks, "Ajin, you're back?" But his attention immediately shifts toward the unfamiliar guest standing beside their daughter. Jae stands gracefully with a gentle smile and offers them a polite greeting. Ajin's father can only stare at her in stunned disbelief before blurting out, "Since when did you have such a beautiful friend?" Jae lightly places one hand over her chest and bows with flawless courtesy. "It is a pleasure to meet both of you," she says warmly. The moment Jae introduces herself as someone from Ubik, Ajin's parents go completely still. Their eyes widen as they repeat her name back in disbelief, barely able to process who had just entered their home. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Ajin awkwardly pulls her parents closer and lowers her voice. "Mom, Dad, I'll explain everything," she says, trying to calm them down. Steam curls slowly from the coffee resting on the table, but no one reaches for it. In the heavy silence, a trembling voice finally asks whether all of this can really be true. Ajin's parents sit rigidly at the table, their minds overwhelmed by what they have learned. Jinwoo was not just any player, he was famous. And the elegant woman sitting across from them was not only the CEO of his company, but also someone connected to Disung Group. Jae keeps her calm smile as she looks across the table at them. "Yes," she says gently, "I came here to visit you as the CEO of Ubikwe as well." Ajin's parents panic even more, calling Jae an incredibly precious guest and apologizing for receiving someone so important in such a humble home. Sitting nearby, Ajin quietly realizes that this was apparently the way her parents had always seen her too. Jae suddenly addresses Ajin's father with formal respect. Startled by the attention, he jolts upright in his seat and hurriedly answers her in a nervous voice. With the same composed expression, Jae explains that according to the contract, Ubik is obligated to look after him and his wife as well. Ajin's parents stare at her blankly, unable to believe what they just heard. "Us?" they repeat almost at the same time. Jie gently slides a thick Ubik document across the table toward them, then politely asks them to take their time and read through it. As they open the document, page after page reveals the support Ubik intends to provide. Security services, a new home, living expenses, medical care, and complete assistance for anything else they might need in the future. The parents' eyes grow wider with every line they read, until one particular sentence makes them freeze. The document promises support for living expenses totaling 10 million won every month. The number is so overwhelming that they can barely make sense of it. They shakily ask whether this offer is actually real, but Jie only smiles and gives them a reassuring gesture. She tells them to accept it without holding back, while Ajin sits nearby just as stunned by the enormous scale of what Jie is offering her family. Jie calmly explains that compared to everything Baek Jinwoo has accomplished, this entire support package is actually very small. Then, with a bright smile, Jie mentions that she has also brought a few small gifts for them. That only makes Ajin's parents panic even more, as though the earlier offer had not already been enough. A holographic inventory window appears in front of Jie. As it floats in the air, she explains that Jinwoo told her Ajin's father has a particular fondness for summons. Embarrassed by the attention, Ajin's father awkwardly admits that it may have started because of the pebble golem. Jie immediately chooses something from the glowing inventory window. "Then I prepared a golem for you too," she says without hesitation. A burst of vivid blue light erupts through the room, filling the apartment as the summoned creature begins to materialize in front of everyone. When the light finally fades, the summon is revealed to be a diamond golem. Jie explains that it is a B-rank summon. It is roughly the same size as the pebble golem, but its strength is on an entirely different level. Adorable crystal-covered golem happily strikes a pose in front of Ajin's father. His eyes practically sparkle as he stares at it, completely captivated. Emotion flooding his face, he thanks Jie again and again, saying he never imagined his son would allow him to receive something this incredible. Jie then turns toward Ajin's mother with the same gentle smile. "I prepared something for you as well," she says, leaving the mother stunned that she would be receiving a gift too. Jie summons a tiny glittering creature known as a rainbow snail. It is another B-rank summon, and an incredibly rare one at that, with only around 100 said to exist across the entire world. Jie explains that the snail slime has remarkable skincare effects, helping brighten the skin and soften wrinkles. Ajin's mother instantly falls in love with the tiny, adorable creature. She carefully holds the rainbow snail in both hands, her cheeks turning red as she smiles with clear delight. Watching her parents receive one unbelievable gift after another, Ajin can only stare in amazement. Then she jokes that her parents must be the luckiest people in the world. Ajin suddenly jolts when Jie calmly adds that there is a gift prepared for her too. A massive white wolf emerges amid swirling dark blue energy. Its glowing eyes stare forward with a fierce, intimidating presence as it takes shape inside the room. Ajin recoils in shock, her hands trembling as her eyes widen. For a moment, she cannot even believe what is standing right in front of her. Then Ajin lets out a scream of disbelief at the shadow wolf sitting before her. Jie simply smiles, explaining that Jinwoo already knew she would love it. Tears begin streaming down Ajin's face as she tightly hugs the shadow wolf. Even while crying, she jokingly says she might ask for a refund later. Her stunned parents wonder aloud whether they are truly allowed to accept so many gifts, but Ajin excitedly promises that she will tell her brother to treat them even better. Jie covers her mouth with one hand, her smile elegant and affectionate as she softly calls Ajin sweet. Still overwhelmed, Ajin's mother nervously insists that they cannot keep accepting so much from Jie. She suggests that they should at least share a meal together, and Jie happily agrees, mentioning that she already has a restaurant in mind. Under the bright daytime sky, a traditional restaurant stands quietly waiting for them. Inside the restaurant, the family sits together around the table. Someone remarks that Jinwoo spent every day playing games instead of studying, but now it seems all of that time has finally paid off. Ajin's parents sit side by side with warm smiles, remembering how long Jinwoo had played games. Whenever he became interested in something, he always threw himself into it completely. Ajin laughs as she eats, saying everyone is making too much of her brother's success when he achieved all of it in only 1 year. Meanwhile, Jie quietly drinks beside her, listening closely. Jie's eye suddenly widens at Jinwoo's father's correction. According to him, Jinwoo had actually been playing games for at least 10 years. Jie leans forward in open shock and asks Ajin's father whether Jinwoo truly played for 10 years. Beside her, Ajin stares in disbelief as well. Ajin's father folds his arms at the table and thinks back uncertainly. As far as he can remember, Jinwoo probably began playing sometime around middle school. In Jinwoo's dark room, his father stands quietly near the doorway, while Jinwoo sleeps face down at his desk. He remembers secretly checking the game himself after seeing his son fall asleep while still playing it. Jinwoo remains fast asleep beside his phone, completely unaware of his father's thoughts. Looking at the device near him, his father remembers that the game Jinwoo had been obsessed with was called Battle of Summoners. Late at night, Jinwoo stares at his device with intense focus, completely absorbed in the game. Watching from behind with growing concern, his father remembers realizing that Jinwoo never stopped playing, not even after he entered high school. Ajin turns sharply toward her father, disbelief all over her face as she loudly asks whether that story is actually true. Beside her, Jae stays quiet, listening carefully without taking her eyes off him. Ajin and Jae both fall silent, stunned by the thought forming in their minds. There could only be one person in the world who had spent 10 whole years playing that game. Neither of them moves as the heavy silence settles over the table. The same possibility keeps echoing through their thoughts. Baek Jinwoo might truly be that legendary player. Behind Jinwoo, a hooded figure rises through the swirling energy, its presence looming over him like a shadow. Then a chilling name surfaces with the realization. God Jainu. Morning sunlight spills across the apartment building as the quiet new day begins. Inside his room, Jinwoo sits cross-legged on the floor, while a large inventory window floats directly in front of him. The inventory is filled with summons that have steadily grown stronger through leveling, including the Titanium Golem, Frost Cat, Horned Fairy, Wind Falcon, and several lava drakes. Resting his hand against his chin, Jinwoo studies the summons gathered from his daily dungeons. He quietly wonders whether they have finally become strong enough for him to attempt the intermediate stages. After thinking it over, Jinwoo reaches for his phone and decides that Jae should be the first person he contacts. Jinwoo sends Jae a message, telling her that he plans to challenge the intermediate dungeons next week. He also asks whether they should begin preparing for the recording ahead of time. Jae replies almost instantly, saying she has been waiting for exactly this. Jinwoo stares at his phone in surprise as the notification vanishes nearly as soon as it appears. Jae excitedly tells him that all he needs to do is equip his gear and clear the dungeons the same way he always has. As for everything else, the marketing strategy is already completely prepared. A huge promotional advertisement appears, packed with discounted dungeon clear videos and strategy guides. Jinwoo can only stare at it blankly, wondering when Jae had somehow prepared all of this. After a brief pause, Jinwoo sends back a short message saying that it sounds good. In the end, he decides that Jae can handle the marketing side without any problem. Ajin happily hugs the wolf while talking non-stop to Jinwoo about how incredible it is. She excitedly keeps repeating that Jae personally gave it to her. Jae smiles from across the table while Jinwoo remembers what Ajin had told him earlier. Jae had not just sent gifts, she had personally gone all the way to their house. Ajin clings tightly to the wolf, tears streaming down her cheeks, as though she cannot let it go. Behind her, their parents can only stare in stunned shock at the unbelievable sight. A faint smile slowly forms on Jinwoo's face, as he realizes how different this feels from dealing with the government. Holding his phone loosely in one hand, Jinwoo quietly comes to a conclusion. Joining Ubik had definitely been the right decision. 1 week later, flames burst across the battlefield as debris scatters through the air. A massive enemy crashes down in front of Jinwoo and Pokryong, defeated beneath their combined assault. A system window appears in the air, announcing that the dungeon has been cleared. The completion time flashes clearly across the screen. 6 minutes and 27 seconds. Jinwoo folds his arms and allows himself a satisfied smile. Another Monday intermediate dungeon clear is finished without any trouble. Newspapers and online articles quickly become flooded with questions about who could possibly be backing Jinwoo. Reports about his shattered records spread everywhere, but Jinwoo himself barely seems interested in any of the attention. His expression quietly sharpens as his thoughts drift away from the headlines. There is another problem in front of him, and it matters far more than public rumors. Floating beside Jinwoo with her staff held close, Pokryong admits that she still cannot properly get the hang of the link skill, no matter how hard she tries. Pokryong stares ahead with confusion written across her face and asks why this keeps happening. Jinwoo watches her closely, realizing that she has been acting strangely for a while now. Standing beneath the trees with his arms folded, Hongyo says that Pokryong seems to be playing a little trick. Jinwoo sits beside him with a puzzled expression and asks what he means. Hongyo explains that Pokryong's mana and control are already strong enough for her to use Link. Hongyo looks forward in silence before speaking again. If the skill still refuses to manifest, then Pokryong must be deliberately holding herself back. Still unable to understand it, Jinwoo asks whether Pokryong could really have any reason to do something like that. Hongyo points out that lately, Jinwoo has been taking only Pokryong with him into the dungeons. Jinwoo goes quiet for a moment before admitting that it is true. Jinwoo stares at Hongyo in confusion, but Hongyo simply guesses that Pokryong enjoys receiving that much attention from him. As a girl holds a small summon close in her arms, Hongyo explains that every summon instinctively wants attention from its player. Watching Jinwoo from a distance, Pokryong begins to worry. Deep down, she fears that growing too quickly might change the relationship she currently has with him. Clutching her clothes tightly against her chest, Pokryong quietly worries that she may no longer be able to enter dungeons alone with Jinwoo. Jinwoo stares ahead without saying anything for a while, then lets out a low, thoughtful hum. Jinwoo laughs awkwardly beside Hongyo and admits that the entire situation is confusing. Still, there is something strangely touching about it too. Leaves drift gently through the air as Jinwoo asks what they should do next. Hongyo responds that they need to change the way Pokryong is trained. Hongyo points forward with a confident grin spreading across his face. He says that he has a very good idea. Under the orange glow of the setting sun, someone suddenly calls out Jinwoo's name. Jinwoo and Hongyo both turn toward the voice in surprise. With a bright smile on her face, Pokryong finally succeeds in learning the Link skill. She reaches level 42 and unlocks Explosive Dragon Secret Arts. Link, giving her the ability to accumulate explosive dragon waves. Jinwoo looks ahead in amazement and admits that he had his doubts at first. Still, Hongyo's plan somehow worked exactly as intended. In a small chibi-style flashback, Hongyo tells Jinwoo to stop taking Pokryong into dungeons until she learns Link. Jinwoo can only wonder awkwardly whether such a simple idea could truly work. Jinwoo lets out a faint smile as he admits that, one way or another, Hongyo's insight is really on another level. With the fairy comfortably resting on top of his head, Jinwoo quietly hums to himself. Jinwoo reaches down and gently pats Pokryong on the head, praising her for working so hard. Pokryong brightens immediately and happily thanks him. Looking down at Pokryong with a soft smile, Jinwoo admits that he could have scolded her for trying to play tricks on him. Pokryong smiles brightly as Jinwoo realizes something important. What a summon wants is a lot like a quest, and there is no real harm in granting that wish. Jinwoo laughs quietly to himself and says that Pokryong only wanted to spend more time with him, so he could not bring himself to stay angry. Then he pulls out a black card and says, "All right." Holding the black card up with a wide grin, Jinwoo announces that Pokryong has earned a reward for her success. Since she finally learned the skill, training is officially over for the day, and they are having a chimek party instead. Jinwoo happily clutches the black card in his hand and thanks Ms. Jie once again. She had explained that it could be used for everyday living expenses, with an enormous yearly spending limit of 1 billion won. Just as the celebration begins to sink in, Jinwoo suddenly pauses. The words, "a break from training," keep repeating in the back of his mind. Hongyo stares straight ahead as if he has just heard something impossible. The thought of taking a break hangs over him so heavily that he is left completely stunned. Jinwoo silently looks over the exhausted summons gathered around him, then realizes something amusing. Hongyo apparently cannot function properly without constantly training. Jinwoo clears his throat and decides that they need to establish one clear rule from now on. Pokryong and Ramba immediately brighten with excitement as Jinwoo declares that whenever one of them learns a new skill, everyone will take the day off from training and celebrate together. Hongyo stares ahead in growing panic while Pokryong and Ramba cheer happily behind him. Unable to hold himself back, he blurts out, "But my lord!" Jinwoo turns toward Hongyo and calmly reminds him that rest can be part of training too. He points out that building unity between everyone matters just as much. At once, Hongyo's eyes light up with excitement. He loudly agrees that unity itself is another form of training, while Jinwoo quietly realizes that Hongyo is far more simple-minded than he expected. Huge mugs of beer slam together with a sharp clink, and the long-awaited celebration officially begins. The group gathers around a feast packed with food and drinks, while Jinwoo stands nearby watching them. Even the summons join in happily, eating and drinking together like one big party. Pokryong stares at the fried chicken in her hand with wide, sparkling eyes before declaring that it is delicious. Nearby, Ramba happily sips from a tiny mug while sitting beside Hongyo. Watching the lively gathering with a relaxed smile, Jinwoo asks how everyone else is doing. One of the summons answers with a cheerful thumbs up while still eating. Seeing that reaction, Jinwoo quietly notes that everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. Jinwoo turns his gaze toward the setting sun and reflects that the minimum preparations are finally complete. The easy smile disappears from Jinwoo's face as his expression grows serious. Now that everything is ready, it is time for him to head toward the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials stands as the game's ultimate endgame challenge, filled with treasures, rare equipment, and rewards far beyond anything found inside ordinary dungeons. But every reward waiting inside comes with a terrifying price. Its difficulty is so merciless that countless players have lost their lives trying to conquer it. For those who enter without enough strength, the Tower of Trials has become nothing less than a graveyard. Across from Jinwoo in the conference room, Jie freezes in surprise. Her eyes widen as a stunned, "What?" slips out. A bead of sweat slowly trails down Jie's face, as she asks him whether he is already planning to enter the Tower of Trials. Jinwoo calmly confirms it without the slightest hesitation. For now, he says, he only plans to challenge the tower up to the 10th floor. Jie remembers that even the country's top-ranked players had never managed to reach that point. She hesitates for a moment, then quietly admits that he is right. But grim images of fallen players fill her mind as she explains the danger. Countless people were sacrificed trying to reach that floor, and even the rankers who barely made it back alive described the place as hell. Sitting across from Jinwoo, Jie asks him one last time whether he is truly certain about this. Jinwoo remains calm and explains that he had originally planned to begin challenging the tower around this time anyway. Jie watches Jinwoo sit there with complete calm, as though entering such a dangerous place is nothing unusual. Someone who can remain that relaxed must truly be God Jainu. Then she remembers that he had already climbed all the way to the 100th floor before. Compared to that, the first floor of the Tower of Trials must seem almost trivial to him. A hooded figure stands back-to-back with Jinwoo as an earlier promise echoes through the air. They had agreed to pretend they knew nothing until Jinwoo decided to reveal the truth himself. Around the dining table, everyone remembers that Jinwoo dislikes attracting unnecessary attention. He had even asked them to keep his secret hidden from his own family. In a comical moment, Jie enthusiastically declares that she will be waiting for Jinwoo. Her sudden excitement leaves him visibly confused. Jie looks surprised when Jinwoo tells her that he has no intention of wearing recording equipment this time. Jinwoo clasps his hands together and listens as Jie asks whether they can at least sell the information he obtains. However, he firmly refuses that idea as well. The fairy mage and the swordsman appear together as the true requirements for conquering the Tower of Trials become clear. EX rank strength is obviously essential, but the ability to communicate properly is the next most important factor. The mute fairy throws a dramatic tantrum, clearly unhappy with the situation. Jinwoo can only sigh, knowing that traveling with companions who cannot speak would slow down their progress inside the tower. Jie rests her hand against her chin and thinks it over. There are plenty of things they can sell besides secret information, and Jinwoo's wishes should come first. She agrees to let him handle things in whatever way makes him most comfortable, and Jinwoo thanks her for understanding. Jinwoo fidgets slightly with his hands before hesitantly saying that it may not be much of a replacement, but he wants to offer something else. Jie leans forward in her chair and asks whether she can request a favor from him as well. Jinwoo looks across the table in surprise and repeats her words. A favor. Jie then tells him that the National Representative Selection Tournament will be held in 2 months. Jinwoo touches his chin thoughtfully as he realizes that she is talking about the selection tournament. Images of combatants and powerful monsters fill the air as Jinwoo confirms what it is. The tournament is used to choose the national team that will compete in the World League. A shining shield appears alongside the announcement that those chosen through the tournament gain the right to participate in the league held at the end of the year. With his arms crossed, Jinwoo asks whether it is even possible to enter the tournament without belonging to an official guild or a major headquarters. Jie smiles from across the table and explains that Ubik may not be an official guild, but a recommendation from a council member is enough to make his participation possible. Chibi-like memory, Jie recalls Examiner Chang Seok casually suggesting that Jinwoo should simply become a national representative. A serious expression settles over Jinwoo's face as he says that he could probably clear the selection tournament without much difficulty. Dark silhouettes of powerful competitors surround him as Jinwoo considers the opponents waiting beyond the selection stage. At his current level of strength, world rankers would still be difficult enemies to face. Then a slight smile appears on Jinwoo's face as he quietly adds that this is only true for now. Okryong stands surrounded by blazing flames as Jinwoo points out that there are still 8 months left before the end of the year. If she learns predation within that time, she could potentially stand against even world rankers. Jie beams with excitement at the thought of it. Becoming part of the national team, she says, would come with an enormous amount of support. Jinwoo learns that the government does not spare expenses when supporting its strongest players. Hearing that, he admits that he was already looking for money to obtain another EX rank summon anyway. Towering piles of summoning scrolls fill the space in front of him as Jinwoo immediately asks the question that matters most. Exactly how much support do national representatives receive? The moment Jinwoo hears that exceptional performers can even be rewarded with priceless supreme-grade summoning scrolls, his eyes fly open. He leans eagerly across the table and immediately agrees to enter the selection tournament, leaving Jie stunned by how easily he accepted. Their hands come together in a firm handshake across the table, sealing the agreement between them. Jae's face brightens with a grateful smile as she thanks Jin-woo for agreeing to her request. Even after the agreement is made, Jin-woo stays quietly seated with her hand still in his. Across from him, Jae continues smiling as the handshake lingers a little longer. Still locked in that overly enthusiastic handshake, Jae simply answers, yes. While neither of them seems ready to let go, a staff rises through a swirl of roaring flames, its red core glowing brightly as heat ripples around it. 1 week later, Jin-woo and Pokryong stand inside a scorched cavern littered with burning remains and ash-blackened ground. Standing behind her with an easy smile, Jin-woo asks whether she has gotten used to using Link yet. Pokryong hesitates for a moment before quietly answering that she has. A close look at Pokryong's eye and the sweat gathering on her face makes it obvious that she is much more nervous than her answer suggests. With her back turned toward Jin-woo and both hands gripping her staff, Pokryong nervously tells him that there is something she needs to say. Her fingers tighten around the staff as she struggles to find the courage to begin. Looking away in embarrassment, Pokryong finally admits the truth. She enjoyed entering dungeons with Jin-woo so much that she deliberately pretended to have trouble learning Link. Apologizing softly, she says she knows the others probably want to spend time with him too. Jin-woo remains silent inside the cavern, listening carefully as Pokryong finishes her uneasy confession. When Jin-woo sees tears gathering in Pokryong's eyes, he realizes that rewarding her instead of scolding her must have only made her feel even more guilty. Jin-woo gently reaches out and rests a hand on top of her head. No, Pokryong, he tells her softly. A warm smile crosses Jin-woo's face as he pats her head and tells her not to blame herself so much. He says he is actually grateful that she told him first, because right now, she is the summon he needs the most. Pokryong's eyes widen at his words, completely caught off guard. Jin-woo continues, telling her that it is only natural for him to spend the most time with her. Standing face to face with him, Pokryong hesitantly asks whether he truly means that. Jin-woo answers her with a reassuring smile. Yeah. With a cheerful grin, Jin-woo begins explaining exactly why she should not feel bad about it. Pokryong clutches her staff close as Jin-woo reminds her that she is an EX rank summon. Jin-woo laughs as the other summons crowd around him, all eager for his attention. He says he treasures the summons from his daily dungeon group too, but they still cannot compare to an EX rank summon. The others eagerly ask Jin-woo to keep taking them into the dungeon with him, and he can only force a slightly awkward smile in response. Jin-woo asks Pokryong one more time whether she has fully adjusted to Link. This time, she answers with confidence that it should be enough now. A faint smile appears on Jin-woo's face as he says that is enough training for today. Then he declares that tomorrow, they will immediately challenge the Tower of Trials. A towering structure stretches high into the dark sky as Jin-woo announces their next destination, the Tower of Trials. Standing before the entrance and the swirling black portal beyond it, Jin-woo calmly confirms that he is a participant in the Tower of Trials. After being told that his identification must be checked, Jin-woo takes out his ID card and hands it over. The official accepts the card, checks the information carefully, and confirms that the participant is indeed Jin-woo. The Tower of Trials looms in view as the official explains the warning. Anyone who enters and fails to return within 1 week will be classified as missing. And if that person still does not return after 1 full month, they will officially be declared dead. Jin-woo quietly accepts the warning without changing his expression. Understood, he says. Facing the official outside the building, Jin-woo asks whether his participation can be kept away from the press. The man assures him that it will remain confidential. Tower rises over the restricted zone as the official explains that reporters are not the only ones barred from the area. Ordinary civilians are forbidden from entering the space in front of the tower as well. Jin-woo looks ahead in silence before thanking them. More than anything else, he says, he does not want his family to find out about this. Warm images of his smiling family fill Jin-woo's thoughts. He knows without doubt that they would be terrified if they learned he was entering the Tower of Trials. The dark portal twists and ripples like a living void as the officials finally grant Jin-woo permission to enter, wishing him a safe climb. Jin-woo stands before the entrance in silence, lifting his gaze toward the swirling darkness waiting ahead. With 2 officials watching from nearby, Jin-woo steps forward without hesitation and disappears into the black portal. On the other side, a ruined town stretches beneath a dark and oppressive sky. Damaged buildings line the streets while smoke curls upward through the air. Jin-woo's shoe lands on the cracked stone-paved street as he arrives in the unfamiliar location. Jin-woo looks around the ruined city, a bead of sweat forming on his face. Wall! He mutters under his breath. A skeletal ghoul with glowing green eyes looms ahead of him, while countless more fill the broken street beyond it. Seeing their numbers, Jin-woo wonders if the entire city is nothing but ghouls. A system message appears, stating that up to 3 parties may be deployed inside the Tower of Trials. It then asks Jinwoo to finalize his party settings. Jinwoo reviews his roster and confirms that his teams are already prepared, each one equipped with the best runes he can provide. Golden energy gathers around Jinwoo as he activates his setup. Once everything is in place, he calmly says, "All right." Jinwoo stands at the center of a massive gathering of allies and summons, then calls out to all of them, "Let's go, guys." A new objective appears before him. Escape the ruined city of Chrome, which has been completely overrun by ghouls. At the same time, a curse restricts the use of aerial summons. Jinwoo points toward 2 summon cards and decides that those 2 need to be put away first. White Whale and Wyvern vanish back into their cards. Jinwoo notes that aerial summons are restricted here, and with no water anywhere in sight, there is no reason to keep the White Whale out. With his entire force assembled behind him, Jinwoo gives Hongyo and Ramba the order to begin the plan they discussed earlier. Both of them immediately agree. Ramba immediately takes off after Hongyo, her glowing wings beating furiously as she flies after him and shouts for the others to wait for her. Watching the 2 of them race away, Jinwoo lets out a small smirk. He says he has absolutely no worries about Hongyo and Ramba getting caught by the ghouls. Hongyo bursts across the rooftops, green energy swirling around his body as he moves from building to building. Jinwoo explains that the ghouls inside the Tower of Trials are actually among the slowest monsters when it comes to movement and attack speed. A ghoul stares upward in confusion as broken debris begins falling from above. Jinwoo notes that their sluggish speed comes with a dangerous trade-off. The ghoul crawls low across the shattered street, dragging itself through the ruins with an unsettling, relentless motion. A huge slab of stone crashes straight onto the ghoul's head, but the damage indicator displays a shocking 0. Jinwoo remarks that their defense and attack power are both absurdly high. A snarling ghoul raises its long claws, poison glistening along their sharp edges. Jinwoo warns that even a tiny scratch from these monsters could turn into a disaster. Jinwoo plants his foot firmly against the ground and realizes that trying to kill every ghoul in the city would only waste precious time. Jinwoo takes off through the ruined street with his summons racing behind him. As they move, he orders them to break through the alleyway ahead first. The group watches Jinwoo sprint ahead from behind as he warns them not to fight every monster they encounter. Instead, they need to exploit the enemy's weaknesses and keep moving. A fairy and a hooded mage begin channeling magic while a red dragon opens its jaws and unleashes an enormous river of fire down the street. Several dragons fill the battlefield with blazing breath attacks, turning the ruined streets into a sea of flames. Even so, Jinwoo notes that the number of enemies is still overwhelming. Jinwoo keeps running with a calm expression, remarking that the first floor is easy enough as long as you know the correct route through the city. A lone figure waits on a rooftop in the distance as Jinwoo decides that it is about time for the others to return. Hongyo comes back holding a rolled document high in the air, his face lit up with excitement. "My lord, I found it," he proudly announces. With the document still clutched in his hand, Hongyo leaps down toward the rest of the group. Jinwoo praises Hongyo for the great work. Then Jinwoo, Pokryong, and Hongyo gather around the map as Jinwoo lowers his gaze to it and says, "Let's see." Using the cathedral as a landmark, Jinwoo studies the ruined city map and begins narrowing down exactly where they are. Jinwoo points to a specific spot on the map and says that this means their current position is right there. The map reveals that the exit is close by, but there is one major problem. To reach it, they will have to get past a giant ghoul boss. Hongyo smiles with confidence and immediately volunteers to hold the giant ghoul back himself. Ramba pokes Hongyo in the cheek and complains that it hurts. Then she asks Jinwoo to buy her 100 cream breads once they get out, and Jinwoo tells her to hold on just a little longer. Jinwoo suddenly turns his head toward the distance, his expression shifting as he repeats the words, "The giant ghoul." A faint glow shines from somewhere beyond the destroyed city. Jinwoo looks toward it and says the giant ghoul should be somewhere around there. The enormous giant ghoul towers over the broken cityscape. Jinwoo explains that the usual strategy is to have 2 separate parties distract the boss while the others escape. A portal opens behind the group as several survivors gather near it, preparing to make their escape. Jinwoo narrows his eyes while looking toward his summons. That usual strategy, he says, is only necessary for people who do not have an EX rank summon fighting on their side. Turning toward Pokryong, Jinwoo asks whether she is still building up her link stacks. Pokryong nods and confirms that she has already reached her 5th stack. Crimson energy coils around her staff, as Jinwoo tells her to keep building them while they move. Flames rise around Pokryong as she immediately agrees to keep stacking her power. Standing nearby, Ramba complains that the heat is getting too intense. Far across the ruined city, the giant ghoul stands alone through the drifting dust. Jinwoo continues, saying that even an enemy like that is no exception. A confident smile appears on Jinwoo's face as he declares that they can erase the giant ghoul in a single attack. A pack of ghouls rushes forward together, their jaws stretched wide as they charge through the destroyed streets. More ghouls race toward the golem as it charges across the battlefield, closing in from every direction. Jinwoo points sharply down the road and shouts, "This way!" The frost cat races forward along an icy trail it creates beneath its paws, while the giant stone golem advances behind it with heavy steps. The frost cat lets out a sharp cry as freezing energy swirls rapidly around its body. Watching through a scope, the combat sheriff carefully takes aim at the massive wave of ghouls flooding toward them. The frozen ghouls explode into shattered pieces the moment the bullet hits, sending sharp ice fragments flying through the air. Jinwoo raises one hand with a satisfied grin and praises them loudly. "Nice job, Frost Cat and Combat Sheriff." Jinwoo suddenly freezes in place as he looks ahead, his attention caught by something approaching through the ruins. The boss monster rises between the ruined buildings, its mouth stretched wide in a horrifying roar. Someone immediately shouts, "It's here!" Standing on the open hand of the titanium golem, Jinwoo gives his command. "Titanium golem, I'll leave the rear to you." The titanium golem drops down in front of the incoming crowd of ghouls, towering over them as they tilt their heads back in shock. The massive golem sweeps an entire swarm of ghouls into its enormous hand, trapping them all at once. The titanium golem slams its fists together, crushing the ghouls caught between its hands with overwhelming force. Jinwoo stands calmly beside Hongyo and calls out to him. Hongyo turns toward Jinwoo and listens as Jinwoo asks, "Are you ready?" Without hesitation, Hongyo answers, "Yes, I am." A faint smile crosses Jinwoo's face as he thinks there is no reason to feel nervous when this is only the first floor. Jinwoo points forward and gives his orders without hesitation. "Let's clear this quickly. Ramba, keep buffing. Pokryong, prepare your explosive dragon wave." Both summons answer at once. A vivid green radiance gathers around the fairy's staff, curling through the air in shimmering streams as Jinwoo gives the order, "Hongyo, drive them into range." The fairy becomes completely wrapped in that swirling green energy, the glow spiraling around her small body like a living current of magic. With her staff held steady, the fairy narrows her focus while Jinwoo firmly orders that every single strike of explosive dragon wave has to connect. Hongyo answers without hesitation, "Yes, sir." Hongyo surges forward at full speed toward the enormous boss monster, his sword already drawn as he races straight for the towering creature. The reflection of the huge boss monster fills Hongyo's eye, and at that exact moment, a brilliant explosion erupts in front of him in a blinding flash. Hongyo's blade slices cleanly through the boss monster's arm, sending blood and shattered debris spraying violently through the air from the force of the cut. After landing that devastating slash, Hongyo flashes past the monster's body and touches down behind the gigantic boss with perfect control. He calmly turns his head toward the wounded monster, his expression completely relaxed, and dismissively calls the giant creature painfully slow. The massive boss monster throws its head back and lets out a furious roar, its glowing red eyes blazing with rage as they dominate the view. Hongyo launches himself high into the air, spinning above the battlefield while the towering boss monster reaches one huge arm upward in an attempt to grab him. Blood streams down the boss monster's badly wounded arm as its huge body finally gives way, forcing the creature to collapse heavily toward the ground. The giant monster's knees crash into the ground with crushing force, splitting the surface beneath them and sending cracks spreading outward. Still spinning through the air after his leap, Hongyo raises his voice and calls out sharply for Pokryong. Pokryong stands ready with her staff lifted overhead, while blazing fire orbs circle around her in a glowing ring of gathering power. Her eyes sharpen with fierce determination as Pokryong stares ahead and declares, "Here I go." Blazing flames begin spiraling around Pokryong's body as she releases her spell, unleashing explosive dragon wave in a roaring burst of fire. The enormous wave of flame slams straight into the boss monster with overwhelming force. Watching the attack crash down, Jinwoo declares that even the strongest defense is useless against something like that. The monster stretches out one enormous arm, but it vanishes almost instantly beneath the crushing torrent of blazing fire. Completely swallowed by the blazing assault, the creature bellows in agony while Jinwoo recognizes just how overwhelmingly powerful that strike truly is. Hongyo tightens his grip around the handle of his sword, his hand locking firmly into place as he prepares for the next opening. Boss monster jerks backward from the impact, its huge body recoiling as the attack continues to batter it. A sharp red beam suddenly tears across the monster's neck, slicing through the air in one clean, deadly line. A faint, satisfied smile appears on Jinwoo's face as he watches the finishing attack play out before him. Standing on top of the defeated monster's massive body, Hongyo looks back toward the group as Jinwoo praises them with a pleased grin. "Good job, guys. Jinwoo grins and pulls one clenched fist close to his chest, wondering whether 10 minutes have already passed. Then he confidently boasts that in a time Tower of Trials challenge, he would absolutely take first place. As silence settles across the wrecked street, Jinwoo urges everyone not to stop and tells them to keep moving forward. The group answers him loudly in unison, "Yes!" A raging torrent of fire blasts directly into a pack of ghouls, swallowing the monsters whole as flames tear through their bodies. Hongyo and Jinwoo stand shoulder to shoulder, both staring down at a map with serious, focused expressions as they study their route. Jinwoo smiles and extends a finger toward a collapsed section of wall, clearly indicating the direction they need to take. Green energy swirls brightly around the summons, while the fairy and priest channel support magic across the group, strengthening everyone before they move on. Hongyo stands at the front with his sword ready, while the other summons gather beside him and prepare themselves for another fight. A violent explosion rips through the wall ahead, blasting broken stone and debris high into the air in every direction. Standing among the scattered rubble after leaving the ghoul-infested ruined city of Chrome behind, Jinwoo says they cleared the place without much trouble. Ramba immediately complains that she can barely feel her arms anymore. A glowing purple cube descends through a column of light, and a message appears to announce, "Your reward has arrived." The reward is a random fusion blueprint box of B rank. Jinwoo stares up at the floating reward box while another message appears before him, congratulating him on the result. A notification announces that the first floor of the Tower of Trials has been conquered. At the same time, Hongyo holds onto the struggling fairy and threatens to make her do extra strength training, while the others desperately beg the two of them not to start fighting again. Holding the tiny fairy at his side, Jinwoo turns toward everyone else and calls out to the group, "Guys!" With a bright smile and the reward box in his hand, Jinwoo praises everyone for their hard work and tells them that it is finally time to head back. Hongyo, Ramba, and Pokryong pause for a moment, surprised as the tense atmosphere suddenly shifts into something much lighter and happier. Smiling brightly now, the three of them answer together with enthusiasm, "Yes!" Outside a modern building, a dark black portal hangs in the air between two guards standing watch nearby. One guard stares at the strange portal in open confusion, wondering whether someone is supposed to come out of it. Then he checks the list and realizes that name is not written there. Jinwoo steps casually out of the black portal, and someone immediately identifies him as player Baek Jinwoo. Holding a clipboard in one hand, the stunned guard listens as Jinwoo casually compliments them on their work. Inside, the guard can barely believe that it has not even been 20 minutes since Jinwoo entered. The two guards exchange shocked looks and insist that this should be impossible. They have never seen any player clear a trial that quickly before, so they immediately ask Jinwoo how he managed to come back out so fast. Jinwoo looks genuinely confused by their reaction and asks whether getting out that quickly is somehow a problem. As Jinwoo starts walking away, one guard hurriedly assures him that it is nothing like that. Jinwoo simply remarks that he is glad there are no issues. The two guards remain frozen in place while Jinwoo casually tells them that he will be leaving now, adding that he plans to come back again tomorrow. The guards trade another stunned look and wonder whether he is really planning to return tomorrow, and whether he intends to challenge the second floor immediately. Jinwoo keeps walking away, leaving the two guards behind as they mutter that something completely crazy is happening. Even so, one of them insists that it is only a feeling. A faint, knowing smile slowly spreads across Jinwoo's face as a voice remarks that, at this rate, he is probably going to make a name for himself very soon. The view moved away from the tower as bright sunlight spilled across the glass walls of a sleek, modern office building. Inside that office, Yu-jie sat quietly by herself at her desk, surrounded by the calm stillness of the workplace. As she paused for a brief break from work, Yu-jie suddenly found her thoughts drifting back to the rainbow snail. Holding the B-rank rainbow snail gently in both hands, she quietly remarked that it was probably being put to proper use by now. At the same time, Baek Jinwoo's mother held the rainbow snail with a warm smile, remembering that it had originally been collected as one of the summons meant for business use. After giving it some thought, Yu-jie decided that she could afford to give up her own share and let Baek Jinwoo's mother have the rainbow snail instead. Even though the rainbow snail was rated B rank, it had absolutely no combat power, so most players barely paid attention to it. Since it could not fight or attack like ordinary summons, many people simply dismissed it as useless, wondering why anyone would want a slimy creature that could not even protect its owner. But that opinion changed completely the instant the rainbow snail stretched out one of its feelers and pressed it gently against a woman's hand. The woman froze on the spot in shock, and it soon became clear that Disung Group had discovered the true value hidden inside the rainbow snail's mucus long before everyone else did. As soft, water-like effects flowed around her hand, the woman stared in amazement at her skin. The hands that had been rough and damaged from dungeon work were suddenly soft, smooth, and firm again. On top of that, the company had already begun researching the mucus as a high-end skincare product. A pleased smile slowly appeared on Yujia's face, as she thought about how the rainbow snail's rarity and value would become almost impossible to measure once the business officially launched. Still, she could not deny that giving such a valuable summon away had been a pretty serious loss on her side. The scene shifted to Baek Jinwoo's home, where Yujie decided that she could live with that loss, especially since she had given the summon to God Jainu's mother. Then a sudden cry rang through the house, startling everyone as a man hurried over and urgently asked what had happened. Standing before a mirror, Baek Jinwoo's mother stared at her own reflection in complete disbelief. The wrinkles around the area where she had applied the mucus had vanished without a trace. Beside her, the rainbow snail stood proudly with sunglasses on, looking as though it was showing off the incredible result of its hard work. Still holding the mirror in her hands, Baek Jinwoo's mother listened as her husband jokingly said, she looked like she had returned to her younger days. Even she could barely believe what she was seeing, especially after realizing that the effect had been this powerful from using only the tiniest amount of mucus. As she looked down at what remained, she pointed out that ordinary snail mucus had never done anything special before, making the tiny summon beside her react immediately. Having exhausted itself completely, the rainbow snail suddenly collapsed onto the table. A notice appeared beside it, explaining that all of its mucus had been used up and that it would need 24 hours to recharge. That was when she finally understood the truth. Only mucus produced directly by the rainbow snail itself carried that extraordinary effect. Her hands slowly clenched as she imagined how unbelievable the results would be if the mucus could be used consistently over time. Elsewhere, Yugie gave an excited thumbs up while proudly declaring her success, and Baek Jinwoo's mother thanked her through tears for such an incredible gift. Not long after that, the setting changed to a quiet training ground hidden among tall cliffs and thick green trees. Baek Jinwoo sat in front of a reward chest while his summons gathered around him nearby. With Ramba resting comfortably on top of his head, he grumbled that this game was nothing more than luck-based trash. Staring down at the unopened chest with clear disappointment already written across his face, he questioned whether this was really supposed to be the reward for clearing the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Ramba tried to keep the mood positive and told him not to give up yet, saying there would probably be something useful inside once he finally opened it. A moment later, the chest burst open, sending several low-rank items floating into the air. Looking at the disappointing result, Baek Jinwoo dryly remarked that luck-based rewards always came with a high chance of getting duplicates. Since his expectations had already fallen to the ground, Baek Jinwoo figured that a reward from the first floor was never likely to contain anything truly special. Just then, Hongyo calmly suggested that they should stop worrying about it and begin training first. Baek Jinwoo looked completely lost at those words, while Ramba immediately protested, reminding Hongyo that they had only just finished clearing the Tower of Trials. Hongyo looked directly at them and explained that they would soon be heading toward the 10th floor. Their current combat power was nowhere close to what they would need against the 10th floor boss, One-Eyed. He then grabbed Ramba and firmly told her to stop thinking about resting and prepare for training right away. Ramba immediately screamed for Baek Jinwoo to save her. Watching that scene unfold with a faint smile, Baek Jinwoo decided to put the disappointing rewards out of his mind. They were clearly not worth wasting any more thought on. Dressed like a strict military drill instructor, Hongyo announced that their light workout would begin with 100 push-ups. Seeing this, Baek Jinwoo quietly reflected that the true strength of his summons was what mattered most. At that exact moment, purple light suddenly exploded around the chest, as Baek Jinwoo activated a random fusion blueprint box. A brilliant flash filled the area, and once the light finally began to fade, the item hidden inside was revealed at last. A system message appeared, announcing that Baek Jinwoo had obtained a B-rank guaranteed summoning scroll blueprint. The reward was so unexpected that it left him completely stunned. Holding the blueprint tightly in one hand, Baek Jinwoo stared at the information window and questioned what exactly a guaranteed blueprint was supposed to do. After reading through the details, his eyes widened in shock. The blueprint could create a B-rank summoning scroll that would guarantee the exact B-rank summon he wanted. The moment he understood that, a brand new possibility immediately entered Baek Jinwoo's mind. He began wondering whether this might somehow make it possible for him to obtain an EX rank summon as well. As he remembered that 2 of the 10 summons removed during the bug patch had originally been B rank, shadowy images surfaced in his mind. Daldal, the Whirlwind Slayer, and Luan, the Rune Dwarf. Either one of those summons had the potential to raise the overall strength of his team by an enormous amount. However, Baek Jinwoo quickly realized that the real problem was not their abilities, but how the system actually classified their ranks. His grip tightened around the blueprint as he understood that if Daldal and Luin were classified as EX rank summons, then this blueprint would not be able to get him either of them. Baek Jinwoo looked over at his exhausted summons, and before long, Another possible path slowly began to take shape in his mind. As he watched Hongyo force everyone through their training, he remembered that those summons had originally come from lower-grade pulls. That memory made him wonder whether it might still give him a chance. His thoughts turned to Daldal's overwhelming fighting ability, then shifted toward Lewin's extraordinary talent for crafting powerful runes. A fantasy-like selection screen appeared in his imagination as he pictured himself choosing between the two. No matter which one he received, the advantage he gained would be massive. Unfortunately, that excitement did not survive for very long. The instant Baek Jinwoo remembered the brutal materials required to craft the summoning scroll, reality came crashing back down. The system window flashed before Baek Jinwoo's eyes, displaying the details of a rare item called King's Proof. As he read through its requirements, one condition immediately stood out as the real obstacle. At once, the image of One-Eyed, the terrifying boss of the Tower of Trials, rose in his mind. King's Proof was only awarded after defeating the boss waiting at every 10th floor. And because King's Proof was a bound item that could never be traded between players, Jinwoo quickly understood the situation. There was no shortcut here. He had to climb the Tower of Trials and earn it himself. A frustrating memory came back to him. Players had complained endlessly that they wanted to help, but there was simply no way for anyone to pass a King's Proof over to someone else. Baek Jinwoo remained seated on the ground without saying a word, his eyes lowered as he quietly sorted through every possibility in his mind. After a long pause, resolve hardened across Jinwoo's face. He pushed himself to his feet and decided that picking another summon could wait until later. For now, nothing else mattered. He needed to make his summons stronger, gather their strength, and force his way through the Tower of Trials. Baek Jinwoo stretched one arm out toward the group and told everyone to focus on the same goal first. Before they worried about anything else, they would work together and defeat One-Eyed, the boss waiting on the 10th floor. The second Hongyo heard that Jinwoo would be joining the training. His excitement practically exploded. Nearby, Pokryong lay collapsed on the ground and weakly asked when they were finally going home. Baek Jinwoo answered in a completely casual tone that they could leave once Ramba had burned off every last calorie from all the cream bread she had eaten that day. Ramba went completely stiff the instant those words reached her ears. Her eyes widened in pure horror, and tears immediately began gathering at the corners of them. Not long after that, a loud, desperate scream rang out across the city plaza.